Okay, what is this? This is okay, in between. Okay, this is us. Change page. I don't think any of this is gonna change. Okay, done. Relax. Ready. Yes. Let's do both. Let's see. It's so cute. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love him. I can't. Okay, I want him with earrings. Ooh, what tattoo? Why can't I have both? Why can't I have both tattoos? Which one do I go for? I kind of like this one. I also like this one. That has to hurt like a bitch. I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. These shirts. I want to, yeah, I'll do that. Do that. What tattoo should I do? 1 or 2? Decisions. He's looking so scrumptious. I like the short hair. This is cute too, but I like this. Oh, I can't. I can only do 1 of the tattoos. I can only do 1 or 2. No, none of that. Oh man, I know. I would give him both if I could. Like, I feel like he deserves to have both. But that's what I'm saying. I want them on both sides. Like, he would like scrumdiddlyumptious like that. Okay, but we need to choose. Should we do 1 or 2? I'm conflicted. Oh. Okay, I don't know. I kind of fucks with 2, I think. What do y'all think? Benny and Chub, what do you think? 1 or 2? I'm too conflicted to make a choice on my own. Give me some help here, people. 0? Okay, well, both. That's not an option, Chub, bro. We need one. We can only choose 1. I'm gonna go with 2, I think. Yeah, we'll just do that. Studious. Yeah, warm. This is what he had on it. We'll move to mixed. There we go. High initiative. Okay. And so your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you moved out of your childhood home and made your own way in the world. What about both, though? Bro, if I could make it both, I would. You live with Cove and his fish. And the pets you picked. And the pet you picked? Ooh, yeah. And you... we can co-own a business in the trying to think. We co-owned something together in the education field. Yeah, your family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your mom's and Co's father still lived on the same street as they had all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends, though of course things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man. This is so great! Okay, oh, Terry recently publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. He also confesses, yes. I thought so. I was so waiting for it. I was waiting for them to get together. I didn't think it would be this way, but I'm so fucking hyped. I fucking knew it. I knew it. But he also confessed his love for Miranda, which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city out past Sunset Bird. Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. That was a loss he felt. He had become someone you considered a friend during those days. And then there was what became the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. He was, of course, still the man you loved and wanted to spend your life with. And you hadn't officially gotten married just yet. With how fast the proposal was, you were content to have a nice long engagement. We both rings. And the ring Cove wore looked like... Oh! Okay, cute. Let's do that for... I like that one. Oh, can we not change the material? Wait, should we be married already? Or should we, does this have, like, I'm sorry, I gotta look at the actual DLC. Does this, like, have wedding planning stuff in it, or no? Okay, we do get to, so we're gonna make it, we haven't gotten officially married yet. Okay, the one that Cove wore, I like this one, so we're gonna do this one for him. But it won't let us change the, oh. Okay, wait, it will? Platinum? Or silver? I think gold is probably looks best on him. We'll do that. Done. He truly thrived in his continued efforts of cultivating loving and supportive relationships with his friends and family and friends. His personality had changed, becoming more open than ever before. Cove was a warm, inviting, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense to you based on his interest. Cove got a 2-year degree. He worked with you in your shared business, naturally, and worked part-time at Orca, helping educate the public on education conservation and participating in shore restoration efforts. As an this is so great. As an adult, Cole was also able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. There's so much good representation in this game. I'm gonna cry. On the whole, life continued to beat forward, and you all went with it down the paths you chose. It was strange and wonderful. No matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. The car rumbled down the highway. You had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. Your driver didn't remark on it, just like everything else this trip. You went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass you by. You did appreciate the spacious back seat of your ride. You hadn't known exactly when you would be coming in, so you had decided to use a ride app rather than your mom's to pick you up. It turned out to be a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door. You smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. Luckily, this hadn't been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that travel hadn't turned into a big production. However, that didn't make the occasion mundane. For once, your moms decided to have a modest celebration dinner for their anniversary. Unlike when you were growing up and they preferred not to make a big deal out of it, this year they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they found being the center of attention easier to handle. You were happy to see it. With this going on, there was no way that either you or Liz would miss your mom's anniversary. Both of you made plans to come home for it. You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't shared yours either. It reminded you of when you were kids and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. Some things stayed the same, and yet it was definitely different from when you would see your sister every day and knew sort of what she was doing anyways through osmosis. Today, you had no idea. Things were always changing. You mused on how at times it was hard to believe you didn't live with your parents anymore, and yet you also couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. The rest of the drive flew by. Your silent driver provided a smooth ride. No sharp turns or hard stops jostled you out of your own head. Your thoughts turned into introspective to observant. The landscape passing by became more and more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmarks that dotted the area. A grin came to your face as you passed the now entering sign of Sunset Bird. Excitement built within you. You were really here. You were doing this. Your driver turned off on a street, and you realized that their map program was taking you the way home that Ma preferred. You usually would have used the other side of the street to pass by the beach. In no time at all, the car had gone through the whole town and pulled in front of your mom's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized that you could hear the familiar sound of waves. The air smelt like salt, and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your moms would be to see you. After that, you'd notify everyone else that you'd made the trip safely. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked at your bag from down near your feet. Tap, tap. You startled at the sudden sound of tapping on the glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't entirely sure, but soon heard something else, the window of the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you had put it together that despite the driver's silence, you weren't actually alone in this car. The driver must have pressed the button and someone had to be there. You turned your head to face the now open window. It's Cove! Oh, look at him. There he was, leaning his arms across the window, your fiancé Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smiles. Hey, Terra. What a surprise this is. I didn't expect you to see you in this neighborhood. He was joking, of course. Seeing your expression, he decided to push it further. It's not like I've been waiting for you out here all morning or anything. You stared, stunned. Cove chuckled at your reaction and met your eyes with a gentle expression. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half of his torso through the opening. That was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp hey. Cove didn't seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. He pushed one hand down in the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used his other hand to caress your cheek as he leaned in as close as he could. I missed you. And kissed him on the lips. He enthusiastically reciprocated. The arm holding him wobbled at your touch, and you could feel him smile under your smooch. He was clearly struggling to avoid falling down onto the cushion. You pulled back just a little to get a better view of his face. Okay, now get out of the window, you crazy person. But it's so comfortable. His body was shaking from the effort it took to maintain his precarious position. Cove's smile turned awkward as his arm started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned his head to the driver. Sorry, I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Cove shifted around some more and squirmed back the way he came. After he had successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, he opened your car window. You threaded your arms through the various straps of your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. He's so, tall now. I didn't realize those were ripped jeans. Now I'm realizing, but it was fun. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two of you were back in the Sunset Bird, reunited once again on this street. Did he get taller? I swear he got taller. You jumped into his arms. But you put your luggage down first. You dropped your bags on the paved road, but we lived together, and got a bounding start to leap into Cove. He caught you, unsurprised at your action. When you were situated, he leaned back on the balls of his heels and fully lifted you off the ground. His goofy grin let you know just how much he was enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. He didn't have a problem holding you up. You can see his ring. His especially large height allowed him to lift you well off the ground. With one last swing, he let you back down. You really were ecstatic to see him again, and absolutely thrilled that it was here in this town where you were together. He must have come back for something, and then we haven't seen him. Even if it had only been a short time since you had seen him off, you'd still miss Cove greatly. It somehow felt a lot longer. Given your different schedules and travel abilities, it had worked out better for Cove to head out to Sunset Bird first. He had only arrived the evening before, however, and secured the hotel room. Until now, you'd never had to deal with the inconvenience of being a tourist in a tourist-heavy area. It was a fight to get a place to stay close by during the heat of the summer vacation season. Living without him at your place was strange. Cove was basically a part of you at this point. You were glad to feel whole again. Oh, you idly shifted your luggage, and it struck you when you were short one. You got out in such a hurry it was left behind. You reached back into the car to pull it out. Cove stood aside as you made a dash for the door. You shouldered the small bag and felt relief that you would be able to brush your teeth tonight. Got everything this time? You stood up straight, everything truly gathered up and out of the car. You gave the back seat one last glance and then nodded. Cove shut the car door after you had moved out of the way. The two of you stepped off the street to give the driver some room. Cove waved. Sorry again. The driver said nothing and drove off. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down the street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid, following your big sister to the playground, becoming a teen and staying out later, and growing into an adult who left their parents' house behind to be independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all the times you headed out to the beach. You saw the same surroundings that you, as a young adult, did when leaving home. It was hard to quantify the history you had here, and now you were back. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you never lost awareness of Cove's presence. From the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a familiar sight as well. So many of your memories included him. He looks so handsome, I'm distracted. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live there. You couldn't help the feeling of nostalgia. You still remembered his face, his voice, the scar on his arm from days long gone. He had changed so much since you first... Oh, I missed the step 3 ending. You did. I'm so sorry, Kai. You did. You missed the step 3 ending. Unfortunately. But, I'll post the VOD after if you care to watch my reaction to it. I'll post it after I'm done with the stream, and if you wanna look at it. It was in the ending. It'll be towards the end anyways. You still remembered his face, his voice, the scar on his arm from days long gone. He had changed so much since you had first met him, yet even with those changes, he was always recognizable. He was familiar like the sky was, in the way you knew the sea. Every day they may appear different, but they still an inextricable part of life. It was the word with help from Mr. Holden and his ill-thought $20 bill that brought you together to begin with, but the two of you had chosen each other. You had never let your interactions fade. You had decided to nurture your relationship into what it was. And you would continue to keep Cove close into all the rest of your adult years. He was the love of your life, your wonderful fiancé. The day when you would be officially married couldn't come soon enough. He was the one you wanted to keep spending year after year with, as you'd done for years before this. It would be impossible to imagine life without him. Cove noticed you staring at him after a while and smiled with his eyebrows rising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question if there was something you wanted to say. You shook your head and returned to him a soft expression. You'd let yourself get carried away in a tide of memories, but now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to go see my mom's? Oh, did you already propose to Cove? Yeah, we did. Cove nodded and then pointed at all your luggage bundles around your legs. Can I help with any of that? Yeah, thank you. You gratefully passed him a bag. It was a lot easier to balance everything with that out of the way. He used both hands to take hold of the one piece of luggage and stood tall, pleased to be able to provide his assistance. The bag situation resolved, the two of you strolled over to the Shrimpo residence door. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize that you no longer carried a key to the house. If you read this again... The thing is, yeah, I'm gonna play this again. I'm probably gonna play it again on, like, my own time. because I want to go and play over a bunch of different ways to play the game. So I'll definitely do it. I'll definitely do it then. But I'm happy with the way we proposed in the ending of Step 3. It was really cute. I liked it. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize that you no longer carried a key to the house. Your eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost, only to spy the doorbell. The thought of having to ring it felt super weird. As you pressed the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remembered that no matter how much this place would always be a home to you, it wasn't where you lived. Being back here was like putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. It had remained the same, but your circumstances have changed. Technically, you have to unlock proposing in Step 3? Really? Huh. Cove shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown about you being stuck out here keyless. You heard muffled voices and shuffling around from inside. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. The door swung open and there was your mom's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you standing there. Oh, they're getting so much older. Seeing the moms grow older is like making me emotional. Well. Mom twisted her head back and gave a shot down the hall. Lonnie, guess who's here? There were more distant noises, no doubt Ma getting up from wherever she had come to see. Her high-spirited words rang out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Mom snickered, still holding the door only half open to hide you for a little longer. Cove flushed as if suddenly realizing that he was going to be present for your mom's enthusiastic welcoming of you. He smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. Wait until you see everyone else. I'm so excited to see everyone else. Ma finally reached the door and peered over Mom's shoulder. She looks good with the short hair. I like that. I like that a lot. It is. Hello, Terra. She gave you a once over, patting the tops of your shoulders and moving down the sides of your arms before she nodded in satisfaction that you were in one piece.
How sweet.
One piece. This is a wonderful surprise. Ma inclined her head to Cove next, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyways. I have doubled the surprise today.
Yeah.
Oh, he sounds so different.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You snorted at your mom's greetings. They never changed. Cove bashfully waved at them. He wasn't relaxed fully, but he had settled down at their welcome. Also, I like that I like the representation and the things that they describe happening going into Step 4. Like, I don't know why I didn't think about this, but Cove being on the autism spectrum makes so much sense. And I don't know why I didn't clock that, but when they said that, I immediately was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. I can see it. Just like because a lot of people in my life are on the autism spectrum, and so I'm like familiar with a lot of the happenings, but I'm like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, don't just stand out there. Come on in. Your mom moved aside and held the door open for you, gesturing for you to enter. You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Cove was a half step behind you, his eyes on a new painting your mom's... am I tweaking? On a new painting your mom's must have added since the last time you were here. Things were mostly the same, but there were a few more decorations since you had seen the house last. Mom must have gotten the urge for some interior designing again. It struck you how odd it was to have to be the guest, only observing their choices for the living space here, rather than a full-time occupant. Mike came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad you're here.
That's fine.
You know your mom and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible. That's okay. What matters is that you arrived safely. Mom appeared at her side with a nod. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciated that your parents respected you as an adult, even if your mom still called you kiddo. He figured long ago that you'd always be your kiddo, no matter how grown you became. It was part of the whole parent-child deal with her. You hugged your moms. You took another step forward and pulled Mom and Ma into a great big hug, squeezing them tight. Their arms wrapped around you in return, and you could feel their love for you in their embrace. I missed you both. We missed you too, Terra. It's always nice that when I'm able to come by. Your mom's giggled, pleased. I hope you're both doing well. Is everything set up for your anniversary dinner?
Problem.
We're happy to help if there's something we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's been a little quiet, but that's not a bad thing. Mom placed an arm around Ma's shoulder and gave her a side hug.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the party. We're just planning to eat at the Cypress. Nothing fancy, which is kind of a funny thing to say about a pretty fancy country club. The biggest issue has just been making sure everyone can make it for the day. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We're planning on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown as Terra. Mom snickered at her own joke, and Ma lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin.
Josh.
As I was saying, we could drop you off wherever you're staying if you don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there's not space for you in the house. It's been crowded in those old rooms since you and Liz moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. Sure you don't, Pamela. It's okay. Cove already has a hotel room I'm going to be staying in anyway. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. Stylish and roomy. It seemed very nice. Single king bed. We are over that fear. We are sleeping in the same bed. He claimed that the bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about that, though mostly you were looking forward to having him next to you as you slept once again. Your mom smiled, relieved. Kyra's already here, isn't she? She directed her question at Cove. He bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She's going to be staying with Dad while she's in town.
Oh.
Have you gone over and said hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously, and this time he shook his head. He raised an eyebrow, since he had figured he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Not yet. I should go do that now. I just wanted Tara to be there too. He caught your eye with an adoring smile. Mom laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet, but ridiculous.
Oh, nice.
It's nice to know your priorities. Yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted on his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid.
So?
His voice, dude. Tara, do you want to go over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until late evening. You heard, Ma. Let's go see your parents. Cove pricked back up, excited once more. I'm excited to see his parents. We'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all that around. You set down your bags in the living room and tucked into a corner where they wouldn't be in the way. Cove helped. Your moms waved the two of you off as you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks. See you again. See you soon. You walked back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, you were on your way to see Cove's family next. This trip put a special little pep in Cove's step as you crossed the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high. Doing this, you felt like a teen again. You had known Cove's parents for a long time now. When it came to what you called his dad, Step 4, Mr. Holden. I like calling him Mr. Holden, but I'll call him Cliff. Although it was awkward on your tongue at first, it rolled off comfortably now. You appreciated how much he saw you as an adult and a friend, and not just the kid from across the street. For his mom, you called her Mom 3. I kind of think it's funny to call her Mom 3. Mom 3! Mom 3 is really funny, actually. I don't know. I like calling her Kyra, but I like Mom 3. A playful grin was already sitting on your face, and you hadn't even gotten there yet. It was always fun to hang out with her. Cove hopped up to the front door and didn't bother knocking. He twisted the knob and swung it open. With a grin, Cove gave you a gratified thumbs up. You shook your head in disapproval, but you both knew that you were hypocritically supported his behavior. Your dad is lucky we aren't criminals. He brushed your comment aside and went right into his old home. Cliff was there, standing in his kitchen and babysitting a pan on the stove. Oh, he's got his hair down. The way that Cliff does not age, why does he not age? Why is he not aging? Why is he unaging? Does he have the fountain of youth or something? I swear this man has not aged. I know that he was young when he had Cove, but like, I swear this man has not aged. All he did is changed his hair. Is it shorter? Oh, or is it just pulled back, I think, a little bit on the ends? Wow. Seeing them next to each other is just... wow. Alien? Yeah, you're probably right. His head turned at the sound of footsteps and brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. If it was anyone else, you would have thought he was lighting up with a childlike joy over seeing his dad again. But since you knew that Cove was actually like what Cove actually was actually like as a kid, you're aware that this level of happiness with Cove. We asked this when I streamed this too, about to call the and get answers from the no, because like yeah, because like he doesn't age. Like I swear he doesn't age. I really do. You should ask the writer Kai, and then you should get back to me about it. You're aware that this level of happiness with Cliff was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. Dad, Cove. Cliff gracefully pushed what he was cooking to a different burner and flipped off the heat. He rushed over to you both. Cove flew forward and met him halfway in a hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Cliff soothingly rubbed his son's back. I'm so glad that they've gotten so close together. Like, I'm so glad that their relationship is, like, at where it's at now. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, it seemed. I missed you. I missed you too. It was sweet, and teasing said it was wonderful to see them at this place in their relationship after years of struggling to connect. When the hug broke, Cove hooked an arm around his... Cliff hooked an arm around his son's neck. He let out a deep laugh. I still can't believe you outgrew me. He really did. Cove is big. Cove got so tall. So fast. I really thought I had that on him after he graduated from high school, but then he had to keep going. Chuckling, he shook his... The Mr. Holden redemption arc is really something. I think that learning... I feel like so many emotions for Mr. Holden, because like I can't even blame him. Like I guess I'm a Mr. Holden forgiver, as I feel like many people should be. When he had Cove, he was a kid himself and trying to figure that out. Like, he did his best and he messed up. He made mistakes and he knows that and he acknowledges that. But he never for 1 minute did he not love Cove with his entire heart and being. When we got to the part with where they talked about the divorce and Kyra and Cliff both talked about that, I was crying. I was full on sobbing tears because that was just so, like, you see how much he loves his son with that, and that had me just bawling. Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. Sorry, Dad. Cove's cheeks turned pink, and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew he had more he wanted to say. Cove softly added, but I was raised really well. His dad's expression instantly crumbled with emotion. He sniffled. Cove put an arm around him too and tugged him into a side hug. That moment almost makes more crying than the charity one. What was the charity? I'm trying to remember the charity one. I'm trying to remember the charity one. It was a really romantic part. I remember that. Was there something sad in that one other than the really sweet moment? I can't remember. Another part that I cried at was when we found out about our birth parents. That moment really had me crying too. He observed the little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of sentimentality. And he shows up. Oh, yeah, okay, yes, with the fire. Oh, yeah, the first time I said I love you to him. I think that was it. This game is so many kinds of beautiful. That moment, like, I was like, you're kidding me. Cliff eventually turned his attention to you. Hi, Tara, great to see you. He pulled away from Cove and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheery self. I missed you, Cliff. And you hugged him. Within seconds, you had your arms wrapped around his middle, and Cliff hugged you back just as tightly. There was a quiet sniffle. You breathed in a sigh of relief, happy to be home. I miss you too. It never feels right around here if I'm not seeing you both running back and forth around this neighborhood. Cliff cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. But before we get too carried away, it's not a real reunion yet. Kyra's still in the guest suite. I'll go get her. He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended with a distinct knock. Kyra, they're here! It was only seconds before there was the sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of feet hitting the wood floor grew even louder this time.
My baby!
Oh, she looks so slay. What's kind of funny is that you can wait and do the love confession later, and those other times might not be as cute, but they can be funnier. Oh, see, this is why I know I'm gonna play this game again, because there's just so much that I want to like do and try differently, especially because I think I'm gonna try to get all of the achievements for the game, 1, and 2, because I'm just so curious to see how many endings and different things I can get, because it seems like there's endless possibilities. Like, it really does. Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room, and Kyra stretched her arms out wide when she spotted you both. Cove went to her easily. You went in for the hug too. She pulled you tightly into her arms with Cove. You were squished, but felt every bit of love Kyra held in her heart for you both. Cove wrapped his free arm around her too. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. After a moment, Kyra let go, and she pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. You're both looking well. That's wonderful, and just what I like to see. Thanks, and hi, Mom. I missed you, Mom 3. She let out a happy sigh, her head tilted just a bit to the side. I missed you too. Kyra put a gentle hand on Cove's arm and gave him a small squeeze. Her gaze moved between the three of you. I missed all of you quite a bit too. The most cursed path is to be indifferent all the way to step 4, where you can change to crush and propose to him by the second day in this whole trip home for step 4. Wait, what? That's crazy. I don't give a fuck to yearner pipeline is hilarious. So what's new? No, I'm sorry. That really is fucking killing me. I don't give a fuck. Oh, wait. Actually, marry me. So what's new? How have you both been? Kyra gave a nod for Cliff to go first. Cheerfully, he waved a hand.
No worries.
Oh, same old, same old. Still got the shop, still got my friends and family, of course, and still the most exciting thing around here is seeing who'll rent that one free condo. Incredible. I always knew you were such a snorer. They snickered, and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you, but the whole time there was still a happy smile fixed on his face.
Well,
Loki wanted an evil route on Mayo, then play the game yourself and do an evil route. I don't want to be evil to Cove. I did see something about, I saw something on TikTok. I try to avoid looking at the TikToks for like the Our Life stuff because I didn't want to get any spoilers. But I had this TikTok I didn't care about getting spoilers for because it was about the Baxter DLC, where if I remember correctly, you can basically do something romance with Baxter, and I was like, I'm sick. The closest thing to an evil route is either being on Indifferent all the way to the end, or being Indifferent with Cove but being on Crush or Love for the Baxter DLC. Wait, Crush or Love for Baxter or for Cove? For Baxter. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I saw someone who was like obsessing over doing Baxter, and I was like, Baxter? Really? I understand everyone's gonna have fans. I cannot get behind him for some reason. There's just something off. There's something weird about him. I'm just like, no. Maybe as a friend, but I could not romance a guy like that. And then all the people in the comments were like, I always like say I'm gonna romance Baxter, but then I'm like, no, I can't do that to Cove. I feel so bad. And I would feel bad. For me, things have been good. I've gotten a lot of interesting assignments lately. Oh, and I recently went to Seattle, and she twirled. Oh, is she seeing somebody? Kyra twirled the strand of her hair shyly, and her mouth curved into a grin. I've read everything several times for myself and others, including the 2R. 18 plus Patreon bonuses? Kai, send me a link. Kai, go exclamation Discord. I have a Discord. Send the link, please. And thank you. If you have Discord. You don't know about those? I don't. I do now. Whatever she was thinking about made her happy. Cove crossed his arms. He and his dad nodded. It was clear she appreciated the acceptance from her two boys. Oh. You're such a degen, Shrimpo? I'm not. Things have still been going well with that guy from work, but it's a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. I'm glad that she found someone. I'm really happy for you.
Thanks.
Thank you. You were honestly glad that things were going well for her. She was clearly grateful for your approval as well. Shrimpopo, get it right? What do you mean? What are you saying right now? Okay, so that's us. Do you two have any plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to our hotel room. Great. The first one of them canonically happens after step 3, ending but with the step 3 characters. The second one is the wedding honeymoon you read directly after the Cove Wedding DLC. Cove's dad is not a cuck. Why would Cove's dad be a cuck? That doesn't make sense. They're divorced. The first one of them canonically happens after step 3, ending but still with step 3 characters. The second one is the wedding honeymoon you read directly after the Cove Wedding DLC. No, we're not gonna Elcliff. He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I just remembered that I was in the middle of cooking something. I'm allowed to L a character, LMAO. You're allowed freedom of speech, and I'm allowed to take that away, so. Only a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. That's fine, Dad. Go salvage what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while. Anyway, since we got the time. Yeah, I was gonna say El Shiloh for real. When I saw that, Kai, I was like, what? I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Honestly, I didn't expect Jeremy to come in clutch with that. That's fine, Dad. Go salvage what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the... Okay, I said that already. No, that's not what I meant to do. Cove directed the last part to you as he spoke, hoping that you'd want to go with him. You nodded automatically. You're already looking forward to it. It's a perfect idea.
Makes sense.
I think so too. You should go enjoy the day. I'll hang back here so I won't be a third wheel, but someone's got to keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Mom, you're not a third wheel. Cove stiffly stuck his arms against his sides like a little kid. A small smirk tugged at Kyra's mouth. She winked. Yes, step 3 Jeremy is the oh no, he's hot now meme. It is. I literally was like, oh, where's his bowl cut? Where's his bowl? Jeremy? Kai, when I will post the VOD, you can see my reaction to it. I literally was like, I didn't expect him to look like that. I literally was like, I'll see you both later. Cheerily, Cliff waved back before going back to his cooking. Cove smiled warmly. Okay, bye. Bye, we'll see you soon. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch out his arms in the warm rays. Satisfied, Cove gave you a bent smile and dropped down low to the ground. You knew this was your chance at a piggyback ride. When you're done reading this, I have a tier list template I made up for people. Yes, I do. Wait, should I do this now, Kai, or do you want me to like finish this little section? So we have time right now before we start off on something. No, once the whole story is over? Okay. Cove silently waited for your answer. Excitement bubbled up in your chest. Cove always knew how to make your day even better. You always know just the right thing to do. You haven't seen all the pictures and okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Cove hummed in agreement while you climbed onto his back. When you both had a secure grip, he stood up. The movements bounced you more than usual. Chuckling into Cove's hair, you were pleased to enjoy another afternoon of your favorite mode of transportation. Under your hand, you could feel the vibrations of laughter in Cove's chest. Let's go. Naturally, you found yourself heading down the road towards the beach. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the sand, heading for the shopping district. Arriving, you wolfed past tourists. You were taking in the sights of the very first for the very first time. Being a local was a badge of honor you wore proudly. You casually walked past the shops. Over the years, some had closed down, but many of the stalls were still the exact same as they were when you were little. Cove snapped his head as far as it would go to one side so dramatically you couldn't have missed it. Something clearly caught his eye, but you couldn't see it. There's a pretzel stand open today. Can we get one? Oh, I remember when we got pretzels when we were little kids. When his gaze found you again, he wore the biggest smile. You chuckled. Yeah, we can. You finally thought about retracting your previous thought. What? Cove was beaming now. You're gonna get the one that comes with a little frosting cup, aren't you? Our Life is probably the thing I've gone the second hardest super fan for, so I know a lot about it. See, I can totally understand that. I feel so, like, strange coming to this so late, but I'm also so happy to have come to it so much later because, like, I don't think I would have fully appreciated it as much as I do right now. After that, you both happily made your way over, being pulled in faster by the delicious aroma of the stall. With that, you changed course to the pretzel stand for a snack break. Cove was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and that was good to see. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, day was beginning to fade into night. Also, Kai, I have a question. Are you like a visual novel lover or like a dating sim lover? If you do like visual novels, specifically dating sims, and you have any recommendations, please send them my way because I've got already some stacked up to do after I finish Our Life because I'm now on this like kick of playing visual novel dating sims, so if you have any, let me know. I was late myself. It was out for 2 years already when I found out, and the wedding DLC had been out for only a few months. Oh, okay. This was my first visual novel, so my expectations are really ruined because of this. I think this is technically I don't know. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned, okay, wait, I already said that. Cove kicked his shoes off, tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. You joined him. In seconds, you had your feet free and your shoes abandoned in the sand. You kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Cove sighed contentedly. You followed his line of sight out to the setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. He wore a bent smile when he turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than moments exactly like this, being here at sunset, in Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad we were able to come visit. I do like our living situation now, over just being neighbors, but still. You hummed in agreement. Your heart fluttered the moment you met Cove's eyes. Your mouth lifted into a pleased smile. I'm happy too. The last rays of sunlight glittered on the water, mesmerizing you. You couldn't help but feel like this is exactly where you both belonged right now. Cove murmured quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. He stood straight back up with a lopsided smile and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. You knew without a single word, Cove found a new shell for your collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed you at your side in comfortable silence. Your shadows stretched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise you could hear were the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking into the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there were only the two of you in your own little world. I found it after a particularly bad few days in other online games that didn't with a tired, silent, long-distance relationship. So Cove showed up probably at a time where I needed him the most. Yeah, I feel like I can understand that. I feel like Cove is showing up in a time that I really, really need him. Yeah, because I'm dealing with like my own things, but I feel like he's the comfort that I exactly feel like I needed. Like, it's so bad because sometimes I'm like having a bad day and I'm like, man, I just need to see Cove. Earlier today I was streaming a little bit of Baldur's Gate, and I was getting so frustrated with it because I was just having a really bad time with rolls, and it was just making me super frustrated. And I was like, okay, after this, if this doesn't work out, then I'm just gonna turn this off and we're gonna play Our Life. I want to see Cove. Eventually the bubble pops when you realize that your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping that you were going to be back soon. I watch this more than anything else on Twitch, and it's always fun to just gush with people about it. I have been gushing about this game to like everybody. I streamed a bit earlier today for like an hour and a half. I think I streamed a little bit of Our Life, and then I like went and did other things, and then I was like, man, I really want to play more, so that's why I came back, and now we're almost at 4 hours. Eventually the bubble popped when you realized that your phone was going off. It's Ma, hoping that you'd be back soon. And I'm probably going to play more of this tomorrow, because after we get done with the first day, I'm probably going to be done for tonight. Curious, Cove's eyes slid down to your phone. You let your hand fall back down to your side. You held the phone pressed against the palm of your hand. It's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cove scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. His mouth twitched like he had just had a funny thought. Dang, parents. Always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. You laughed. You think after all this time they'd know that we would always find our way home. I think she knows. She's just excited to spend time with you. Think so? Yeah, if I was her, I'd be missing you too. He's so sweet. After one last glance, you put your phone away again. Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Let's go. Together you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. The both of you ran off towards your mom's house, leaving the waves behind but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up from, though I will say I am ready for now and forever, even if I'm voluntarily waiting for Step 4 to come out in the middle of next year. Voluntary? Wait, what? What do you mean waiting for Step 4 to come out in the middle of the next year? I did see something about now and forever, but I don't know anything about it. Cove and you ran up from the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up with him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, and yet it wasn't not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through your old front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here! Your moms were seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they locked on you in your light dusting of sand. Hello. Welcome home. Mom leaned forward, eyebrow raised at your jubilant entrance. Mom sighed wistfully. Aww. That brings back memories. Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. I hope we're not too late. Nope, you're just in time, but you better stop packing it up. Liz will be waiting. Mom nodded as she stood up from her seat. She ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. It took you a second to remember where you had put your stuff. You needed to get it all in the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. Can I help? He shrugged and directed him to your bags. With Cove, your mom's, and yourself on the job, it only took one trip to get to the car to get everything. Our Life Now and Forever, the roadmap was posted a while back. They're looking for Step 1 and 2 to be available middle of this year, Step 3 by winter, Step 4 by middle of next year, and the wedding stuff by early 2028? Oh, 2028, that's so far. So it's not out yet then, yeah? Damn. Well, I'm glad to be, late on this one, but early for the next one. That's so exciting. Oh, I'm so excited. It only took one trip to the car to get everything. Only a long demo. Well, now I have another game that I can line up to play for this upcoming year. Cove firmly closed the trunk, and you thanked everyone for the assistance. Of course, kiddo. Come along, my family, let's get in the car. She gave Cove a special look to make it clear that meant him. Cove climbed into the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. He got in on the other side. When everyone was situated and buckled, the engine was started and Ma pulled out onto the street. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the back seat with Cove. Your mom's driving you around. It really was like you were little kids again. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. He was probably on the same wavelength as you from the sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatting on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep, and it mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. I'm intentionally avoiding everything until around the time Step 4 comes out, so I can get the full, hopefully uninterrupted first-time experience on stream. That makes sense. I'm thinking, like, should I wait for it to come out? The thing is, yeah, I'll probably do something along the same lines, because I have they're like, I don't know, I feel like I'm gonna be going down this deep dive of visual novels right now. So yeah, but I have a feeling that I feel like Our Life Beginning and Always is going to be my #1 visual novel. Following up Cove Holden is going to be an extremely tall task. Absolutely. It's going to be a tall task for them. I mean, they've built Cove so well. So incredibly well. Topping him feels scary. I would be scary being the creators and trying to do that. When you neared the airport, Mom pulled out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs to the correct pickup area and asked for you to shout if you saw your sister. Yeah, Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America.
All right.
Tell her that we're right in front of the building with blue windows. She says that she's outside right by a yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport. The back and forth continued, with Ma driving around in the wide circular airport road, while Mom attempted coordination between her and Liz's location. Aha! You leaned forward and peering out the front of the car. A tall, poised silhouette pulled a pale purple roll-along suitcase behind her. It was definitely Liz. She waved to the car. Ma parked along the sidewalk next to her, and Mom put her phone away with a cheer. Mission accomplished, team. I'm excited to see Liz. Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mom's raised hand, thrilled that both of her kids were back.
Good job.
That's right. Liz came closer and yanked open the back door beside her. She popped her head into the car, and her smile ornery despite how tired she appeared. It must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was the same familiar smirk that you had grown up with.
Hey.
Oh, her hair pulled back. She looks so beautiful. Hello, children, I'm back. Oh, hey, old grandparents who doesn't have any kids.
Rude.
According to the roadmap, step 1 and 2, now and forever, will have... What? That's insane. That's insane. That's crazy. Wow. Kai, you're making me so excited. Kai, you're making me so hyped. Okay. Rude, you shouldn't speak to your elders like that. You reached over and hugged her. You quickly unbuckled and then launched yourself at your sister. She wrapped her arms around you and squeezed. Did you see how hard the Kickstarter blew up? Kai, you don't understand. I didn't find out. Okay, I had known about Our Life before this, but I haven't gotten involved with it until Valentine's Day. Until I downloaded Our Life. I bought Our Life a couple days before Valentine's Day to play it for Valentine's Day. So this is, this is my first introduction to any of this. Well, hi to you too, kiddo. Hello, sweetie. It's so nice that you're here. Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. Come on, Cove. Whatever you say, baby boy. She turned her gaze back to Mom and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high. You could tell she was just as happy to be here as everyone was to see her. And they cut it in 19 minutes? You know what? That makes complete sense. I mean, with how amazing this game is, I'm not surprised that they got what they asked for immediately. Take the money. Take the money and do what you got to do. She left the door open, but ducked out of the way, out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the trunk and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, Terra. I'll keep it in front of my back so you can get it later. Mom's dropping you off first, right? Yes, but that's not junk. It's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. Liz swung open the around to the open door. You noticed that her hair had a few flyaways, no doubt from a long day of traveling. She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I am not sitting in the middle. I already had 5 hours of that nightmare on the flight. There's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove Holden and Terra Shrimpo apart? Cove puffed up indignantly, yet again at her classic tease of your relationship. Liz continued along like she didn't notice. Leading and always was set at 5,500 and they got 23. Oh, damn. That's just insane. That's just insane. I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figured out you can fight about it somehow. Cove glanced over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the middle. I was gonna move to the middle. He's taller than me. He's got the big long legs. Thanks, Cove. No problem. I'm almost disappointed it was so easy. I meant it when I said we weren't children anymore. It's just the middle seat. Liz shrugged, not losing any of her smugness. Keep telling yourself that. Now keep taking the window seat. You know what? People had faith in the idea. I mean, it's just so beautiful. It's just so beautiful. I'm so glad. I'm so hyped now. Kai, you got me like so excited. With the window seat open, Liz squished herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled in, Ma began to pull out. Let's go. We're off. Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She based most of her weight on the door behind her instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. Their only other game with any degree of a fandom was a more traditional ultimate game style dating sim called XOXO Droplets. The game Shiloh and Jeremy come from. Really? I didn't know Shiloh and Jeremy were from a different game. Did that come out before? Beginning and Always or after? I'm assuming before because you said that's where they come from. Hopefully we finish the journey. This car is almost as old as we are. No. And it's still just as good as you are. Yes, before our life, that's what I figured. All the complaining definitely means Liz is back. So complains Terra. Mom turned up the radio. Did you look into Kai? Have you played it? Or no? Mom turned up the radio as Ma merged onto the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she had driven you and Liz around town. XO Droplets canonically happens directly after step 2, but before step 3. I will probably play it soon. Now I'm so... Kai, you're like a little Wikipedia page for me, and it feels like I'm just clicking around on all the little things connected to our life. Liz bounced in her seat, enjoying the classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it were a person. That was hard to believe. With Liz, the conversation livened up despite it getting later and later in the night. She told you all about her week and all the travel preparations she made. By the time she made it to the actual tale of travel itself, Liz started chuckling. On the plays, Liz had sat next to a couple of girls who had talked a lot about how well they could read people. Liz recounted their conversation with her in hilarious detail as they had apparently tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. There's so many neat little things out there, and I love hearing it. It's so interesting. Neither of the girls could agree with one another, and Liz had to refused to just tell them. However, the drive to your hotel was only so long. Eventually, your group arrived. You yawned and got out of the car when it stopped. Cove clambered out after you. Liz gave a loud sigh of relief at the extra space she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage and then waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left you, you and Cove went to go find your room. This is nice. You scanned the key card to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep and you turned the handle of the door. The door creaked open and then you craned your neck in to take a look. The first thing you noticed was the large king-size bed in the middle of the room. It was a prim, modern-looking space. It seemed clean and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. Even things that you'd never seen in your first time read, unless you get really lucky. I'm so excited to play this game again. I really cannot wait. A smile played on Cove's face as he watched you take in the space. The bed's nice, huh? Which one of us is going to use it? You glared at him. I'm kidding. Just kidding. I wanted to share, really. Good. Cove let out a breath in relief that he'd been holding on to. I got a good hotel, didn't I? Yeah, you picked out a nice one. Cove smiled like a big pleased puppy. He's so cute. I just want to squish him. You and Cove continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all of the room's amenities. Cove pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered to the room. However, the fact was, you both were exhausted. It didn't take too many yawns before you both changed into your pajamas and called it a day. You had to hunt along the wall to locate the light switch. When you finally found it, you flicked it off with a sense of triumph. Did we get to pick his pajamas? I don't remember if we did. Maybe I just didn't see it. You turned your head over to Cove, who stood behind you in his pajamas. He was cozy and comfortable, but the pieces didn't match. He never minded that. We should get some sleep. Cove smiled, a soft expression that was adorable. Right. Okay, let's get some sleep. I don't remember either. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we get to. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Cove took a step forward to you. He wrapped his arms around your back and you leaned into his embrace. He then lifted you off your feet. What? Still not putting you down, Cove promptly dropped himself backwards. Both of you crouched onto the tight-tucked sheets of the hotel bed. He laughed the entire time. Cove bounced on the landing and absorbed most of the impact. You laid on his chest, feeling a little jostled. You giggled alongside him. That was unexpected but absolutely thrilling. Your laughter only made him laugh louder. He smiled up at the ceiling, a thought clearly crystallizing. My dad used to do this kind of thing to me when I was little. Sort of. Nostalgia was clear in his voice. It was a fond memory, and you felt something warm in your chest. I remember you talking about it when you stayed over at my house as a kid. He'd lift you up really high and bring you back down. Yeah, I have a cool dad. He made a small noise of understanding that turned into a yawn. When Cove yawned in return, you pulled up the sheets until you were actually under the blankets. Do you know why pigeons are called pigeons when they're actually doves? That's like so something like I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be going to bed. Hey, so do you know why they called Cove blinked at your random tangent? You yawned and continued talking. Your sleeve remained happy to info dump. Pigeons actually used to refer to a young cheeping bird, not a species like it does now. Cove nodded along as you continued, seeming interested despite the random topic. By the time you finished, he was watching you intently. You kissed his lips. You shifted yourself closer so that you could lean in. You kissed Cove, and he felt his lips perk into a smile before kissing you back, obviously enjoying his goodnight kiss. Cove wrapped his arms around you and snuggled next to you. He let out a contented breath. You reached out to hold Cove under one arm, and then used your other hand to comb through his hair. The two of you relaxed into one another, and you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. I can't believe we're really here. You and Liz and everyone else are going to be here in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all the scenery going by while we were driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, in some ways, it feels like it's been ages and everything's different. Some of that is definitely because I'm staying at a hotel instead of being in my room at Dad's, but yeah. It feels natural to me. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking A yawn forced an interruption to the statement. Cove was undeterred. I'm looking forward to this. He tucked his head into your neck. You felt his lashes flutter close against your skin. Same here.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. His words were a whisper you barely heard. It might not even have been that exactly. You might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. Cove is lucky. If he was dealing with IRL me, he'd have to learn how to sleep with the TV on in a hotel, or at least with me having headphones on. Real. It was okay either way, whether you heard it or only thought you heard. The sentiment was true regardless. Cove would see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes and the sunlight returned to your hometown of Sunset Burn. You comfortably drifted off to sleep and eagerly awaited seeing Cove tomorrow as well. Your eyes gently opened to see a dim, unfamiliar ceiling. You recalled where you were, a hotel room. Yawning, your muscles felt relaxed and warm enough that sleep threatened to pull you under again. Morning. He's so handsome. Cove's voice brought you back to consciousness. The heat made sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your fiancé. Oh, I feel so happy we get to call him our fiancé. His arm was draped around you, and his fingers were lightly drawing shapes on your pajamas. You twisted over to face him fully. Morning. Did you sleep well? I did. The expression on his face softened with a content sigh. You felt his index finger lightly trace out the shape of a heart. Stop. He's so fucking cute, dude. He's so freaking adorable. I can't. There's nothing but good dreams when you're around. I love him so much. Like, how are they gonna make me love him so much? Like, I love him so much. Gently, you kissed him. Eyes half-lidded, you reached forward and covered Cove's lips with your own. You exhaled slowly through your nose and parted for only a fraction to take air in. Cove cupped your cheek delicately and leaned his forehead into yours, brushing your skin with his thumb before pressing into a new kiss. Neither of you were making any moves to get up and actually start the day. It was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up in Cove. You could indulge just a little while longer. Eventually, enough time flew by that there really weren't any minutes to spare. There were too many people waiting, so you both crawled out of the sheets together. Standing, Cove took a few seconds to stretch. He glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mom's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be fun. I think so too. This whole trip is great, actually. Being here with everyone is like having another chance at being a kid. We can do all the stuff we used to, and all the things we never did but wanted to. The world is our oyster, Cove. Jumping up on the bed, you stood up in a power stance in the center. We run the course of our lives. We're in control of our destinies. Exactly. Well, we better get back to it, huh? We got a pretty full schedule ahead of us for your mom's big day, huh? You smirked. So much for being a kid, so many responsibilities. I don't think seeing our friends really counts as responsibilities, Terra. Fine, you got me there. After that, you and Cove moved around each other, busily getting dressed and ready for the day. I don't remember if it's this exact time, but one of the times in the hotel you have one of the 6 characters, if you haven't already, to tell Cove of Oh, really? Oh my god, you can get all the way here before telling him? That feels so foul. I guess, yeah, that feels so foul. I'd feel so guilty. Light laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed and phones were sought after. I like this. You slapped Cove's butt as he stepped past you. That's so me. This is so something I do. He gave a smack. Cove let a small yelp. You met his eyes with an impish grin and he shook his head. Careful. His shyness melted away as he put himself inches from you. I meant had to do something to return the favor. Really? You raised your hands in playful surrender. His mouth bent into a pleased smile. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes, you were hopping into your ride and heading back to the neighborhood. There's one chance in step 1, one in step 2, one in step 3, one in step 4, and 2 times during the wedding DLC? Craziness. It was another beautiful summer day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling the window down so you could absorb it all during the drive. Cove sat across the seat from you near the opposite window. His gaze was locked outside, catching all the old landmarks the vehicle was passing. Your spirits rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Eager, you hopped out of the car and let yourself in. Your moms knew you were going to be there that morning. But the second you made it past the threshold, an excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes. Is it Lee?
Hi!
She looks beautiful! Oh my god! I love this! The haircut, the style, she looks so good! Oh, I love this. Terra, you're here, and guess what? I'm here too. While your heart rate settled, a broad grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out on her own, you noticed that she really found her own groove. She was still the same loving person she had always been on the inside, but she expressed herself in new ways. Leah was strong, kind, and smart. Over the past few years, she graduated college with a degree in history. The last year here, she was pursuing her dreams, working towards getting into the music industry. Lee! Excited, you shouted just as loud as she did. Lee hugged you tightly, nearly knocking you off your feet. Lee leaned to the side to glance past you and met Cove's eyes. The grin on her face widened when she waved. Hi, Cove! Hey, nice to see you, Lee. I got in practically at dawn. It was a whole thing, but at least I made it here alive. Oh, okay, now we get to see the whole outfit. This is so cute. Hello. Hi, Paul. Yes, Queen instigated herself. Granted, being engaged at this point means she no longer has to. Well, I'll see it another time, I'm sure. Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the ordeal was. Behind her, Liz made her way over. She crossed her arms at the scene. I'm here too, in case you were wondering. I'm always wondering if you're there, somewhere. Liz's lips twitched before twisting into a smug smile. She brushed a stray hair out of her face.
Hey.
You make it sound like I'm always following you around. I have a life of my own if you weren't aware. I know, but when I'm home, I'm always keeping an eye out for my big sister. Old habits. How sweet. I miss the days of checking to see if someone else made it to the TV first too. You laughed. Of course that was what her mind would go to. Another friendly shout rang out in the living room. It was as cheesy as it ever was from the many times you heard it over the years. Good morning, family. Your parents both came out from the side hall together. Morning.
Well?
Now that everyone is here, I do have a little something to mention. Ma put her hand lovingly over her wife's. Mom leaned her head into Ma's with matching affection. We're all still having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me out to brunch to celebrate our anniversary, just the two of us. Please, she hooked an arm around Ma's waist. Sorry to push you out, but I'm sure this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon. We don't need to find a babysitter or anything.
Totally.
Yeah, have fun, moms. Don't worry about it. We can survive that easy. Enjoy your brunch. This works out, actually. I have an afternoon free. An afternoon open means there's time to meet up with Terry and Randy. Hopefully they're free today. I'm so excited to see them. I knew that they were going to get together. And I was so excited for it. I was waiting for it. I was hoping that they would get together. And I'm so glad that Terry and Miranda got together. Your two school friends still lived around the area. They knew you were coming to see your mom's party, but when or how that you might arrange to see each other wasn't set in stone.
Sounds good.
Definitely, we should call them.
All right.
I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready. He won't wander off, true. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to get her plans made before she was done speaking. Arching an eyebrow, she then directed the next part at Lee. Would you want to come along? We missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past.
Yeah.
I'd love to. It'd be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. I hope you both have fun. Don't worry, fun is my specialty. Chuckling, Liz smirked. We'll try not to have all the fun. Don't get into too much trouble. You shook your head and Liz winked. She then glanced back at her phone and rapidly typed a new text. Excellent, it's settled. She squeezed her wife's hand. Her gaze took in the whole room, ecstatic to have the house full again. Today is going to be perfect.
Yes.
I think so too. I truly couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, and our whole beautiful family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. There was awes and sweet comments from the group gathered around the couple of the hour. Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age, that you could be proud of your life as them. When Ma's attention then fell on you, and the look on her face twisted mischievously, a shiver shot down your spine. This is a very good time of year for a marriage, don't you think so? With snickers, all eyes eagerly slid over to you and Cove. Shocked at her implication, his cheeks burned red. There was no missing the meaning in Ma's words. She was clear as a bell, and she knew it. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cove shyly twisting the ring on his left hand. A wave of affection drifted down your body. You knew someday would be your wedding. That filled you with joy. His stuttering never quite reached full sentences. It instead turned into silence. Cove's brain was shutting down. Ma had sympathy for him.
There.
You don't have to say anything. It's just a little thing to ponder. At that, Cove's mouth snapped shut. With a stiff nod, he creakily glanced at you. If it was only the two of you here, you got the impression he would have had something to say. For now, a meaningful look was all there was. Right then, let's get back to what we were doing. After that, you enthusiastically began setting up plans to meet with your friends. They were both able to come see you, having kept their schedules free for this, and you couldn't wait. Cove was also speedily sending text messages. Since you conveyed the plans to Terry and Randy, you mentioned he was letting his parents know about what he was gonna be up to. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mom's brunch and your big meetup with your friends. Soon enough, everyone was at the door looking forward to their fun-filled afternoons and the dinner later that night. Once outside on the neighborhood street, you looked to Cove. He stood at your side with a bent smile. Terry and Randy were driving into town while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier-to-reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Sunset Bird again, having to rely on other people who actually have cars to really get anywhere. Now we're stuck walking to whatever is nearby. No, we're reverting back to infancy. A snort was followed by true laughter from Cove. Teasingly, you pouted. This isn't funny, Cove. I don't want to be a baby again. I didn't realize we were regressing that seriously. He shrugged, then stuck his hands in his pocket. The thought of being little again made you shiver. I couldn't go back to that. I like being me currently.
Me too.
I like current you too. Aw, he's so cute. Let's go. You bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a playful look over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. It was a casual stroll into town, and before you knew it, you were at one of the large parking lots in Sunset Bird. It was the one you used to have the little crepe stall. Remembering the delicious smell, you got lost in thought. The store did well enough that it moved into a full-size building a couple years ago. You'd seen pictures. It was very cute. The parking lot was now just, well, an empty lot the cars could theoretically park in. Not many took the offer. Cove pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in a group chat to let them know you had made it. Someone must have answered already, because Cove gave you a status update while staring at the screen. Randy texted, I can see you. Oh, the blare of a car horn cut you off. You and Cove both turned towards the source of the sound. One of the windows rolled down. Oh, your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it as expected. Oh, I'm so excited to see them. 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 I knew that they were going to end up together, and I'm so glad that they were together, and I'm so excited to see them. Being the only car meant that they got to pick the lot, so they pulled at the spot in front of you. The window closed back up, and instead, the two front doors popped open. Terry and Miranda stepped out onto the pavement. Oh, Miranda looks so cute. I like this outfit from Miranda. Hi, Cove. Hi, Terra. With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove, squeezing him into a hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, although the majority of the air in his lungs, he didn't fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry's back a pat with a large grin spreading across his face. Oh, I love this so much. Terry still looks so much like himself. When he let Cove go, Terry came right up to you. He held his fist up for you to bump it. He smacked his fist with a high five to make it derpy. Terry nodded sagely. You wiggled your fingers as an added hello. Gobbled Terra. This is so cute. It felt so nice to have your friend group reunited as adults. Oh my god, I love this. Terry was currently a full-time lifeguard down at the busier beach at town over. You were proud of him. He'd helped a lot of people in his line of work. Miranda took Cove's hand and one of yours in her other, her eyes alit. She gave you both a gentle squeeze.
So great.
I'm so happy to see you again. "Hey, Terry. Hey, Miranda." He answered assuredly. It was clear that he had equally glad to see them. This reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school while continuing her own education. She also kept busy running a small online shop selling crafted knickknacks she made. That's cute. I love that. You look so cute. Oh, stop that. The pink in her cheeks deepened at your compliment. I mean it. You knew full well Miranda's plate had been, how full Miranda's plate had been for a while now, but despite the busy schedule, she really did take the time to put together a fantastic look. Miranda released your hands, giggling. She eyed you both carefully. So, how have you been?
It's nice.
Things have been nice. He sounds so different. I love it. Everything's perfect.
That's cool.
I can tell you're sparkling. Sitting up straighter, you felt a surge of pride for yourself. You were really happy where you were in life and where the trajectory seemed like it was taking you. I'm really glad for you. What about you? I'm super. Terry sidled up next to Miranda and put his arm around her shoulders. Sighing dreamily, Randy chuckled up at her boyfriend. Yeah, things have been unbelievable. He pressed his cheek against Miranda's, and she let out a light squeak. The sight of put an amused grin on your face. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other well and cared about each other so much. It was no shock at all when you heard the news that they had started dating. The corner of your mouth curled playfully while you took in the warm welcomes all around. At first, it was still kind of funny how your group of 4 friends evolved into 2 couples. Not that you were complaining about it. You thought it was an amazing thing. Cove then pulled out his phone and peeked at the screen. He repeated the motion every so often. He raised a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior. Cove was too focused on whatever he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was even stranger.
So,
Is there anything either of you want to do while we're here? Any place you want to see? I'd be up for a lot of things, but actually there's something I want to do right here. Oh yeah? What's that? Terry poked at Cove's arm playfully. Miranda met your eyes, silently asking if you had any idea what Cove was talking about. You shrugged. I want to see my friends. Huh? Cove, you're already doing that.
Well...
True, but I could be doing it even more. You and Terry and Miranda all looked at Cove with identical, incredulous expressions. His stare moved to point past you 3, and you heard the scrape of sand and gravel underfoot. Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, you jumped at the call of the warm voice shouting out,
What's up, guys and gals?
"No way! Derek! Derek is a beast now. Holy! Derek! Derek has grown up so much. Oh my god. That's so cute. That's so cute. Running a hand through his hair, the person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Suarez. He was beaming the whole way. Derek has a full-on glow up compared to step 2. I mean, yeah, he was just such a little baby. The thing is, like, Cove, he looks so much different. Cove kind of looks the same through each one. Like, I mean, he grows and he does change, but Derek looks like completely different. He's definitely grown up. He was beaming the whole way. It's been too long, even though it hasn't actually been that long, but long enough. Derek! Oh man, hunk alert. Man, hunk alert. That really killed me. Bashful. Derek scratched the back of his head. Well, it is pretty true, but you don't have to say it. I think I do. Someone better report those guns. Thanks to all your encouragement, Derek went along with the fun and held his arms up flexing. Applause broke out among the group, and you whistled, causing a red blush to darken his cheeks.
I missed you.
His voice is so deep. Who the hell is this?
I missed you.
Who the hell is this man? You're telling me this is Derek?
I missed you.
Who is this grown-ass man?
I missed you.
He spoke to you gently. You were thrilled just being there, reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a long time. Hey. He waved over at Terry and Miranda pleasantly. Over the years, they all had met several times in passing, simply through being friends with the same people. Sup, big man? Hi, it's great you could come. Cove put himself next to Derek. Happy, he clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Hi, thanks for coming. Dude,
Thanks.
his voice is so crazy. Of course, thanks for inviting me. Sheepishly, Cove looked back at you and the others. That's when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents that he was texting earlier. It was Derek the entire time. Derek is in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too, but I'm still involved with running the scuba shop when it's called for. I mean, between him and Baxter earlier, I like a Derek more. Dude, this is like Derek, oh my god, Derek. I'm flushing a little bit. Like, obviously I love my fiance, my husband, but Derek, what happened to you?
Very nifty.
Humming, Derek elbowed Cove.
So?
Dude, it's freaking me the fuck out. But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Let's hit the town. Dude, Derek's glow up is kind of throwing me completely off. I'm so fucking dead. Eager to get going, everyone piled into Terry's car. The rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over Sunset Bird, laughing and reminiscing the whole way. Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. In the Derek DLC, you get to meet his family and two brothers. There's also one moment where you get Cove for most of it too. I don't see, the thing is, like, I am curious about Derek's DLC because I know that you can like romance him, right? But I also feel like, I don't know. I just feel like it feels wrong to do that to Cove. You know what I mean? I feel like guilt. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. Side by side, you and Cove stepped in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back. You caught Derek in the back of the window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to go see your moms? Always. Let's keep the celebration going. You shimmied a bit right there in the street for added emphasis. He looked at you amusedly and rolled his eyes. Come on, let's go. Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. You barely stepped over the threshold of the condo before Ma descended, eagerly welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which the conversation moved on excited chatter about tonight's dinner plans. Cove excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. Cove, you look so handsome. You look so handsome. The low-cut top and everything. Hello. He looks great. That's my man's right there. Look at him. Everyone take a gander. But then he returned. You were shocked to see how he had entirely changed his outfits. Where did that come from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed before dinner without having to go back to the hotel. Didn't you? Or maybe you have stuff still here at your mom's place? No, Cove, I didn't do that. But your mom's party, it's at the country club. That's also where Liz took golf lessons. Not everyone is there in their Sunday best. This isn't like one of those summer soirees where they were having a real party. We're only going for a regular meal. He's so cute though. Cove was as befuddled by your explanation as you were with his actions. He threw his hands up, desperate for understanding.
Seriously?
How can you not dress nicely for a country club? I don't think this place is as special as you decided it is. You saw Ma, she wasn't in formal clothes, and she's one of the guests of honor. You realize how now that whenever you went to the country club on a normal day, it was a family time with just you, Liz, and your moms. Each time Cove came, there had been more exciting things going on. You never would have thought of that before, but his perspective suddenly made a lot more sense. Oh no! He feels embarrassed. Okay, we gotta figure this out. Please tell me we don't have to make him go through this. His frown wobbled and his cheeks became far pinker. He looked down at his own self regrettably as he pulled at the cuff ends of his shirt. He seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. I thought she was gonna get changed while you and me were... I love how much of an idiot are this. So wait. Well, it's okay. You look very nice. That earned you a sheepish smile, though he was still clearly wished his look hadn't garnered any extra attention. Cove's eyes stole a glance at the hall, as if he was calculating if he'd have another time for a quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. The time to head out came far quicker than he expected. Oh, see, Cliff is also dressed up. Papa Isan, they just like each other. Cliff and Kyra swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order, and for your second surprise that night, Cove was also in formal clothes. Cove's face excitedly whipped around towards yours at the same time Cliff went to Kyra. The two men pointed at one another. See, he knows. I love them so much. You can like father, like son. Oh my god. Oh, I'm crying. They're so funny. Exactly, Sport. Kyra was talking to me like I was crazy. The aforementioned Kyra placed a hand delicately, yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows this because you're the one who raised him. Cliff chuckled, his arm moving to scratch the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The only way that I would know that Cliff was Cove's dad in this is because of, like, the shared, frickin' features. Cliff looks just as young as Cove. He really does. They really look like they're the same age. They're going the Spider-Man meme. Yeah, they were. The ends of Cove's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid, in more ways than he even realized. They may be the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests at the entire club, all gussied up, but at least they could now take solace in one another. They look to be good enough for them. They look nice. All the members of your family headed out at the same time to the Cypress. It was to be a perfect reunion. An impeccably smart host greeted you all on arrival, smoothly leading the way to the set of tables reserved for your group. Once you'd all settled in, chosen drinks were poured into delicate glasses. The food would be coming out later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a little while longer. I think Cliff is supposed to be in his mid-40s in step 4. How? He does not look like a man in his 40s. He really does not look like a man in his 40s. So then our moms are what? How old are our moms then? Because they must be significantly older than Cliff, right? Because they are graying and looking much older than Kyra and Cliff, which I understand Kyra and Cliff had Cove very young. But to say that man is in his mid-40s is wild to me. I mean, like, I guess it makes sense. Because... what? He had Cove when he was like not even, I don't even know. They had him when they were in their teens. So he was like, Nolani is the only one in her 50s. I'm trying to like do the calculations, right? I gotta look this up. Cliff Holden age, because how old is he? Why I look up Cliff Holden and the first thing that comes up is X-Reader. I mean, he's 42? He's 42. That's crazy, because he does not look 42 to me. Why are you looking so young? Yeah, that's so strange. Smiling your parents. I guess 42 is not that old either. I'm not saying that 42 is old, but he doesn't look like he's in his early 40s. Smiling, your parents faced the group of familiar faces, all gathered here together to share this special day with them. Your mom's reached over. Your mom reached over and took Ma's hand, clasping it between both of hers.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady right here is the best thing I've ever done, and there's no one else I'd want to celebrate this with. Yes, we're so lucky. Not only do we have each other, but we've got such a large and loving family through all of you. Around you, you heard people saying aw and chuckling appreciatively at the comment. Lee had clasped her hands tightly in front of her, her eyes shining. Oh my god. Your eyes met Liz's misty ones, and the affection she had for her mom's carried over to you too. Oh, this is so cute. You turn your attention towards the happy couple just as they leaned in to kiss, smiling all the while. This is so cute. The table responded with cheers and clapping, shouts of happy anniversary and other congratulations continuing even after they broke apart. Mom beamed as she watched Ma giggle dreamily. Then her eyes met yours across the table. And of course, it won't be too much longer before we're celebrating another marriage, She leaned eagerly over the table towards you and Cove. Your fiancé blushed, but he still grinned proudly at the suggestion. Yeah, when is that happening? With how speedy that engagement was, it was a miracle you had the willpower to hold off on officially tying the knot already.
Come on.
Are we really gonna still give us a hard time for that? Cove's plea was met with unsympathetic ears, at least those of them belonging to your family. Yep. Yes. Definitely. Cliff made a valiant effort to support his son. No. Yes. His mom, meanwhile, shared a wicked grin with your sister as she took the last word. The group burst into laughter. Cove, who had stopped pouting long enough to take an angry chug of his drink, did not join in. You placed your hand over Cove's in solidarity. The teasing was good-natured, but never failed to rile him up. Unfortunately for him, his guaranteed reactions probably made him a more frequent target of such jokes. But you knew it was easy for him to bounce back from, especially with a little support from you. Predictably, a smile began to appear on his face again. The waiter reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, the plates were cleared, and the event began to draw to a close. Cliff and Kyra exchanged goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Cove gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your moms were ready to head off. You were getting the lift back to with your moms. It was already late, so you discussed the possibilities of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo, but Cove had asked if they'd mind taking him back to the neighborhood. He wanted to visit a little longer, and your moms happily agreed. Liz and Leah were feeling tired, so your mom swung by their hotels during the trip home until you and Cove made your full journey with him. Riding in the back seat of your mom's car with Cove felt more than a little nostalgic. As your eyes drifted over to him, his head resting on the window, it was hard to believe how much time had passed. Mom stretched as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulder as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cove shook his head. No thanks, it's your anniversary. You don't have to entertain me. I'll take a walk. It's never any trouble to have you over, Cove. Let him do as he pleases, Lonnie, but you better not stay out too much later or there'll be trouble. Ma chuckled as Mom waggled a finger, her expression exaggeratedly severe, as if she reprised a role that, in truth, she'd never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you grown up. Ma joined in the act. Don't go too wild just because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you standing out in the dark street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. You already know the answer for this. He wasn't ready for the day to end. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road. You walked alongside him. You'd known your destination long before you arrived on the dark, utterly deserted beach. There were no lights down here, nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. The only sounds were gentle waves rolling in and out, and the soft sound of footprints you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile, then tucked his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off. Damn! He tugged it over his head and lobbed it backwards, further up the beach and out of the reach of the waves. Didn't know I'd be getting a show. Cove froze, his arms still raised from when he'd thrown his shirt. Slowly, he came back to life, stiffly putting his arms back down. Your commentary had made him self-conscious. You laughed, clapping your hands in delight at his awkwardness. Cove slipped his pants off, tossing them back in roughly the same direction as his shirt. He was down to his polka dot boxer briefs. Sometimes you were struck by the way in which he was braver than his younger self. This was definitely one of those times. Damn, boy! He never even would have done this with you when you both were living on the street, but you also know he still wouldn't do it with anyone other than someone he'd spent all those years with. You took off your dress so that you could swim. Cove waded further in the water until it came to his chest. You unfastened your clothes and left them behind you, just as Cove had done moments before. You didn't even bother to see where they'd fallen before following him deeper into the sea. Cove grinned as you approached. I'm gonna be in so much trouble with my moms when we get back.
I guess.
Yeah, oh well. Think fast. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. The splash had caught you full on, leaving you sputtering and drenched. You splashed him back. Seeing what you were doing, Cove put his hands up for protection. It was no use. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. Cove sighed, then looked at you mournfully. The sudden shift in mood alarmed you, but the worries disappeared as soon as he opened his mouth. We're still not merfolk. This world is cruel. He's so real for that. He snickered. After a moment, Cove's mock sadness broke and he joined in too. The two of you wound up drifting further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of your childhood. Oh, really? Oh, I did not know that. Thank you for telling me that. That's actually really nice. The two of you wound up drifting further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of your childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized it was the old playground. Ko spotted it too and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading to the park. Wet sand coated his feet and lower legs with every step, clinging thickly enough that it would resemble a bizarre pair of boots. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park got these days. There were officially no children living in that neighborhood now. Oh, that's sad. Oh, that's sad. If people found us here, they would think we were insane. Two grown adults in their underwear at a children's park. We're lucky that there aren't any other kids here. Cove gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet and dressed only in his underwear. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing sets, marveling at it all.
Wow.
I can't believe how tiny everything is. We were seriously small enough to use these? He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you both were when you first met, then walked over to the monkey bars. Once these had been a challenge for you. Now they were a little more than a waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped up onto them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. He sat on the bars with him. It was strange seeing adult Cove juxtaposed with the baby playground, but you took your own place on the structure. He is so handsome. Now that I know I can do that, look at how handsome this boy is. Look at him. God, he is so handsome. He's so pretty. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived, and apparently it was to this day. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air happily before briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toe scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with a little more care. You thought it was adorable. He's blushing. In this moment, you were home. It just so happened to be the place you'd grown up, but really anywhere you could be with Cove was that for you. That's so sweet. We're so in love. You had held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You had both chosen from a young age to share your life with each other. You wouldn't have had it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood had shifted now. The funny, impulsive night beach trip with the spike of adrenaline that came from playing in the water under the moonlight had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. Too bad I wasn't able to bring my surfboard along for this. Cove shrugged dramatically, trying to lift the mood a little. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all of this. The smile he had when he spoke those words fell as quickly as it appeared. It went by so fast. We all came out here for the party and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents, we'll all be going back to our own things now. What else can you do except say it's okay? Guess it's part of growing up. This place and these people, they're our foundation. It shaped how we are now, like making castles out of sand. I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cove's voice was gentle when he spoke again. We had a good childhood, I think. I think so too.
It's nice.
Yeah, this is a nice place to grow up. He shook his head, sighing heavily. All right. His smile took an uncharacteristically harsh twist, you had a feeling where this was going. We'd better get home before your dumb parents, who don't know anything, get mad. You had a laugh at the half-hearted impression of young Jeremy, the boy you met at this very park. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tapering off. I hope we don't get grounded. The jokes kept coming. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your mom somehow ground you as a full-grown and independent adult, but that their powers extended over Cove as well. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Cove was right. You had to accept that you needed to go now. It was late, and your moms were still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. You and Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily with the ground only a short distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. You retrod the same path, following the footprints down the shore you had left in the sand only a little while earlier. Once you and Cove had scrounged up your abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path home side by side. Droplets of water slipped down your skin and fell onto the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from your early adventure, it was likely that you were leaving quite a trail in your wake. But you'd seen Cove's bedroom growing up. It was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid, already pleasantly dense with moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footprints that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The signs of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You hoped so. You quite liked the idea of you and Cove leaving your mark on your hometown again, even if it was for a little while. That makes me feel really, sentimental and, emotional. The sight being smoked through and mostly undressed, the balmy summer night prevented you from feeling any chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, spending time with your friends and family, and your eyes drifted over to Cove. Cove Holden, your fiancé. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. You're truly my other half. Cove turned to you, his eyes wide and adoring, and he bit his lip as he smiled shyly. You could tell that his words had touched you. I feel the same way exactly. He held your gaze a moment longer, looking straight at you as he spoke again.
I love you.
I'll love you forever. You kissed him. Catching him by the hand, you stopped Cove in his tracks and pulled him close. Your heart somersaulted as your lips met. In this moment, with the quiet seaside town at rest, it felt like it was just the two of you in the world. Cove returned the kiss, gently cradling your head with his hand until you broke apart. You were full of joy. All other concerns and the day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime, and that time had nearly come for tonight. You had to get at least some rest and bring it all to a close. And so the two of you went inside to say goodnight to your moms, as well as clean yourselves up as best as you could. Your moms, both in pajamas, ready for their own sleep, hooted with laughter as you both came inside, disheveled and damp, and their teasing continued until the car came to get you to the hotel. Cove stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on again, placing the formal ones back in the bag he brought them in. You'd given Mom and Ma plenty of material for a mock scolding, and you got a playful lecture about not getting into the water without bothering to change first. You just grinned at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again. It had been worth it. By the time you and Cove finally dragged yourself to your hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for some time, and the lonely hotel walls were quiet. Hallways were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment. You really were making the most of your trip. It was such an odd thought that this was almost over. You had settled into this new routine naturally. All the familiar streets and faces made everything easy to get used to. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice cream machine into your room. Cove set his phone down on his bedside table and he followed suit. You both started settling in for the night. The hotel was a welcome sight after a long day. You noticed Cove rubbed the back of his neck and yawned. His voice was quiet and distant. I hope the pet sitter is doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed to you. It was just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large, but you still agreed. I hope so too. Cove still kept fish after all these years, delightful, colorful things in huge aquariums. He'd spend a lot of time when he wanted to relax just watching them swim. You also adopted a pet who you loved dearly. Your home was a lovely place full of critters that both of you cared for. That was why, with both of you gone, it was important to find a decent pet sitter. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subsided. Over the vacation, you had caught him a few times texting the pet sitter and asking about his fish. It'll be okay. Cove turned his head to you, the nervousness still coming off despite his exhaustion. I know what you mean, but you can choose that person for a reason. You trust them. But they're all fine. They just miss you. Cove smiled, appreciative of your comfort. You nodded in satisfaction, mission accomplished. Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it. He groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. You squinted at your wrist as if you're looking at a watch. Yeah, it's bedtime o'clock. The two of you got changed and brushed your teeth. In no time at all, both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. After that, you flopped on your side of the shared bed. Cove headed over to his side, and you felt the mattress dip under his weight. You tucked yourself under the covers, and Cove snuggled in closer to the middle. You turned on your side to face him and scooted slightly closer. Your nose almost touched, and Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke his words like a lullaby.
Good night.
Good night, Terra. Night. Cove's eyes fluttered shut as he let out a contented sigh. There was a warmth from Cove's body next to him. He was right there. You really wanted your hands on him. The shakes. You really wanted your hands on him. Your hand drifted over to Cove's, and you ran your fingers up his arm, across his shoulder, and finally to his face. Cove trembled at the gesture. You cradled his cheek, and his eyes opened slightly to peek at you, unsure. Are you tired? As nice as it was to be near him, you understood he might not be in the mood. You wouldn't mind if you both just went to sleep instead. Cove mumbled into the hotel blanket.
I mean...
Not anymore. Your eyebrows lifted. He flushed as a growing excitement replaced any previous held plans to rest. You leaned forward and lightly kissed his lips. He pecked you back affectionately. You could feel his smile and his affection. He rolled slightly so that he was fully on his side and had a better range of motion. With a new freedom of his arms, you reached over to stroke the back of your head. When the first kiss ended, you immediately started another, and then another. Cove stopped running his fingers down your hair to hold your head closer. He kept going. You hooked your legs around him. You tangled your legs across Cove. You needed to get even closer. He twisted his arms around your back and kissed the corner of your mouth. Grabbed onto his shirt. You kissed him deeply. You snaked your arms around Cove and pulled him as close to you as you could. You savored the heat of his body against you. You pressed into Cove as long as you could manage before needing air. He responded just as desperately. You grabbed onto his shirt. You tugged and pulled at Cove's soft pajama Wait, is it pants? Oh, no, his shirt. It stretched under your fingers. Soft pajamas. Cove started to run a hand through your hair again, sweetly carding through the strands. It was a never-ending reassurance that he was there and he cared about you. That's so sweet. You kissed on his neck. You bent over Cove, the covers wrapping around you, and kissed all the way across the side of his neck. Cove squirmed under your touch and made a new pleased sound with every touch. You nibbled on his ear. You pressed your chest against his and toyed with his earlobe, peppering it with soft little bites. Cove spoke breathily, inaudible words against the crook of your neck. Are we gonna get to do all these? Cove happily looked back at you before he bent his torso so that he was in a position more over you. He kissed you and ran his tongue along the bottom of your lip. You kissed back eagerly and encouraging further. You grabbed his butt. You slid your hand down his back, lingering and caressing as you pleased. However, your touch had a purpose, and you kept going until you grabbed his butt. A shiver went through him, and he gripped your pajamas harder. You smiled at the curve on his lips. He twisted his head toward his pillow and squished his face into it, letting out a sigh. You smiled and snuggled up against him, both of you starting to still from the heated moment. Cove's face remained pressed into the pillow, and you watched his chest rise and fall visibly with deep inhales, but his arms stayed around you, holding you close. When his breathing slowed, he shifted back over and met your eyes. Cove nuzzled his cheek against you lovingly and whispered, "We really shouldn't stay up all night, huh?" You accepted Cove's judgment. He was right. You both needed sleep for tomorrow. You curled up comfortably in each other's arms, ready to actually settle down for the night. Your eyes fell closed sometime after. You were not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were not too heavy to open. You felt a mixture of bitter and sweet emotions. You were happy to be there, but sad it was ending. There was relief that you would soon be in your own home again, but also wondering when you would return here. There were many more feelings swirling around your head that hadn't even crystallized into thoughts yet. Paradoxically, you felt nice but also confused, but there was also nice from the confusion. In the back of your head, you realized that you really must be tired. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion did not give you too much to muse on your emotions, and in what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. Dude, how much longer is it? How much longer is it? I might have to go to bed. We'll keep going. The dreams dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You're growing more aware of the real world. Cove was gently waking you. You woke up feeling enveloped by warmth, humming happily. You felt Cove's fingers trail up your arm. You struggled to keep your eyes open. You closed your eyes and you snuggled into Cove. He nuzzled into his chest, letting out a delighted sigh. Your warmth through your breath sent a shiver through his body. You wrapped your arms around him, holding him there. Not that Cove minded too much. He happily held you back. The sleepy morning couldn't last too long, though, and eventually you felt Cove's thumb rubbing circles on your shoulder, trying to ease you back away.
Okay.
I don't want to leave you here, but it's got to be done. We have to get up, Terra. Once we get past today, we can spend as much time in bed together as you want, alright? Delighted, you nuzzled your cheek into him again. You could feel his fingers aimlessly drawing squiggles and circles onto your skin. I like the sound of that. You sat up fully with a big yawn, stretching your back, then your arms, and last of your neck before accepting the day. The anklet fell to the side while you swung your legs over the side of the bed. Part of it got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Cove slipped out of bed on the opposite side. Today would be your last day in Sunset Burn. The only thing you had to plan was some family time in the old neighborhood. You figured you'd see where the day took you from there. Let's go. Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes. There was just one more day to live out of your bag. Hey, Cove, is there anything you'd like to see me in today? Your teasing had Cove shaking his head, but then his gaze locked with yours. His smile grew and you raised a quizzical eyebrow. You already know the answer to that. An anklet? Good guess, but that's only second place. Really? What else have you ever said about that? Wait. What? I don't know. His mouth curled into an enthused smirk. Clove clearly had some kind of setup, and now he was gonna get it to pay it off. I knew he was gonna say it, but I wasn't sure if he really was. Nothing. Oh, now it made sense. Only this time, instead of that answer being a poorly worded deflection from a shy teen, it was an entirely literal statement from your grown fiance. An amused smile slowly grew ear to ear on your face. I'll keep that in mind then. I'm surprised he even said that. Oh, I didn't even switch it over. Whoops. It's fine. It's fine. I got too excited. Cove laughed boisterously at the reaction he got. Alright, let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you and Cove swiftly finished getting ready in the small hotel room. As soon as you had your stuff together and were ready to go, you were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit his dad's house first this time. When you dropped off When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out into the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell on your fiancé. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together, while the summer sun made him shine, though he was the brightest light in your eyes no matter what. Aww. A playful grin spread across your face. It was a beautiful day and a beautiful boy. Oh. Cove strode up to his old front door and casually flung it open without bothering to knock once again. You followed at his side as he poked his head in. He closed the door behind you both. Hello. You found Cliff and Kyra in the kitchen getting breakfast ready. Kyra was cutting an apple while Cliff was watching a frying pan sizzle. Ho's parents waved from across the room, not straying from their tasks. Good morning, you two. Yeah, morning and hello to you too. I hope you slept well. Thanks for swinging by. You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast here if you haven't already eaten, of course. We haven't yet, though even if we had, there's always room for more. Kyra chuckled. She put the knife she had in her hand so that all her attention... She put down the knife she had in her hand so that all her attention could be on her son. You still my giant growing baby boy. Mom, please. Kyra didn't pay Cove's whining any mind. Instead, she put a finger up to her lip as she thought, her eyes on you and then glimpsing towards a window. I wonder, do you think your family's eaten yet, Terra? I'm not sure. Cove and I came over here first. Your eyes flickered over to the clock on their own. Given the time, your moms may have eaten, or they could be having a slower morning. It was a coin toss either way. We'll give them a call. They could come over. Cove nodded, a sage expression on his face. Making them breakfast is the least we could do after how much food I ate at their house growing up.
Right.
Very true, bud. Very true. All right. He took out your phone. Even though your moms both had cells for years, the house number was the one you had memorized as a kid and the first entry on your contact list. As the call connected, you tapped the speaker button. You figured it would be easier if everyone could hear what was going on. You heard a click and a familiar static.
Hello.
Hello, Tara. It's nice to hear from you. Hey, Ma. Good morning. I'm across the street right now, and Cove's family wanted me to invite everyone to breakfast. Do you want to come over? That sounds delightful. Pamela and I could do that. Liz and Lee should be able to make it too. Would that be fine? Cliff took a step forward and spoke loudly so that his voice would be picked up. It definitely would be. The more the merrier.
Marvelous.
We may have gotten together for dinner last night, but there's no law that we can't do it again for breakfast today. Enjoy the company while you can, is what I think. Ma giggled, and you could hear some rustling over the line. Thank you. I'll let them know, and we'll be right over. Cliff gave a thumbs up. Cove nodded his head with amusement. Dad just gave a thumbs up. I'm telling you since you can't see him over the phone. Kyra snorted, and Ma's laughter rang out, filling the kitchen. Cliff switched the thumbs up hand to instead scratch the back of his head. Well, it sounds like we'll see you soon. Goodbye for a little while. You could hear her smile from her voice. Bye, Mom. You ended the call with a satisfying tap of the red button. Cliff's eyes wandered around the space. We better get cooking.
Sounds good.
I can help. Me too. No way, you're guests. Kyra and I have got this. Oh my god, I remember when Kyra was there, like when we were younger, and she wasn't allowed to do anything because she was a guest, and now we're the guests, and it's so crazy that change. She grinned. There was something playful in the twist of her lips.
Right.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Cliff. I've been in your spot before. There's no choice but to accept it. Cove sighed, but from the sparkle in his eyes, you could see that he was entertained. Fine, we'll just hang out over here, I guess. Good. Cove walked over to the living room and gestured to the couch. You both took a seat, getting a comfortable spot to wait for food and the family. Cove tilted towards his parents with his chin and then shook his head with a gentle smile, silently asking if you could believe this. All you had was a silent shrug. Time passed, filled with light chatting. Cove kept a careful watch on his parents' culinary progress and teasingly kept a running commentary. Oh, Dad added another pinch of salt. I wonder if that was a good idea. Cliff had to raise his voice to project over to the living room. He sounded very amused. It's funny that you, of all people, are commenting on my salt usage. We were both born and raised in salt water. Besides, I'm not sure you remember back when you were about 12 and tried to make... Cove flushed slightly, but his smile remained as bright as ever. Do you really want to start talking about cooking mistakes, Dad? Because I remember a lot of things too. Like, what about that chowder that was supposed to be a pie? Cove and his family were quite a show to listen to. You chimed in occasionally, but mostly you provided the laugh track. Eventually, there was a rhythmic knock on the door.
Oh,
That's them. He said it louder for his parents' benefit. You nodded and got up to greet your family. When you opened the door, surprisingly, there were no moms. Terry, yes! Harry, Miranda, and Derek! Terry stood in front with Miranda at his side. Derek waved from behind them. Hey buddies, we came to see you too before you left. The plan would have been to go over to Tara's house next if you weren't here. Luckily, you two aren't too hard to find. That what he said, and hi! Cove burst into happy laughter. His brows were high in surprise, not unlike how he looked after unwrapping a nice present. Wow, thanks for coming. Hello. Kyra's voice carried through the house from the kitchen. Cliff likewise projected. Great, the whole gang will be here. I heard the sound of a cabinet open and shut, a pan clattered, and the faucet turned on.
Are we interrupting something?
Dude, I can't get over how deep his voice is now. It's baffling. Okay. My parents, sister, and cousin are coming over for breakfast. They should be here in a few minutes. Yep, but my dad always makes a ton of food anyways. It's no problem for you guys to join. Cove waved off their concerns before pausing with a thoughtful hum. The only real problem is, do we have enough places for all these people to sit? He peered back into the house and started counting the dining room table chairs and bar stools. 5, 6. Cliff interrupted when Cove began trying to use his fingers to connect the different chairs to different guests. Don't worry, some people can switch together on the sofa. It'll be fine. This really is gonna be a party. Well, I'd be happy to accept the invitation.
Yeah.
Dude, Derek looks so freaking handsome. This is crazy. Yeah, you'd have to be crazy to skip out on this.
Thanks.
Thank you for making room. We're really glad that you came. Your 3 friends finally piled into the house. Before they had a chance to settle in, the doorbell rang. Only Miranda had sat down.
All right.
Now that has to be them. People laughed as he walked back over to the door and opened it up. He was right this time. It was your parents, Liz, and Lee all crowded on the front steps. They squinted into the house and were surprised at just how many greetings were said. The sheer force of the chorus of hellos was impressive.
What?
How did they beat us here? How early did Tara call you? We're literally across the street. Terry snorted at your sister's confusion. He seemed quite pleased with himself. We were a surprise. We called ourselves.
Cool.
Very cool. Cliff smirked as he adjusted the settings on the stovetop. It's a little more crowded than expected, but we're making it work. Cove led the final group to complete the picture inside, and they took the chance to greet you, along with everyone else. When the excited energy buzzing around the table started to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view, the most important people in your life all together again. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then, you noticed that Kyra stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfying smack.
I need koozies.
I hate to interrupt, but I thought you'd want to know that the food's done cooking. Cliff crossed the floor to place a pile of silverware on the table, and then he dropped stuff on other surfaces around the rest of the living room. When he was done, he gestured towards the food.
Okay.
The plates are in the kitchen. Serve yourselves and sit wherever you'd like. The guests happily formed a line, and the meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat in the Holden living room area. Some at the table, others on the kitchen island, and some situated at the couches. Conversation trickled across the various clusters of friends as everyone dug in. Cove finished his plate in record time with a pleased sigh. He put his fork down and surveyed the room. This is really cool. Just how we're getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll all be able to make this happen again. Of course, there'll always be more reasons to get the gang back together in the future. Like a wedding! Yes, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary, gasp, every year! The smirk on Liz's face grew only wider as your moms giggled at her teasing. Ma shook her head, chuckling softer now.
Shush.
Liz, shush.
True.
Honestly, we just might. You make a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously, you deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. You got a lot of people who want to appreciate you. You've got to give them a chance. It's true. I know I have a lot to thank you for. There were more nods of agreement around the room, and your moms took each other's hands for support. Neither were expecting so much encouragement. We'll think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll tell Lonnie to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree. Pam!
Good.
Good job, Mom. Now with that settled, let us continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. You wanna know who else being here would make this extra perfect? I don't know what this would be, so I'm just gonna do this. As amazing as this was, you couldn't help but think of absent faces. In seconds, everyone curiously turned their attention to you. Jeremy. Oh, no, I don't want any of those. Agreed. There was a playfulness in Kyra's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Now that I think about it, there's something I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows were raised at Kyra's incomplete thought. She was wordlessly urged to continue. Kyra didn't hesitate. Look through all the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't that be fun for all of us? Mom, why would you say that? Practically all those photos are of me. And that's why embarrassing my baby boy is just one of the perks of being a mom. Much to Cove's dismay, his mom was thoroughly entertained at his outburst. She winked in your direction. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up with a wave of proud affection for his son and completely missed Kyra's teasing intent. I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in the pictures? I am. Lee shot her hand up before Cliff could even take a full step. Terry and Miranda snuck each other a glance before nodding with matching grins. That sounds swell. That would be lovely, Cliff. Mom tried to hide her amusement behind her hand, but she couldn't stop the sticker that slipped out. Oh boy. I want to see them. It's been too long since I last saw little Cove. Mr. Holden met your gaze with a soft look that told you that he was thinking the same thing. At this will be a goldmine of entertainment. Cove buried his face in his hands and sighed slowly. His shoulders deflated in defeat. Fine, we can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time? Yay! Yes. They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Smaller cheers from your friends and family worked their way around the room, and even you bounced up to your feet excitedly. Cliff flipped open his faded album of physical pictures. I can't stop the smile on my face. He held it up to his face. The corner of his eyes crinkled, and though the book covered much of his face, you were certain he was smiling fondly. But he didn't keep it to himself long, laying the family album on the dining table. You and the rest of the party gathered around to get a peek. Oh! He's so cute! Baby Cove! Oh, look at him. He's just a baby. The first picture on the first page was baby Cove in a cute little onesie. There were several coos and ahs from the group, and Cliff's eyes were shiny with tears as he snipped. Look at it. He's adorable. He's grown so much. That's my darling angel. Oh, how precious. At that, Cove's mouth twisted into a shy smile. He grinned wide as you reached out to grab his forearm. Do you even realize that you were the cutest baby? People say that about every baby. His answer was mumbled and accompanied by a roll of his eyes. Pressing your lips into a hard line, you firmly shook your head. You then lightly reached up and pinched Cove's cheek. I have eyes, and they've concluded that you were the most adorable baby. Cove lightly swatted your words away. Despite his attempts to deny your claims, there was a happy shine in his whole demeanor. After breakfast in the photo showcase, everyone decided to stick around. I want more baby pictures of Cove! That was freaking adorable! Hanging around Mr. Holden's house turned into taking a walk around the neighborhood, and then for lunch you switched over to your mom's condo. It was a real good time, enjoying each other's company, but eventually the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay your friends and family from going home. Inside your mom's house, the home you had been raised in, the group was taking their time saying their goodbyes. It was tough for you, your family, and your friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you'd see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around anytime. Ma wrapped an arm around Mom with a light chuckle. Mom leaned her head gently into her wife, and they both beamed.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but you appreciate the time taken to visit. Snorting, Liz crossed her arms. She leaned one hip out to the side while her lips curled teasingly. You make it sound like this was such a struggle. Some of these people still live here, and it was a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful, and I hope everyone has a safe trip home. Kyra clapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He was puzzled as she leaned in so he could hear her. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. Hey now. Yeah. Good luck with all the important grown-up things I'm sure you'll have to do when you're all out of here. Definitely. I'll give text updates next time something exciting happens, or something lame, so I can vent about it. How nice. I'm glad Lee won't be forgetting the little people. Never, ever. I'll keep in touch too.
Very
You
nice.
better. Well, me and Randy aren't going far, so we can keep an eye on the town for the rest of you. Nothing will get past us. Right, we'll make sure everything is okay. No need to worry at all.
Thanks.
That's kind of you. Rand and Terry gave each other pleased smiles, already committing to their self-appointed task. Derek scratched the back of his head, wearing a pensive look. It's always sad when I have to leave this town. It happens too often. But at the least there will be people looking out for Sunset Bird. That makes me feel better about it. After a pause, Mr. Holden gave the younger folks a thumbs up. That's all great. You've got a lot to be proud of, and a lot to be looking forward to. Well said, Cliff. I'm thankful that I've been privileged to witness the growth you've undergone over the years. You've each matured beautifully. Cove was touched by his parents' words and struggled to come up with something to follow. Yeah, it's been good seeing everyone. No one had taken a step yet, and you couldn't put this off any longer. It was time to say goodbye. I'll miss you.
Oh,
Thanks. We'll miss you too, kiddo. Very much. Mom wrapped you in a big hug, and then you felt the weight of another person in her arms. You realized Liz got pulled in too. We'll be back soon enough that you'll be kicking us back out. I don't think that would happen. I'd like to see you try to push it, though. It'd be funny. She held you both tighter for another moment before letting go. Afterwards, there was more sniffling and hugs, a lot of hugs. Then people started trailing out into the streets, seeing others off. Your friends and family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized the sun had set. Earlier, you and Cove decided on having a car pick you both up. Neither of you wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It would be a little while longer before it would be there, though. It was the right choice, as both sets of parents shot you weary looks. The four seemed ready to call it a night. It didn't take either you or Cove very long to assure them that it was okay to head home and to go to bed. With one more round of goodnight and goodbyes, your families returned to the condos. Then, the only people left on the street were you and Cove. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily, while he waited for it to pass. He stared up at the sky. The moment was comforting, but suddenly your face scrunched up, bemused. Something was wrong. Something that made you feel somewhat empty. Then it dawned on you. Cove's womb chime wasn't there anymore. The feeling of the wind washing over the street just wasn't right without that familiar tune. But Cove had taken it with him in the move. With a bittersweet smile, you knew that you'd be able to hear it again when you got home. Cove's hands were in his pockets, and his shoulders were relaxed when he caught your attention with a tilt of his head. Can you guess what I'm thinking? Well, at the moment you were in the neighborhood you grew up in together, with some time to spare. You rolled your shoulders back and pretended to crack a few of your knuckles. An amused look fidgeted on Cove's face while he observed you silently. Could you perhaps be thinking that the fireflies are out now?
Right.
Do you want to go to the Poppy Hill before we leave? Always. I was thinking that too. There's an eager bounce in your step as you and Cove crossed towards the hill behind your mom's house. Side by side, you stared out at the view in awe. Hi, Miyavi! How are you? I hope bed not that bad, because you just put fucking agony, but I hope you're doing alright. We haven't chatted in a couple days. As you imagined, the hill was dotted with the glowing firefly light. It perfectly reflected the memories of childhood held closely in your mind. Cove sighed contentedly, seeing them across the hill, weaving in and around the blades of grass and the stars above. Cove cocked his head to the side before his expression twisted playfully when he met your eyes. You were about to prod him about what was on his mind when he took off running. I'm okay, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright. I'm up and down, but I'm really enjoying this game, so I'm doing good right now. I bet I'll catch one first. Oh, it's on. Kicking up a bit of dirt and leaves, you bolted in the opposite direction after a few fireflies that captured your attention. The first one that flitted into your range, you dove for it. Did you get one? It escaped between your fingers, but that didn't dim a second of your fun. You shook your head, trying to find your next target. The next one, I can feel it. Unless you're feeling my future victory. Out of the corner of your eye, you watch as Cove get spun nearly around, following one that was staring just out of reach. Chuckling, you crouched down low, searching the air. The pursuit for fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over to you with a bright grin that could rival every twinkling bug and star around you. Cupped between his hands, Cove carefully held a firefly. The corner of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that feeling well, the way the firefly would buzz around, tickling the palms of your hands. Cove's eyelids fluttered open, meeting yours. He watched you with a complicated mix of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history of memories. It's been 15 years! I can't believe it's been 15 years. It's really a relief that I got to see the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. Yeah, I think you're right. You spotted another firefly lowering to your eye level before it looped up to the top of Cove's head. It landed right on his hair and you smirked. What? You have a tiny, very tiny firefly hat. I do? Before you could answer, the firefly took off and disappeared into the night. You gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, that didn't last very long. That's too bad. I'll remember them as my tiny hat forever. Me too. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next, and you waited for him to make his choice. It's so strange not to live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Bird. Well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere. Or when both our families took trips together. Remember that? He chuckled, losing himself to fond reminiscing. You couldn't help but match his grin. I like that road trip a lot, though I don't think we all could squish into that RV again. We're way too big. Laughing, Cove shook his head. His brow creased the longer he sat with the thoughts spinning in his brain. Those visits back then with my mom, I remember what a big deal they felt like then. To be away from here without anyone else coming for a whole few weeks. Oh, how little I knew. Hey, what did you used to tell your mom about me when you were on those trips to see her? Thrown a little off-kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting that question at all. Both of his eyebrows raised, and a part of you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kara always kept the details to herself, and you never said a word either. Well, Cove couldn't meet your stare for a second longer. Bashfully, he turned away, and his voice grew smaller. Mostly, I'd just tell her about the times we'd hang out, but I know I was pretty enthusiastic when I was, because you are someone really special to me. And I admitted that much to my mom. Not sure if I used the word crush exactly, but she knew that you were the highlight of my young life. And look at that, you still are. I'm gonna cry. He delivered the final thought earnestly, enough that you stopped breathing altogether. Cove beamed at you, pleased with his confession. Thank you. You're welcome, and thank you for being my favorite story. Oh my god. I'm tearing up. Finally, Cove parted his hands and released the firefly back to the hill. It flew up around his face before darting away into the sky, but your gaze was fixated on him. There was a touch of wistfulness in his features as he watched the bug disappear into the night. It wasn't until Cove turned his attention back to you that his demeanor warmed. Okay, I'm ready to go now. Do we have to go? You asked Cove with pleading eyes. The smile on his face fell when he rubbed at his arm. I mean, our parents would probably be thrilled if we stuck around, but we really shouldn't. You're right, and I know you're right, but still, it's hard. And I'm just not ready yet. The corners of Cove's mouth pulled into a frown. He watched her shoulders slump with a sympathetic look.
Don't worry about it.
It's okay, Terra. We've done a pretty good job bookending things, I think. We enjoyed this trip the best we could, right? He rubbed at his arm awkwardly, nervously waiting for your response. You sighed. Well, you do have a point, but it's still sad that we're leaving. I don't want today to end ever. We can always come back, whenever you want to. We can try to make it work, I promise. Cove stood tall and studied you as his reassuring words sank in. You knew he meant every word, and you believed him wholeheartedly. Okay. With Cove right there along with you, you made your way down the hill. With the same stars above trailing the way, your last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost deep within a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Cove was with you even there. His presence... Did I skip something? Okay. His presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene, the logic of the conscious world melting around you. Something jolted you from your slumber, the visions you constructed slipping away even as you scrambled to catch them. It had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permeated the room so thoroughly that you were sure it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch onto, a smiling face cozied itself right above you. There he was. Good morning, Terra. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. Wow, it's my dream it's my dream come true. Naturally, you weren't surprised to see him, but that didn't stop you from enjoying it every time. His expression softened at your voice, the tender affection in his gaze obvious despite the dim space. You kissed him. Propping yourself up on your elbows, you leaned in towards him. Cove read the intent in your movements and bent down, meeting you halfway in a kiss. Would have you preferred me to wake you up by tapping on the window? Haha, you're so funny. Cove simply smirked, amused by his own wit.
Come on.
I mean, you really should have expected this was gonna happen. I did, and I was waiting for it. Good, glad I didn't disappoint. I'm guessing you woke me up for some reason. Are you ever gonna let me know? Well, this is our last day here. Everyone might be asleep, but if we got up now, we can still see the neighborhood. Do you want to? With you? Definitely.
All right.
Great. Then he held out one of his hands to help you get up, too. You held up both arms, wordlessly asking him to lift you up. Cove complied, crouching down to scoop you up before gently setting you down again. Before you could head out, you and Cove both needed to get dressed. You did so quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant that your body seemed less coordinated than usual. Each article of clothing a new puzzle, but you managed it. Two of you were eventually ready to head out into the wide world. Dawn still hadn't broken when you left the hotel, yet it was easy enough to get a ride down into Sunset Bird. Journey was peaceful. You might have expected sleep to attempt to claim you once again, with the sky still so dark, but Cove's excited energy was infectious. Morning was finally starting to come over Sunset Bird as you arrived, almost like a sun itself wanting to be there to welcome you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. One more summer beach trip? You laughed, nodding to reassure him, as if there was any alternative now that you were here, and he was looking at you so eagerly. Yeah, one more. You could have taken your time getting there, dawdling under the morning sun, or you could have taken the short walk at a regular pace. And both of those would have been just right for some other occasion. But this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. The two of you tore gleefully down the street towards the beach, as excited and as ungainly as the kids you'd once been. You were laughing with joy and at the absurdity of it all, being here at the break of dawn with the boy you'd once discovered on the nearby hill who never completely grew up. As it was still early, you did your best to keep the noise down. To the side, you saw Cove covering his mouth to stifle his own giggles, similarly aware of the people sleeping in the condos around you. You thought of what the mean old not-grandparents would have said if they could see you now. All you could do was continue running and stumbling down towards the beach, away from the residences and their sleeping occupants. It was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expansive ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes and strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged and the waves tickled his ankles. You got into the water with him. After slipping your shoes off, you let the sea flow over you. It was cool against your skin, but not as cold as when the wave pulled back and your wet feet were exposed to the air again. The two of you stood there, watching as the sun continued its ascent over the horizon. Silence fell between you until finally dawn had fully broken. Even then, Cove spoke in a whisper.
Wow.
I can't believe it's over. I can't either. A ghost of a smile crept over Cove's face, like the sun peeking out between the clouds on an overcast day. Oh! There's this... Cove reached out and enveloped your hand in his, and pressing your palms tightly together. Oh, I love him. I love him. Crying. The sounds returned just for a second. Again, I'm glad we came this morning and that we came on this whole visit back.
I'm so glad.
Oh, don't cry. You're gonna make me cry. Look at him. But more than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town in the first place, where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't have wanted any other life. I'm grateful for meeting you too. Cove looked over at you out of the corner of his eyes, not turning his face from the sea. His expression was full of affection, from the gentle curve of his smile to his clear, contented brow. It was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks.
I love you.
I love you. You counted yourself lucky. Even though you were leaving now, this place had gifted you with so much that you'd carry with you wherever life might take you. The memories you made, the lessons you'd learned, the people you'd built relationships with. You kept those pieces of your life in Sunset Berg forever. You stood with Cove, silently watching as bright rays swept away the last of the night's shadows until the day truly arrived. Your spirits were high as the sun rose ever higher in the sky. Is this new music? I would just never noticed it. The two of you had found yourselves meandering back to the neighborhood street on sandy feet, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. That was where it all started. You were compelled to look at the exact spot you first encountered Mr. Holden sitting dejected on the curb. He wasn't like that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget the day it began, just as you couldn't believe what adventure it led to. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on that meeting had turned physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Cove's voice calling your name that you remembered when you were and realized what you'd done. And what a present it was. A shining sun, a clear blue sky, and Cove James Holden by your side. All the most natural things in the world. So what's the next step? You watched Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. It was exciting. You began to think where the two of you should visit next. Cove perked up, energized by your enthusiasm. I'm listening. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things that you could count on to be constant. Cove, your family, his family, and all your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it was one of those things since the beginning and for always. But they said the line. 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 Beginning and for always. They said the line. Knowing they were there and you would never be truly alone made the future look all that much brighter. Want to find somewhere private to make out? I don't know why that feels so like what? I want to see what it's gonna say, so I'm gonna do it. You were teasing him with that call, of course, but so much reminiscing about growing up had made you yearn for him. After all, Sunset Bird had given you Cove. You wanted to enjoy both of them together. Cove sputtered out a laugh. Terra. He covered his mouth with his hands, staring at you over them with wide eyes. So you don't want to? He slowly lowered his hands, his gaze blinking shyly between you and the ground. No, that'd be perfect. Your days growing up in Sunset Bird had been so wonderful. Even the prospect of leaving again made your chest ache, yet you weren't going to let that stop you. It would be hard. You knew it would still be there. I can't believe that was an option. Waiting whenever you wanted to return. Facing Cove, who'd been at your side through it all, you knew that one day you'd look back at those moments now, just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood growing up there. Each happy moment you experienced became only a memory of what used to be, but that was what life was, and it was okay. As it was from the beginning and continuing that way for always, life took another step forward. Beginning and always! Thank you for beginning a life here. Oh, you can come back again always. I'm literally gonna cry! The end. I'm crying. No, I'm gonna cry. 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 Don't cry. Thank you. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Oh my god. Why do I feel like I'm gonna cry? Don't cry. It's fine, don't cry. I'm okay. Whew, I'm okay. I want to play the wedding DLC. Welcome to the Cove Wedding DLC. These events are set after step 4, but it's not specified when. It could be during that same summer, the next summer, in the future, springtime in California, etc. You can choose the timeline is whatever it needs to be to make sense to the choices you made to progress the relationship. Hi. We hope you have a truly wonderful wedding. I'm so excited! We're gonna get married! Our wedding! Oh, is this our place? Is this where we work? What is this? Or is this like a wedding planner place? What is this? Side by side on a purple dyed faux leather couch, you sat with your fiancé Cove. The air in the chic office smelled non-distinctly perfumed, though luckily it was a demure touch rather than smothering. A soft hum came from the air conditioning, gently flowing the scent around the room. It was the first time either of you had been there, and you weren't sure if the atmosphere was meant to comfort or impress visitors. So this has got to be like a wedding planner, yeah? That's what I'm assuming. For some people, it wouldn't make a difference either way, like with your own partner, for example. Cove's hand was intently gripping yours. You could feel him trembling and hear the squishy noise the couch made every time he shifted around. One part came from his usual nervousness over these kinds of matters, and the other came from an almost uncontainable excitement for the same reason. This place was the headquarters of a well-known event planning agency in the area. Okay, so it is. This office belonged to their planner for a very particular type of special occasion, weddings. You were here to plan your wedding together. I'm so excited. Soon he wouldn't be only your fiancé, Cove would be your husband. And on that occasion, there was going to be a ceremony, reception, and everything. You were overthrowing with thrilled energy. With your vibration and Cove shivering, you hoped you both didn't slide down off the cushions. Today's meeting should be straightforward. Introducing yourselves to the planning team, getting familiar with one another, and going over only some basics. The entire process would take multiple visits here and trips to other locations. Before setting up the appointment with a planner, you and Cove decided you were going to set the wedding in, or at least near Sunset Bird. You also had a good idea of who would be attending, how large the wedding needed to be, and a few other details related to your lives going forward. That was as far as you'd gotten in the process when you decided to bring in assistants. Planning the day with Cove as a team was something you look forward to. I'm so excited! Cove noticed the dreaminess in your eyes and the corners of his mouth lifted hopefully. His second hand reached over to clasp both yours and his first. The metallic sensation pressed into your skin, the engagement ring securely on his left ring finger. I'm so fucking giddy right now! Your feet shuffled against the black and white striped rug that covered over the center of the hardwood floor as you returned to smile back. Here we are! Here we are! It's really happening. His fingers squeezed your hand deeper into his hold. I'm not really good with, well, any of this, but I'm sure that whatever it ends up being like, it's gonna be amazing. It has to be, because I'm marrying you. You're so wonderful. He was too sweet sometimes. And then there was a series of quick knocks. Your conversation stopped as you shared unsure looks between one another. Come in? In response to Cove's words, the shiny wood door off to the side swung open. Hello, lovebirds. Baxter? You're joking. You're joking. What are you doing here? Standing in the entryway was a tall man about your age. His dark hair was swept to the side, and on his neck was a distinctive mole. His curved grin and brown eyes grew wide in sync. Hallelujah. Sorry, I don't know how to feel about this. Love would have been a lie if you two dolls had broken up. Cove stared while frozen in place, a deer in headlights, his mouth open and then closed again soundlessly. Baxter? The former tourist stopped further into the room while chuckling.
That's wonderful.
Ew, I don't like it. Get out of my ears. I'm flattered you two people of excellence remember me too. And I didn't even have to dress in black and white. Yeah, he's got a purple vibe going on now. His style choices might have changed, but you realize how now the design of the rug might not have been an entirely arbitrary choice. I didn't even think about that. You could only feel shock and disbelief. It was an incredibly unexpected reunion. It's been a while. Years.
I know.
Yeah, it has been. He looks handsome. I'm just like, I'm baffled. I don't even know what to say. Cove dropped his response heavily. The tone likely would have been even firmer if he wasn't still in disbelief that Baxter had reappeared in front of both of you. And as a wedding planner, of all things, your wedding planner, what happened? Do you have an explanation for it? Well, as professionally as possible, Baxter strode to the other half of the room and took a seat in the rolling chair opposite the couch you were on. He used the tips of his feet to smoothly twist the chair's position so that it faced you completely as he continued the reply. I went back to college, eventually graduated, joined the great wide career world, grew up, and learned some more. I'm still learning. To fully settle in, Baxter dropped an elbow on the armrest of his seat, rested his cheek against the prop-up fist. That's the curated version. Life is a wonderful journey. The words were spoken flatly, inauthentically, and punctuated with a dismissive gesture of his free hand. It was impossible to tell if the sarcasm was purely in response to Cove's own sharpness, or if there was something else. Even Cove raised an eyebrow at how clear the displeasure was. Baxter was aware of the impression he was giving, but only half shrugged with one shoulder over it. His eyes drifted from you and your partner. Whatever the story was, you definitely weren't getting the full version of it. Well, I'm happy we got to meet again. A bend formed in his eyebrow, a small sign of regret. It is nice.
Now?
That's my introduction taken care of then. Let's swing things back around to the real reason you came. You're getting married. Congratulations. I'm sorry. I can't get over this. I did not expect this. I did not expect this at all. You were given an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience of one. Yeah, he never found out. You didn't see him in person again after it happened, and never had a chance to bring it up. How did the engagement happen? It must have been wonderfully emotional. A shame I'd left town before I could find out. Code clears his throat in an attempt to distract from his own embarrassment.
Oh.
Actually, remember that night near the end of your vacation in Sunserbird? We said goodbye and everything then? Yes, I remember that evening. Sometimes it feels like it was only yesterday. Cove's level of humiliation continued to rise as he struggled to finally get Baxter back into the loop after so many years. Okay, cool. Well, me and Tara went to the Poppy Hill after that to hang out, and she proposed to me.
What?
The timing of your engagement genuinely stunned Baxter. Causing him to drop his normally unflappable poise, he leaned forward enough to make his chair roll back. You got engaged that night? I was still there? It was dawn when it happened, but yeah, you were still there in the condo. Cole's reply was still sheepish, almost apologetic, but he said it without hesitation. With an amused shake of his head, Baxter rested back against his seat. You don't let anyone stop you, huh, Tara? I can commend that. You've been engaged a long time. That's... Cove clears his throat in an attempt to distract from his own embarrassment. After how fast it happened, we decided it would be good to not rush anything else. And it's not like we could have afforded to hire someone like you at 18, right?
Understandable.
Why do you say it like that? Understandable.
Understandable.
Understandable. That really fucking got me. I understand, that makes sense. Baxter slipped a pen out of his jacket pocket and tapped it against the desk counter at his side. He looked between you and Cove, satisfied. Considering we're already acquainted, it should make the process that much better. I'm sure your special day is going to be one to remember. Cove's uneasy single word was directed towards you. In a whisper, he elaborated on what that was supposed to mean. Are we really going through with this? Having Baxter plan our wedding? I'd like you to. Cove quietly yelped. It wasn't unreasonable that the person on the other side of the room could hear the conversation, but Cove had not expected him to answer. I mean, I think I could do it well. I can do it right. And there's very few weddings I'd like to see go off with a charm than this one. He spoke in a conciliatory way. Baxter's normal boldness was entirely missing while asking for this chance. You and Cove faced one another on the couch. The softness in his eyes and the slipping of his brows shared his thoughts without needing him to say a word. He was being swayed. You nodded to your partner. There was a pause, and then Cove spoke. Okay. While still on the couch, Cove brought his torso up to its full height and held his head high. The look on his face was determined. Since this is actually the reality that exists now, I've got a question for you, Baxter. Yes? Cove's strong stance began to crumble as he shrunk into himself once more. This sweet little man, I can't. This sweet man, I can't. I love him. I want to squish him. He's so cute. Is your offer for dance lessons still open? Your planner gasped before quickly setting into a laugh with a clap of his hands. Of course, always. That's a relief. I'm probably gonna need him.
I'm here if you need me.
Ew! I can't! Baxter, get out of my ears! I hate it. I understand completely. I'm here for you, and you as well, Terra, if there's a need. You were a good dancer, didn't need the help. I'm not dancing with him. Sorry, respectfully, no thanks. But I'll be alright. Got it, that works for me. Now, he shifted closer in the rolling chair with a glint in his eye that made him look like the teen he used to be. Let's roll up our sleeves and get into the details, which I don't mean literally. No need to crumple my jacket, but I am going to have to ask you quite a few questions. I'm ready. So am I. Sorry, have we thought of the possible surnames? Yours, his, what are you imagining? I don't care. I just want to marry her. He said, I don't care. I just want her to be my wife. We're gonna go with his name, I think. I don't think I want to hyphenate. We're gonna both use his last name. Good to know. Terra and Cove Holden it is. Cove straightened up against the back of the couch. You could practically hear his heart pounding over your name being said as one that way. It made you giddy too. The raise of Baxter's eyebrows revealed his amusement at your reaction to what to him was probably something mundane, but he was happy for you rather than mocking. And what about titles in the wedding? Bride, groom? It can be whichever you like, honestly. Can I be a groom?
Of course.
Of course, it's your day. He's the groom, and I'm the bride. Wonderful, a bride and a groom for the couple of the wedding. This is so sweet. I love this. Baxter flipped open a notebook set on the desk. Can I get an idea of scale? Only an estimate. It doesn't have to be a complete guest list, and even if it was, you never know how many of those invites will accept the RSVPs. Don't stress too much over who's going to be in attendance. Oh, Cove stepped off the cloud nine he had been hovering on since the start of the conversation and planted himself back firmly on the purple couch in Baxter's office. For sure, there's going to be our parents, 4 of them, Tara's sister and her uncle, aunt, and cousin. Some grandparents should be there, but not all of them. We have our friends Miranda, Terry, and Derek. You're still friends with Miranda and Terry? That's wonderful. Yeah. Should we invite Jeremy to our wedding? I would usually say no. Hi, Grim! Oh my god. Hi, Graham. I will hydrate right now. Hi, Graham. How are you? Love ya. How's your day going? Thank you for the hydrate. I'm like, should I invite Jeremy just for the drama of it? No, maybe my next run I'll do that. You just nodded on. Ewan, I'm doing alright. Love you. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing great right now. I'm having a good time. So, you and Cove continued to come up with family members, friends, and professional relations, and the like to make an estimated size of the wedding. All the while, Baxter jotted down the information like an attentive student sitting at the front of class. And of those who you most want and expect to be there, would any of them make up wedding parties, or is everyone a normal guest? How's the heavy simping going? It's absolutely immaculate. We're planning our wedding right now, actually, Grim. So, it's going spectacular. Having a wedding party. Right, we hadn't picked exactly who'd be in it yet, but we are having wedding parties.
Certainly.
Of course, let's discuss who's with who now then. It can be an equal split between the both of you, but it's not a rule. If one of you has a bigger wedding party than the other, it's completely fine. Sheesh, wedding? Yeah. That's gonna be me at my wedding with Cove. It's all about the two of you, so you can do as you please. Tepidly, Cove offered his first thoughts on the matter. I don't know, maybe it's embarrassing or even sort of dumb, but as great as my friends are, the person I'd want to be there as my best man is my dad. Aww, that's a perfect choice.
Thank you.
That's so sweet. His dad. Having that close of a relationship with your father is a beautiful thing. He's come so far. Do you know who will be the lead of your wedding? And the title isn't important. Best man, best woman, or best person, maid, man, or individual of honor. It's all fine. I feel like it's gotta be our sister, right? Sister. As my maid of honor. Very well. Anyone else in the party? Well, I'm good with whichever friends and family being in my party, but I kind of want the size of things to be sort of close. Everyone would probably be in Terra's party if there wasn't more of a split, so if that's okay, there'd probably be 3 or 4 in the parties at most. Yes. Yeah, not acceptance. Great. For your own party, you chose... I gotta feel like I need Lee. I don't know if I want my moms to be in it. Miranda. And yeah, that's it. And I'd use bridesmaids, yeah. Then my party is gonna be Kyra and Terry. So he's gonna have both of his parents. That's so sweet. And with that, you successfully mapped out the members of your wedding parties. Perfect, I'll make notes. The statement was extra clear by the clicking noise of Baxter's keenly tapping his pen on the armrest. On the topic of guests and that sort, are you open to attendees giving speeches during the reception? We can make it so only select people are arranged to say some words about the couple, or have a mic open for anyone interested in taking it, or discreetly circumvent anyone from gathering attention in order to talk. I feel like it'd be nice to have some specific people talk.
Yeah.
Do you have names of the guests giving speeches? I would want our moms, or my moms, his parents, my sister, and my wedding. I mean, he's, whatever. But I think, and maybe my cousin Lee, and I think that's it. Cove made a small noise of acknowledgement as you answered the question. I'd like it if Terry could too. Okay, Terry too. Sounds good. Cool. Good. He continued along, casually accepting all your input. And are you thinking of writing anything yourselves for custom vows? Just remember it's an option, not an obligation. There's no pressure to make a custom declaration if you're not comfortable with it. Oh, I had custom vows in mind, if I'm honest. Are you okay with that, Cove?
Of course.
There's a lot I could say, and I'm gonna be really nervous either way. Oh, Cove's eyes squinted up from his cheeks as he smiled at you so sweetly. You were feeling butterflies already, and the vows hadn't even been said.
Lovely.
Just lovely. And that is highly personal, so you each can work on them privately outside of our appointments. Baxter relaxed back into his chair and looked you both over. His smile curved widely. It was a look that made Cove nervous. You could feel him begin to fidget uncomfortably at your side. Let's talk a little more about tradition and wedding norms. We're all friends here, so I'll be frank. If one of you sincerely asks not to get splattered with cake or for whatever else, and the other does exactly the opposite simply because they think it's funny, I will personally see to it that your marriage ends. God, that's crazy. If you can't treat your partner and their boundaries with respect on your own wedding day, you don't deserve them as your spouse. You know what, Baxter? You're so real for that. So real for that. I love that because I hate when I see videos online of like people at their wedding and usually it's like I usually see it with like a bride and a groom. And the bride is like, no, please don't smash cake in my face. And they do it anyways. That shit pisses me off. Now, I sincerely doubt that's going to be a problem with you two, but it's an occupational hazard. With that said, do you have any requests pertaining to either the ceremony or the reception? We can arrange for anything special that you do want included. I'd like to do a proper cake cutting with Cove without all the mess.
Sure.
Yeah, we can do that. Cove crossed his hands with a prudent nod. The longer he chewed on that idea, the more his lips tugged into a bent smile. And that means we can focus on what's important, eating cake. Very well. Baxter clapped his hands together, pleased with the direction of the conversation. There's another important detail done. We should discuss what you'd like to officiate the ceremony next. We can arrange for a standard justice of the peace to be there, but if there's a pastor, minister, rabbi, judge, or anyone else you have in mind, please send me their contact information, preferably right away. I can work things out with them so we're all set for the ceremony. Unsure what to say, Cove glanced over at you. He scratched his cheek contemplatively. I don't mind having a justice of the peace.
Right.
Me neither. He shrugged, glancing over at you to make sure a simple justice of the peace was all you needed. Wonderful, I get that in motion right away. Now, have either of you considered how you want to arrive to the ceremony? Will one come in first and then the other come down the aisle, or perhaps you both want to enter together? I feel like I should include what Cove wants, because I've been choosing all the stuff. What do you think, Cove? He closed his mouth, thinking over the question, his eyebrow pinched together as he imagined the various possibilities. Would you want to do it together? No. I have my heart set on walking down the aisle. Sheepish, you squirmed in your seat. Cove's mouth wobbled as his whole demeanor brightened. Yeah. I like that idea a lot. Sorry, Cove. I wanted to give you the opportunity to say something, but I want to see you at the end of the aisle and me walking down the aisle. His eyes shone with a fondness that made your pulse quicken. I'll do it then. It wasn't until the words rolled off your tongue that the reality of them settled in. His face is so much more red than usual. Your heart fluttered in fear, but it was still dizzying in the most exciting way. The music would swell and attention would shift to you, but it would fall away, because there was only one thing you wanted, and he'd be at the other end of that aisle. Oh my God! I'll be waiting for you. Cove's face was a shade pinker from the conversation, but he was pleased with what you both settled on. You were too. That sounds lovely. Baxter clicked his pen before dropping his attention to his paperwork. He glanced back up, giving you his full attention. Are you intending to exchange wedding bands? It is possible to skip that. Oh, no. Cove answered, explaining how you would exchange rings. We were thinking that was going to happen. We already got rings for that. Of course, we can easily save a moment for that in your ceremony. And a small reminder, couples generally take off engagement rings before the ceremony to wear just the wedding band during the wedding. Thanks. You couldn't help picturing the matching wedding bands you'd gotten together. They were... See, I think gold looks good on him, but gold does not look good on me. So we're going to go with silver. And... oh, a round band, a V-shaped band, a jeweled band, a round band. They were incredible, but before you completely lost focus, Baxter spoke again. Do either of you want to have a bouquet? A small chuckle fell from Cove's lopsided grin, but Baxter was serious and waited attentively. When Cove realized that, he shrugged. I like flowers, but I don't want a whole bouquet. I'd like to have one. A shape and color of it hadn't fully formed yet in your thoughts, but part of you, I want them to be the poppies. Could you feel the weight of the flowers in your hand? A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of your mouth. Excellent choice. Let's discuss what it'll look like then. He leaned forward and interlaced his fingers together on the table. Excited, you glanced at Cove, and he gave you a supportive thumbs up in return. This is so much fun. Would you mind if it had white poppies? No, it needs those. That's what I was thinking. Since the instant Baxter brought up flowers, you had been positive Cove was going to ask for those. Are there any others that you would want highlighted? We're gonna do Lily of the Valleys because they're my favorite. Oh my God, is it not gonna let me? It's not gonna let me! That's so sad. No, the white poppies should be the focal point. White poppies it is then. They'll be gorgeous. With that decided, Baxter picked his pen up again and took note of your specifications. He subtly nodded as he wrote. Well, since you're having that, that means that you have option of bouquet toss during the reception. Ah, that kind of sounds fun. What do you think, Tara? Oh yeah, definitely, we gotta do that. Cove's grin curled excitedly. Baxter's gaze lifted from his notes. Marvelous. That's about all the basics sorted out, but we still have time to talk about the ceremony itself. There's vows, but that from there you can personalize it with more rituals and such. If there's any particular tradition that you'd like to have, you're welcome to let me know.
Don't worry about it.
I don't have things I need. I'm not very traditional. I just want it to be whatever Tara hopes for. Tara? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This has got so much stuff. Oh my god. I feel like I'm gonna do jumping the broom. Oh my god, this is so sweet. I'd like to jump the broom. Excellent, absolutely excellent. We'll arrange for that to happen at the end of the ceremony. Anything else? Sand pouring. I never heard that. Sand pouring ceremony wedding. I never heard that. Interesting. Well, that seems like something that Cove might like, but I don't know. I've never heard of this before. That's sweet though. I think I'm gonna say that's everything. Content with your wishes, Cove nodded agreeingly. Very well, so that's the ceremony. Now, any reception venue you choose will be large enough to have a room for casual dancing throughout the evening, but I need to know if we should schedule for any particular kinds of dance. I want to have a first dance. Both of you turned to each other curiously. A deep red blush crept across his cheeks, and when he felt overwhelmed, Cove's gaze dropped to the floor.
Whoa.
Only if you're good with it. I would want to have a... Yes, absolutely. I want to have a first dance with you, too. Cove perked up at your answer. Despite still being nervous, he gave an eager shimmy in his seat. You beamed overjoyed with the idea of your first dance together as a married couple. A money dance. It would be nice to have dances with our own parents. There were already a few songs playing in your head reminding you of the times when you were small and your moms would spin you around the kitchen and the living room. Don't make me cry. A rosy blush dusted his cheeks a deeper pink. A parent dance. That would be great, actually. Don't make me cry. Holy shit. Then it settled. Baxter continued to keep track of details by jotting it down on paper. He kept up with the pace of the conversation with words and writing easily. When speaking of the ceremony and reception, that's my area of expertise. If you're going on a honeymoon afterwards, that'll be something I'd recommend perhaps a travel agent for, or honestly arranging between only you two without any middleman. Cove didn't blink at the caveat. We'll handle that. While we're here, it's just about the day of. I get it. Fantastic. Now back to the wedding. Do you have any sense of style you're aiming for? Is it formal, casual? Do you have any particular color you want the wedding party to wear? Are the clothes for the couple meant to be a surprise for the ceremony, or would you prefer picking that out together? I'm not sure. Also, what about hair? I can let my hair down so it could be fancier, though. If that's not important, I can keep it the same. Good question. What do you think, Tara? Something between formal and casual. Yeah, cool. And I'd be happy if the main color was blue.
Sounds good.
Yes, blue.
Sounds good.
Also, I'd love to surprise you with my outfit during the wedding. That'd be nice. I'd like if yours was more of a full suit set, though. Like jacket, vest, tie, and corsage. I can manage that for one day, no problem. What about colors? Oh my god, there's so much. White for the shirt, please. Black pants. Black for the... Wait, because they're black color for the shirt. Hold on. Pink? No, there's not. White for the shirt. Black pants. Black for the jacket. Black vest. It would wonder to see you with a fancier hairstyle. Okay, I'll do it. Excellent work. I know that has all been a lot of Q&Aing. There's much to consider for this big of an event. Baxter's pen was placed back into the pocket it came from. He ran his now free hands along the smooth edges of his jacket.
Thank you.
Thank you two for being so forthcoming. I've got a strong idea of where this is going now. I'm already looking forward to the next meeting where we can truly get into the specificities. That's everything? We're leaving? Yes, you can go, or you can stay if you want. That's the end of the actual session, but I'm not throwing you out. That's alright. Bye. Cove awkwardly waved Baxter off, despite still being seated and not going anywhere yet. He had gotten so into the discussion of the wedding, he'd forgotten his usual stiffness around Baxter for a time. Well, that spell broke. Baxter accepted the answer and pushed off the armrest to stand up straight. You and Cole followed his motion, getting up out of your own seats. The wedding planner took one stride closer to the center of the room and reached out his hand towards you. You shook it. He grinned while giving your hand one satisfying shake. It's great that you're Baxter. Oh my god, I'm turning into mom. He started loudly, highly entertained. Goodbye for today, Terra. I'm glad to have seen you. He offered you the same gesture to Cove. Wait, question. Imagine if you romance Baxter and then you romance Cove and then he's your freaking wedding planner. That would be horrible. I'd feel bad if I was Baxter. Then offered the same gesture to Cove. Your partner accepted it casually, giving Baxter's hand a solid shake. Take care, Baxter. Thanks, and same to you. You've got a wedding to be ready for. Don't forget to look out for yourself and your fiancé. I'll remember. The two men released the other's hand, settling the agreement to take this chance and put a new foot forward in their relationship. With that, the two of you found your way out of the office building. The pop and subsequent click from the opening and closing of car doors played in sync between you and Cove. As he buckled in for the ride back, Cove commented on the experience. The sentence was hesitant, and it had an upward bend that made it sound like a question.
So...
That went well. Before you could respond to the not exactly a question statement, Cove continued on with a new actual question. I mean, we got Baxter Ward as our planner somehow, but he seems good at what he does, right? He put his hands on the wheel and peeked at you through the reflection in the overhead mirror. Right, Baxter will do wonderfully.
You're right.
Cove had pulled out of the parking lot as he spoke. The wheels rumbled easily down the newly developed city streets of the area. But that was the end of Cove's attempt at conversation making. He went entirely quiet. The pensive look on his face didn't allow you to relax into a normal, comfortable silence. Cove, are you okay? His mood easily lifted back up at the sound of his name. Forgetting all the Baxter stuff, I'm just really happy we're doing this. Sometimes I still can't believe we're together. We're engaged, and soon we're gonna be married. It's incredible, and it never stops feeling like that. I don't think I'll ever be used to it. Not really. It's like living an incredible dream. His cheeks squished at his eyes from the size of his grin. Nothing could stop him from looking forward to the upcoming occasion. Finally, the lack of words felt right between the two of you. You took the chance to let the day sink in as best as you could. After all the years you'd known Cove, you now were going to have a wedding with him. The scenery slipped by faster than your eyes could keep up with as you got further and further into your own thoughts. Then suddenly, the day had ended, and you were drifting off to sleep in Cove's arms. It was early afternoon when you stepped outside, breathing in the good weather. The gentle breeze warmed your skin while you waited for Cove. He wasn't far behind, but there was still a serene moment to watch the puffy white clouds move across the sky. You were grateful for that, because the second you both hopped into Cove's car, your brain was filled to the brim with wedding planning once again. Before you could progress any further, you needed to cross one of the most important details of the list off, officially putting the wedding party together. That was the goal for today. Despite the nervous energy fluttering in your stomach, you were already anticipating the stops and phone calls planned. Peeking over at Cove, you hoped he was too.
Are you okay?
Are you doing all right, Terra? I have high hopes for today, and that's scary. But otherwise, I'm okay. What about you? Cove turned away while his eyebrows pinched together. His grip on the steering wheel tightened briefly before he made himself relax the stiffness in his pose. Tense, but good. Better than good, really. I'm excited. Me too. Every time you'd imagine the conversations you'd have today, they all boiled down to the same feeling. Joy. The people you picked were all important figures in your lives, and you just couldn't wait to see how they'd take the news. Cove nodded and added a happy hum in response. And with that, you were on the road home. Naturally, Cove navigated the car towards the old neighborhood. It was soothing, winding down the familiar paths of your childhood. You'd spent so many years expanding your world, little by little, on foot and then by car. The older you grew, the further you went, but there was always a place back there for you. Cove parked along the upper end of the street. Side by side, you headed out, aiming for his dad's condo. Part of me wants us to, I hope, when we're older, we move back into Sunset Bird and we have kids here, because this would be cute. Your first visit for the day, Cove wanted to ask his father to be his best man, and you'd be there for him. Oopsie, didn't mean to do that. Cove's newly outstretched hand was halfway to the doorknob when he paused uncharacteristically. Actually, I'm gonna knock. I think he'll just be happy to see you no matter what. The warmth intensified in Cove's expression. His hand changed direction, and he gave the door 2 firm knocks. It didn't take Mr. Holden long to answer the door. His initial shock quickly melted into a cheery grin.
Come on.
Hey, come in, come in. His attention bounced back and forth between you and Cove as he moved aside to let you stroll on in. Hey, Dad, how are you?
Great.
I'm great, sport. Cool, well, Cove stalled, bashfully staring down at his feet and rubbing the back of his neck. You knew just how important this was to him. He took a deep breath and didn't wilt under his dad's growing concern.
So?
Tara and I were talking about the wedding, and I realized that I needed to ask you about something. I'm all yours, son. Whatever you need, I'm your guy. Cove swallowed nervously and nodded. This is going to be so sweet, I might cry. Then the corners of his mouth started to perk up. I was wondering if you might be alright being my best man in the wedding party. Mr. Holden slammed a hand to his chest, clutching his heart. You waited for any kind of sign of life. A part of you weren't even sure if he was breathing until he finally gasped in a lungful of air.
Are you sure?
Cove, you don't have to do that. Cove's brow bent up. His delicate smile grew wider. Nobody's forcing me. This is what I want.
That's...
Dad, you've always supported me, through the good and the bad. For my whole life, you've taken care of me. His expression was earnest as he stepped forward. Your chest swelled with pride, listening to Cove's honest plea. Why would I want someone else to be my best man? Completely touched, Mr. Holden grasped his son by the shoulders and then wrapped him in a hug. Cove embraced him just as tightly and rested a cheek on his dad. There's nothing in this world that would stop me from being there for my boy. Thanks, Dad. Sniffling, Cove's voice came out softly and laden with emotion. With teary eyes, Cliff invitingly reached an arm out to you. You joined them. That simple invitation instantly had your vision clouded with tears. For real, though. The Holdens felt like family to you, and right now it really settled in how much all of you were now without question family. Inching forward, you let yourself be pulled into their loving embrace. You clung on them both. Finally, Cliff pulled back, letting his shaky form settle again. I'm sure you're both busy, so I won't keep you. Mr. Holden crossed his arms, despite the misty eyes he beamed, taking in the sight of you and Cove. But I really appreciate you both coming by, and I'm around if either of you ever need anything. Thanks, and yeah, we need to invite the rest of the wedding party before we see the wedding planner later. You were our very first stop today. Mr. Holden managed to brighten even more at hearing that. Cove shyly nodded and rubbed his arm. Very good. You're being so responsible. I won't hold you up on your way. Thanks, again. I guess we're on to the next stop. You glanced over at Cove, and he nodded surely, and you felt a calming surge of confidence. Have fun spreading the good news. We will. Bye, Dad. See you soon. The sun was warm on your skin as you left Mr. Holden's house. Stretching your arms overhead, you pivoted to Cove, feeling refreshed. Ready?
Come on.
Yeah, let's go. With one last glance around the neighborhood, you silently said goodbye. There was so much more to do today, and that would require hitting the road again. Humming to yourself, you watched Cove bring the car towards the city. Your next visit would be a meetup with Terry and Miranda in their neck of the woods. You couldn't wait. You didn't tell them in advance that the wedding planning was bringing you and Cove out that way, so your friends were expecting you today. But as far as you knew, they didn't have any idea what you were planning to ask. Pulling into the parking lot along the street, Cove was in high spirits. He eagerly hopped out of the car and you caught up with him with light steps. You weren't that far away from the car when you heard familiar, friendly shouts. You spotted Terry and Miranda running along the brick path to meet you and Cove halfway.
Hey, buddies.
It's so good to see you. Hey, long time no see. You and Cove hurried over to meet with them. He waved widely. Hey, thanks for coming down. Terry and I have something to talk to you about, and it's really nice to be able to do it in person. Neither of them dared to interrupt, but Terry and Miranda did share a silent look. They both seemed eager to know the details. Terry, could you be a groomsman at my wedding party? Yes, I made the cut. Thrilled, he threw a satisfied fist in the air. Terry's grin stretched ear to ear. Does that mean you accept? Let me think. At this point, you didn't have a single doubt in your mind, so you were willing to follow along with Terry's playful deliberation. He leisurely crossed his arms. Pretty please, the whole wedding depends on it. All right then, I do accept. I'm a groomsman, and you can't take it back. It's set in stone. We could take it back. No! Cove snickered, leaning towards you. And Miranda, will you be a bridesmaid at my wedding party?
Thanks.
Yes, I accept. Thank you so much. That would be wonderful, Tara. Terry cheered again, pulling Miranda in for a one-sided hug. You matched their excitement. Go Team Cove! No, Team Terra forever! I think we're all on one big team. Yeah, exactly. A warm blush rose in your cheeks with sincerity in Cove's voice. Terry and Miranda turned to each other and smirked. Team Terra and Cove's wedding forever! I'm gonna cry! Terry put his hands on his hips and nodded sagely.
Agreed.
That's the truth, Randy. Seriously, thanks for this.
Yep.
It's super nice to include us in the wedding parties. Of course. We couldn't imagine the wedding any other way. Thanks for meeting up with us today. It's nothing, but you'll probably have to get going now, huh? Yeah, we have a meeting with the wedding planners pretty soon. The Baxman. With a curt shake of the Baxman. With a curt shake of the head, Cove rolled his eyes, completely unamused. Miranda's brow furrowed. Wait, I thought you were joking when you mentioned that. Is he really planning your wedding? He is. Wow. Oh, wow.
Preposterous.
I remember when we were all watching free range fireworks, and now you two are getting married, and Baxter's the one planning it. Preposterous. It's definitely something, but that's what we're doing, and we're gonna do it now. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm. Understanding, Carrie gave him a thumbs up. Safe travels. Bye, have fun. Thanks again, we'll see you both soon. Terry and Miranda remained on the walkway while you and Cove returned to the car. When you were alone again, you spoke up. That was good? Yeah. He wasn't facing you, but you could still admire the happy curve of his lips. It was nice to visit with your friends for a little while, and it was even better to have another thing set for the big day. With a determined stare, Cove pulled his phone out and plugged Baxter's office into the GPS map. Once it was all set, he put the car in drive, and you were both on your way once more. While Cove drove, you pulled your phone contacts and scrolled through your contacts list. The rest of this task would have to be done long distance, so you turned the speaker up and made the call. Dialing up your big sister, you set the phone to speaker. You were already expecting the inevitable jokes she have up her non-sleeves. Hello, Tara. What do you need to inform me of? Hi to you too, Liz. Oh, hi, Cove. This is gonna be good. Liz's intrigued tone became teasing, realizing she was on speaker. I guess you can't even pretend to have a normal conversation first.
No.
You're planning a wedding. You have to have something in the works by now. You could tell by the way Cove quietly took a deep breath that he was conflicted. In your gut, you knew he wanted to admonish her and shake his head, but she wouldn't see that. It's always nice to talk to you, Liz. I know, I'm delightful. And Cove and I were hoping that you'd be maid of honor. Ah, yes, excellent choice, Tara. I'm so proud that my baby sister grew up to be a bright human being. All my years of being a good role model for you to look up to paid off in the end. Are you done? Liz huffed in faux offense over the line. You could easily imagine the smirk on her face. In case you didn't know, I had an entire acceptance speech ready. I would have thanked you in it, but I can be done now if I must. Liz cracked up over the line. She needed some time to collect herself, but when she did, she spoke much more earnestly this time.
Thank you.
But that aside, honestly, I'd love to be your... Stop, I'm gonna cry! I'd love to be your maid of honor, and thank you so much for having me. This makes me think of my own sister. I'm gonna cry. No, thank you. This means a lot to me. Me too, little sister. I'm glad that you're going to be part of this too, Liz. It's natural that you would be. You've been here all along, for better and worse. Rude, but fair. I'm looking forward to it. We gotta go and do more wedding things. Talk to you later. Keep me updated. Bye. Bye, Liz. That's gonna make me emotional. And with that, you could happily check another box off your to-do list. That was another invitation sent and accepted. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. Eagerly, you waited for your cousin to pick up. Cove noticed out the corner of his eye that you positioned the phone a little further away than normal. He nodded in agreement with that decision.
Hi.
Hey, Tara, how's the wedding planning going? Any news? Here we go. Despite his amused tone, Cove still had held the wheel more tightly, bracing for the volume of the coming conversation. Lee was clearly excited for any potential scoop. Oh, was that Cove? Hi! Hi, Lee. She uncharacteristically remained silent after the greetings, waiting potentially for what this was about. Hi, Lee. Can I ask you something? Mm-hmm. Will you be a bridesmaid in my wedding party?
Really?
Chuckling, you could feel Cove's affectionate gaze on your skin. It was easy for you both to imagine the way Lee must have been vibrating with wedding energy as she let her enthusiasm spill out loudly over the phone. Lee's cheering was exactly what you needed to hear. Eventually, she called an end to her mini celebration when she was forced to pause to take a deep breath. I think it's safe to say that was a yes. It sounded like one to me, too. Totally yes. I'm in. You know I am. Yes. I'm still just stunned about everything. My cousin is getting married. This is going to be so amazing. Thank you, Lee. We appreciate the support. That's what family is for. I'm always just a phone call away. Thanks, Lee. We have some more wedding-related things to do, so we'll pick this up again later. Works for me. Good luck with planning, and I expect a detailed report face-to-face soon. Of course. Bye, Lee. Bye, Tara. Bye. I'm still here. I never forget you. Bye. Energized, you hung up, already awaiting the next time you'd see Lee in person. Stretching your arms out, you pleasantly took in the world rolling by out the window. Taking a brief breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. Staring at Kyra's name, you hoped that she wasn't too busy. She luckily picked up only after a couple rings. Hello, Tara, and hello, baby. Hi, Mom 3.
Huh?
Hey, Mom. How'd you know I was here? When are you ever that far from Tara, especially with what's been happening lately? Yeah. How are my best kids doing? Good, really good. Tara and I actually have something that wanted to ask you. Oh, I'm all ears. I was hoping that you'd be a groomswoman in my wedding party.
My baby.
Oh, my heart. Yes, of course I'll be your groomswoman. You can count on me.
I'm so glad.
Thanks, Mom. Yeah, thank you so much. Hey, that's what I'm here for. We're gonna have to keep going with more planning, but we'll talk to you later, okay?
Makes sense.
Good luck, my babies, and take care. I'll see you both again soon. Oh, she now calls us both her babies. Thanks again. Bye. Bye, Mom. Cove was elated when you ended the call. One more successful invitation was checked off the to-do list. Leaning back in your chair, you finally put your phone away and slid your attention towards Cove with an easy smile. The high excitement was fading and leaving its comfortable tiredness in its place, but you wouldn't change the joy and support you got today for anything. Cove gave a little cheer over your mutual success. Yeah. We did it! We have wedding parties! Cove didn't take his focus off the road, but you could hear every bit of relief in his voice. The corner of his mouth curved. I mean, I guess it's not exactly surprising that things went fine, but it's hard to act casual about any of this. It matters as much to me, too. I can't believe it's happening. The look on Cove's face crumpled sweetly with emotion. Your voice broke, feeling momentarily overwhelmed. Cove, we're getting married.
Me too.
I know. I keep having to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. Maybe I should pinch you just in case. Sighing, Cove swatted the air in joking defense of himself. He giggled and he rolled his eyes, pretending he wasn't just as amused.
All right.
Okay, let's hurry to Baxter's office. There's a whole rest of wedding to plan for. Right. A new day and another visit to your wedding planner came down the rushing river that was your life at this time. Hold on one second. night. A new day and another visit to your wedding planner came down the rushing river that was your life at this time. You, Cove, and Baxter were each settled into the same spots at the appointment prior, but there wasn't any of that initial shock. Instead, things started off with a simple greeting. Hey, we have a wedding party now. Everyone we wanted accepted. Oh, you work faster than I do. Wonderful. I'll check it off and we can move fully forward. I hope you're excited. I couldn't be more. Cove stutteringly giggled over the conversation.
Me too.
Well, he pulled out his pen while crossing his legs in a fluid motion. Our company has its own in-house photographer for your event, so that's taken care of. But there's a meal catering, cake, and any other dessert you want. I want a cake. Of course Cove wants a cake. Baxter coyly grinned at an abrupt interruption, unbothered. I'm sure you'll get your treat then. Along with those are the outfits for you both, and you naturally need to decide where the ceremony and reception will be held. If you're feeling unprepared to make a call on any of that now, we could always start with dance lessons for Cove. What are you feeling? Knowing where the wedding is going to be is pretty important to get done, but on the other hand, it's such a big thing, it's kind of intimidating to think about. Cove tilted his head back and forth, mentally working through his opinion on the matter. Baxter watched the struggle for a moment before bringing it back up. Terra, any thoughts for your to-be husband? Let's design a cake, Cove. He likes cake. This will be easy. This will be the easy part. Baxter nodded his head, confirming that he'd registered your choice. Besides you, Cove's excitement had bubbled over. He was bouncing in his seat, too eager to restrain himself. Good idea, Terra. I'm definitely ready to plan treats. His open enthusiasm tickled you, eliciting an enduring chuckle that slipped out. Across the table, Baxter joined you with a soft laughter of his own. Meanwhile, Cove seemed oblivious to your amusement. You figured he was too lost in imagining delicious cakes to notice what was happening around him. What you needed now was for someone to turn those dreams into reality. The agency had worked with suppliers of all kinds, so Baxter had a list of bakeries that they recommended for weddings. You and Cove had a few personal favorites too. Together you reviewed the websites for all potential bakeries. Baxter had a wealth of handy tips of what to keep in mind when it came to specifically to commissioning wedding cakes for you to take into consideration. The three of you whittled away the options until you finally settled on the one you wanted. With that decided, Baxter contacted them to arrange a meeting so you could select the flavors and discuss design ideas before working out practicalities. He easily secured a time that worked perfectly for both you and Cove. That brought you to the end of the meeting. The decision of which bakery to choose, the scheduling, briefing them on your basic requirements, had taken up all the remaining time you had with Baxter for today. The three of you rose from your seats, one after another.
Goodbye for today.
It's been great to see you. Yeah, I can't believe the next time we'll see you, we'll have our wedding cake picked out. Right, if everything goes to plan. Of course, I'm sure you'll have a great time together. I look forward to hearing what you decide on. Though I wouldn't be there in person, you can always text me if you want advice during the process. Thank you. It was reassuring to know that Baxter would be able to guide you if you got stuck, though you doubted that would happen. You waved goodbye as you and Cove left the office for that day. This is cute! The light tinkling of a bell over the door announced your arrival as you and Cove stepped inside, where you were immediately welcomed by a pleasant waft of sweet scents. The bakery was a delight for the senses, even before you'd taken a single bite. Decked out in a pretty shade of pink, it was impossible to miss. Cove closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. There was a soft air of cakes and pastries baking in the oven, tinged with warm spices like cinnamon and nutmeg. The display case was full of the daily selection of mouth-watering delicacies, neatly lined up and ready to be taken away. The selection ranged from intricate specialty cakes to more rustic, homey brownies and cupcakes. Usually those kinds of treats would be everything you needed, but today was a special visit. You were entirely focused on the even better desserts waiting for you on the horizon. You could tell Cove shared your feelings. He waited beside you with every outward appearance of patience, but you could tell his anticipation by the way he kept a close watch on the kitchen door as you waited for an employee to come greet you. This uncharacteristic restraint was a stark contrast to any other time he'd visited a bakery, where he'd had rushed over to the display case and immediately began picking out cakes to take home. As he shifted from one foot to the other, you knew that he was fighting to hold back those usual urges. Luckily, his self-control wasn't tested for long. Soon, the door to the kitchen swung open and a friendly-looking face emerged. Spotting you and Cove, the person smiled and began heading over. As they approached, you saw that the name on their tag was Xavier, with a little purple button pinned to one strap of their apron with the words they then printed in black letters. Xavier walked right up to you and gave you a welcome so warm you could have sworn it came fresh from the oven. Hello, welcome to... Thanks for coming by... Zake? That's so strange. Is there anything I can get for you? Hi, Cove paused, pointing first at himself and then at you as he spoke. We're Cove and Terra. We've got an appointment here. His voice, which had started out measured and even, became hushed as the thrill of what you were here to do started to get to Cove. When he resumed speaking, it broke further still, developing into a rushed whisper that Xavier needed to lean in to catch. It's to plan our wedding cake. We're getting married. What he said. Xavier's eyes lit up at the introduction. Of course, welcome Terra and Cove, our bride and groom. He's so excited to get married, it makes me so happy. Cove preened ever so slightly at those last words, his chin jutting out with confidence. I'm Xavier, the head cake artist here. We're so happy to be working with you for such an important event. You can take some seats right in front and we'll start talking options. They gestured to a nearby table. You and Cove obliged, taking your seats. As you sat down, your stomach somersaulted. You were really here to pick out a wedding cake, the cake that would be served at your wedding. It hadn't quite sunk in before, but being invited to begin made it feel more official. But knowing that you weren't alone in feeling that way comforted you, and you grinned at the love of your life. Cove beamed back at you. Why am I gonna cry again? The baker had taken a detour over to the back shelf where they picked up a binder before coming to stand before you at the table. I went over the info our baking assistant took when the appointment was arranged, so we can dive right into things. So let's do it. Starting with the size of the cake. How big do you want to go? You can go as big as 5 tiers high. Maybe. 2 or 3 maybe? Cove tilted his head to the side as he looked at you for input. 3 would be wonderful. Cool. Yeah, I think 3 is like a good amount. Seeing as you reached a conclusion, Xavier noted it down in the binder. A 3-tier cake it is. He glanced up from the binder, smiling. That will give us a lot to work with. In terms of decorating, is there any kind of direction you'd want us to aim for in overall style? Cove pursed his lips, stumped by the question. Artistic vision had never been his strong suit. Though you reviewed ideas for decorations and color schemes together, asking Cove to distill those visions and themes into words was doomed to failure. He took it from there and said, beachy. We want it to be beachy. Cove sighed, relieved, and expressed his approval. Right. Yeah, that's right. We can work with that for sure. Any color ranges in mind? Again, Cove fell silent, like a kid hoping not to be called on in the classroom. Even though it was just 3 of you, and he had no chance of hiding, you could swear that he was shrinking lower in his seat as if hoping to go unnoticed. As entertaining as that was, you decided to spare Cove before he slipped under the table. He spoke up and said, ooh. Muted tones, bright tones. I don't want bright. I kind of like either earthy shades or classic white. I'm stuck. Muted tones is also nice. Fuck, I don't know what to do. Goddamn. Damn, maybe saving. Fuck, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm so conflicted. Earthy shades, earth shades. I love earth shades, but we're going for blue for some of the stuff. So let's do classic white. Perfect, I got you. Xavier looked up from the binder. So we're looking at a 3-tier white cake that's beachy. You can picture the cake clearly now. It was just what you wanted. Yeah, that's right. Cove, who was staring at you, looked like you saved him from a life or death situation rather than answering a couple simple questions in a pleasant bakery. Gave you a thumbs up. Xavier watched you both with a smile. This cake is really shaping up. Time for the fun part. I'll be right back. He's gonna love this. They got up and made their way into the kitchen. The fun part? Cove echoed the words, puzzled but intrigued. He peered after Xavier, trying to catch a glimpse of the magic happening behind the closed doors. Craning his neck didn't grant Cove x-ray vision, but that was just fine, as you weren't kept in suspense for long. Xavier quickly returned with a large covered serving tray. Cove gasped, his fingers curling with anticipation. Careful, coming through! They lowered the heavy platter onto the table, where it clattered against the hard surface as it settled. Yes. Xavier lifted the cover to reveal several plates of little cake slices with mounds of different frosting and filling flavors. The beautiful array of colors and breadth of the selection it made for a wonderful presented array of treats. Cove gaped, wowed by the revelation.
Oh.
We get to try samples? Xavier giggled at Cove's reaction. Given just how much enthusiasm Cove had, you bet there weren't many previous grooms whose response could compare. You do. They pointed at the tray and began talking you through the selection, starting with the neat little slices of cake. So we've got a few cake flavors for you today. Vanilla, chocolate, red velvet, citrus, and such. They moved to the frosting and fillings. There's vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, maple, and mocha buttercream. Over here, we've got chocolatey and fruity fillings, though the inside can simply contain more frosting if you prefer. There are some of our most popular options, but not everything. You can see all our options on the order forms. As they talked, they took out 2 copies of the order sheet and presented you with one each. All the possibilities for each element of the cake were laid out before you. Now, the darker colored cake flavors like chocolate and red velvet can make light colored designs harder to pull off, but it's definitely not impossible, so feel free to choose what you most want to eat and let us take care of the rest. That's everything. You're welcome to eat whatever part looks appealing, or you can have everything on the platter if you've got the stomach for it. Oh, Cove's got the stomach for it. Cove's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Knowing Cove, you suspected that he intended to take Xavier up on the offer to sample everything. He picked up the fork provided and began systematically working through the platter. He took scoops out of the cake frosting and filling options in turn, moving from left to right and from top to bottom. He chuckled softly, amused that your hunch had been correct. Though Cove was evidently intent on eating a bit of everything, you noted that he was careful to leave at least half of each sample in case you wanted it too. You started trying everything as well. You want to try it all. It all looked delicious. Picking up a fork, you joined Cove in sampling the cakes, frosting, and fillings on offer. You remembered your delight to each one as you discovered new combinations and enjoyed the sheer variety laid out before you. Cove's eyes shone as he looked at you, glad to be sharing the experience. You were so enraptured that you nearly forgot that you weren't alone with Cove, but this too was by design. The baker stood by approvingly, careful not to do anything that might interrupt your enjoyment. You held up your fork to feed a piece to Cove. Cove spotted the poised fork in front of him, laden with cake. You knew your intentions had been understood as a blush spread across his cheeks. Even now, it was criminally easy to make him embarrassed. Still, he leaned in and opened his mouth to accept the offering. You brought the fork to his lips, and he happily ate the treat. Thanks, Terra. He held up his own fork, where the bite he had been about to take was waiting. For you. You leaned in to be fed. Cove's eyes glittered, with happy to reciprocate. You bit down around his fork. The cake seemed sweeter when it was being fed to you like this. So sweet. Cove shimmied happily in his seat. The different varieties had gone down very well with him. They're all so good. He cracked a grin. Hey, could we get a tier for every flavor? Xavier laughed. Unfortunately, we can't. At least not in a single cake. But I'm guessing you don't want several different cakes for your wedding. Yeah, we should just go with one. We can always get cakes for our anniversaries in the future. It would be nice to taste the experience over again, year after year, especially if you could continue to get cakes from the same bakery that had provided your wedding cake. The suggestion made him swoon for you. The promise of food and staying together was a perfect hit. Now that you and Cove were experts in the bakery cakes, it was time to figure out the details. We can do the cake all in one flavor, top to bottom, or let you choose 2 sets of different flavors. What works for you? Having different flavors for the tiers sound fun. Yeah, let's do that. Cove lifted himself up off the chair briefly to switch his position. He moved over from leaning forwards towards the tray and shifted to be situated on the side of the chair facing you.
So?
What's your thoughts? You don't have to stick to it forever, but you thinking something kind of plain, chocolatey, fruity, or what? You picked up the copy of the form to review the options again. After studying it carefully, you said, I just don't know. I'm thinking fruity. Yeah, fruity. Okay. He rested his chin on his hand as he stared thoughtfully into the distance. A smile drifted across his face as he pictured the possibilities of your cake. Then what do you think of like a lemon cake with strawberry buttercream and mixed berry preserves for the inside? Okay, that's really nice. Can we take a part of it? I'd like a different frosting flavor. Cove sat up straight, amazed with his idea had been a starting point for collaboration with you. Yeah, I'd love you to add your own thing. So we've got lemon with mixed berry, and he wanted strawberry, but I kind of think that having vanilla would be a good balance for all of that. I think that would be too many fruity flavors at once. Ooh, almond. Ooh, almond frosting? I've never heard of almond frosting. Almond frosting. I never heard of almond frosting before. Let's do almond. Almond's a nice subtle flavor. Almond frosting and fruity cake. I feel like that'd be a good balance, right? Wow, let's do almond. I've never heard of almond frosting before. Okay, almond. Cove leaned back in his seat, watching you curiously as he waited to hear what you were thinking. You glanced over the form again and got started on the next tier. Thinking about the type of cake you wanted, you decided to suggest, well, we can still do the lemon. Oh, wait, whoa, I'm confused. Lemon cake with strawberry buttercream, mixed berry preserves for the inside. Can we take a part of it? I like a different frosting. Almond. And then, oh, okay, so this is the next tier. So we did lemon with mixed berry and almond. So let's do let's do vanilla chocolate marble. And then let's do vanilla. And then for the filling, ooh, custard is so good. Let's do whipped cream though. We want to keep it light. That was plain. Cove, who'd been nodding along with your suggestions, recapped the idea. So you're thinking a vanilla chocolate marble cake with vanilla frosting and plain whipped cream on it. Okay, that sounds really fucking plain when you say it like that, Cove. So, a spiced cake. I've never heard of spiced cake before. Spiced cake? I still want this, actually. I still want it to be this because you know what? That sounds delish. That's right.
Sounds good.
It sounds really good to me. Then your mouth-watering cake flavors were all set. Because I feel like having a layer with like a more subdued flavor and then one with like more bold flavor is good because then like people can choose whatever tier they want. Then your mouth-watering cake flavors were all set. You were sure it was going to be a hit at the wedding. The inside of the cake is great. All that's left now is the cover. How should we wrap your baby up? Like fondant or maybe ganache? You said, well, I don't know. Buttercream covered in... What does ganache look like? Oh, is ganache just like the... It's like shiny. I think I would do buttercream. I mean, fondant. Fondant. Got it. Almost done. They scribbled that down in the binder. We want a bride and groom cake topper for sure. Edible pearls. Fresh flowers. Sugar made decorations. A royal icing piping. And I think that's it. Extra fancy, huh? That works for me. Okay, Cove. Awesome, so we got ourselves a cake plan. The baker's words made it official. You picked your wedding cake. You couldn't help being especially thrilled about that. The wedding cake was such a focal part of the party. It would be featured in photographs and shared among your family and friends. The joy of the day distilled into a beautiful confection. Just thinking about it left you breathless. You glanced at Cove out of the corner of your eye, wondering if he was feeling as excited as you were. He was leaning forward in his seat, a rapt expression on his face. As Xavier continued speaking, you pulled yourself back to the present. I'll take all the info you've given us today and use it to think up a finished design. I'll keep you in the loop on how it's going. Though, before you go, are you wanting any other dessert on the side? Maybe cupcakes or cookies? Or we could do something else if there's anything specific you have in mind. Oh, are wedding pretzels a thing? Wait, can we actually? Okay, we gotta either do crepes or wedding pretzels. I'm gonna do pretzels because that's what Cove roared with laughter. He struggled to rein in his amusement long enough to speak. Please tell me that's an option. Unexpected, but not impossible. We can make you some pretzels. Cove beamed with delight. The three of you talked over the details of your additional dessert. Xavier skillfully guided you through it all to determine everything your preferences for flavor and texture to the quantity you need. Eventually, it was all set up. Xavier reviewed their notes in the binder. So you're getting a 3-tier cake with a beachy kind of feel that's multi-flavored, and you're also getting some pretzels along with it. Your heart fluttered as you imagined the cake once again, you and Cove standing over it and ready to take the first cut. This is so cute! The side dessert beautifully complemented the cake, completing the picture perfectly. Yeah, those are our desserts. Cove bounced in his chair again, his hands clasped against the edge of the table. His excitement was as palpable as your own. This is gonna be so good. Xavier grinned, pleased to see the two of you so happy. Thanks again for coming to us for your wedding. We'll make the desserts of your dreams. You worked through the outstanding specifics of your order with Xavier, who was determined to get everything right for your big day, and had an answer ready for everything you could throw at them. I need chapstick. Hold on, y'all. My lips are chapped as hell. Once the final arrangements had been confirmed, you left the bakery feeling confident that your wedding cake was going to be just wonderful. Cove naturally shared your optimism completely. As per usual, you and Cove and Baxter met up on another day for another session. A few light-hearted words were engaged as Baxter watched the two of you amusedly. Cove's mood was still shining, and Baxter could tell.
So?
I'll take it the cake designing went well. Like a child who was excited to show their latest work of crayon art to their teacher, Cove shared the news with pure happiness. We're getting a really big one. I'm so pleased to hear that. What shall we be doing today? I want to settle on our clothes for today. Wonderful. He clapped his hands together at that thought.
Wow.
I can imagine you both look incredible. So, I recall that the two of you were intending to keep the outfits nice and secret for the special day. Does that mean you're each shopping alone, or were you thinking of extending an invitation for someone? I want my dad to come. It sounds like something a best man could do, right? I mean, I know my mom would want to come too, but she doesn't live close, so you know. Cove shrugged weakly. Baxter nodded with a faint quirk of humor in his expression. It'll be nice for Mom to see it on our actual wedding day, though.
Of course.
You felt for Cove, familiar with the issue yourself. You could think of a few geographically unavailable people it would have been nice to bring with you as well. Maybe you could send your mom pictures? Cove considered it, tilting his head in thought. He wasn't completely against the idea, but didn't fully commit either. I'm not very good at that. That is true. Even though it would have been nice for Cove to share the experience with his mom, you were sure that no matter what Cove wore, Cairo would be just as excited to see him on the big day. And it was great that he'd still be able to bring his dad. Tell him I say hi. For your own shopping experience, you pictured how you wanted the experience to go. Then you directed your attention back at Baxter, finally ready to answer his question. I'm gonna go with my mom's. You welcomed your mom's help on the shopping adventure. The trip was far less likely to end up with you scrutinizing yourself in a mirror when trying on the 13th outfit for 15 minutes, trying to judge it in the previous dozen options yourself. With that decided, Baxter rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Perfect! But before you run off on that next outing, it would be best to choose where you're going. Do you have a preference on which stores you'd like to visit? There are 2 excellent local shops that could be able to set you both up with whatever you need. One is primarily a dress boutique, but it also has romper and skirt options. The accessory selection is also divine. There's also a shop that focuses on pantsuits, skirt suits. They have it. They also have all the relevant additions that you'd likely want.
Yes.
I'm gonna wear a suit, so I guess I'll need to go to the suit shop.
What do you think?
And I'm going to go to the boutique.
It's doable.
It's doable. That works. Cove nodded in agreement. You made this so easy for me. Baxter sounded pleased as he reached over to his notebook on the nearby desk. He clicked his pen and jotted something down. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll see you both during our next session. Good luck. His smile was curled but bright. He waved you both off. Thanks. Co's voice was nervous as he started to shuffle out. You got up following him. We appreciate you making this easy for us too. Time passed from your meeting with your planner, and soon both you and Cove were going out for the big shopping trip. You temporarily said goodbye to your fiance. You hugged Cove and he squeezed you back with a big grin on his face. Have fun, Terra. You have fun yourself. Cove nodded, bouncing on the balls of his feet. You could tell he was slightly nervous, but still looking forward to the rest of the day. Your car beeped when you unlocked it, and you climbed into the driver's seat. Cove waved you off when you left. You swung by the neighborhood and picked up your parents along the way. Mom and Ma joked about who called shotgun first and who would spread out in the back seat. It was a pleasant drive, full of light conversation. For example, you learned that there was a rumor going around Sunset Bird about finally fixing up the old park. Ma doubted it was going to happen, since apparently it had been going around the grapevine for a while. Mom didn't think there would be smoke without a fire. But that's getting off topic. What are you hoping to find today, Terra? I mentioned a few of your ideas, and your parents listened eagerly, chattering about possible ideas for the rest of the drive. Up ahead was a very proper, fancy building. You could tell it was going to be really nice. Oh, wow. Look at these dresses already. Oh, wow. Okay. You entered the boutique and took in the view. The first thing you noticed was how warmly lit the shop was. Despite most of the merchandise being stark whites, the light was a soft glow. It was fanciful, like a fairy tale place where dreams could come true. The dresses had room to breathe, and each displayed like it was a treasure. In the air, there was a faint scent. You thought it was something floral, but you also thought there was something that smelled like vanilla as well. Whatever it was pretty and not overwhelming. Fancy. Ma's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the place. Yes, this should do well. Mom chuckled as she walked further into the shop. Well, if Lonnie says it's acceptable, then we're in good shape. A woman with an official-seeming binder stepped across that floor, her high heels not clacking once. She made eye contact with you and smiled. Hello, is Terra here? Yes, I'm Terra. Thank you for coming and congratulations. My name is Gabrielle and I'll be your stylist today. We'll do everything we can to find your dream look for the day. She grinned brightly and gestured for you to follow her. She led you over to a sitting area. One sec, before you settle in, let me get a few measurements. You obliged, and Gabrielle took a measuring tape from her pocket and wrapped it around you. You could tell that she had a lot of practice with how efficient she was at it. Thank you so much. Now feel free to sit. We can get this going. You sat in the middle of the seats. It seemed appropriate, and with how the spots were arranged, as you'd be able to get up and out easily. That'd be very helpful considering why you were here. Your mom's filled in to a couple open seats. Ma still seemed to be inspecting her surroundings while Mom beamed at you. Gabrielle flipped over her binder and tapped the laminated pages with her manicured nails. To get an idea of your vision, I have a few questions for you. This will guide the selection process. I find it makes things a little more manageable if I bring you options based on your preferences instead of you going over every single piece we've got. We wouldn't want to overwhelm you. Ma smirked but made no comment. She had supervised a boutique since you were a child and likely knew more than most of the employees here. However, you appreciated that she was respectful of their process. I know it's a lot to think about all at once, but just take it one question at a time and remember that we can always go in another direction later if you want. Okay, sounds good. The stylist handed the questionnaire over to you and you skimmed over the questions. It got more detailed as it went, but the start was fairly simple. The type of clothing you wanted brought out was a dress. That was... Ooh, traditional or non-traditional? I don't know. Oh, a traditional shade? Yeah, I want it to be white. I want it... Ooh, oh, actually, this is hard. Fuck. Okay, now I gotta, like, look up dresses. Hold on. Ivory. Because I don't know. I really like ivory. I like ivory a lot. Like, ivory is very pretty. I like ivory. I don't know. Pearl. No. I feel like I think I'm just gonna do Pearl, really? I feel like Pearl's a little too bright, in my opinion. I feel like I want something that's a little muted, and I feel like we get that with Ivory. I feel like Pearl's a pretty bright white. I would either go with Off-White or Pearl. Or Ivory, sorry. Let's see. I'm gonna look up Off-White versus Ivory. Ivory's a little more brown. I don't know. You were right. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Because, like, it goes white, Off-White, and then Ivory. I feel like Ivory's got, like, that vintage-y feel, and I kind of like that. I think we're going to go with Ivory. I think we're hard set on that. With what kind of garment you wanted and the desired color filled out, the questionnaire transitioned to more style-based questions. You went down the list picking out a descriptor after a descriptor that sounded best. Oh my god, I want a fusion between modern and traditional. Textured cloth, shiny cloth, textured cloth. Fitted at the top, then flowing out. Puffing out. Flowing or puffing? Do I like princessy puffing? Is that what they mean? I guess puffing out. Beading and lace detailing. We're gonna be on the beach, so let's do short sleeved or sleeveless. Sleeveless. Like big flower bloom puff. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Sleeveless or short sleeved? I don't want sleeveless as in like there's no sleeves at all. Short sleeved. Floor length. Finally, you handed the binder back to the stylist. She ran her gaze up and down the page. I'm on it. I'll go get you something. Gabrielle turned on her heels and headed to the back of the store, out of sight. The distinct sound of the stylist's heels deliberately not clacking on the floor alerted you that she was coming back. She carried a dress that seemed right out of what you pictured from the questionnaire. It was the right color, right fabric, and the style you indicated. Seeing all the elements put together in the dress, I want to see it. What do you think, Tara? Well, I want to see what it looks like. I wish I could see what it looks like. I'm not... Okay. That you know what? I have confidence in that. I feel like that would... Yes. That's it. Your stylist lit up at your approval and she held the dress closer to you. Then you should put it on. They're not giving us that visual? I know. It's so disappointing. The stylist walked you to the changing room, a generously sized space with a full mirror closed off by a heavy curtain. She hung the dress on a metal hook. Now, before I give you some privacy, would you like me to grab any accessories to complete the look? I definitely feel like an anklet. We gotta have an anklet. We have to have an anklet. I want earrings. I want a train and a veil. And that's everything. You shared your ideas with the stylist. From your description, she had something in mind and left you to collect what you requested. You closed the curtain after Gabrielle was gone. You were glad that there was a space to put your clothes when you changed out of them. You slipped into the dress. It fit well for something off the rack. Gabrielle knew what she was doing with sizing. You inspected yourself before you left the dressing room. The view from the mirror was breathtaking. You truly were about to have a wedding. You slid the thick cloth partition aside and stepped back to the main floor of the shop. You paused in front of another well-lit mirror and beamed. Gabrielle walked up and accessorized you. The look was finished. In the mirror, the day you were planning for looked back at you. You in the dress you'd wear in the ceremony. It felt real. You were so excited. You felt like jumping for joy and struggled not to run around telling everyone in the shop how lucky you were to be marrying Cove. You nodded at your reflection and then spun around to face the others. Ma hugged around Mom from the side.
Oh.
It's amazing, honey. Mom took a moment to recover from being bowled over from the unexpected hug, but rallied. You never looked better, kiddo. He twisted around, looking back at the mirror. It was the right choice. You went back to... I think we styled her good. Even if we don't know, I feel like it was good. So, you went back to talk with the stylist together, and she helped you get things sorted out. The excitement, I'm so excited. Gabrielle took more of your measurements and discussed the shoes you'd be wearing. The boutique would tailor the dress to fit you and your shoe size exactly. It didn't take long to wrap everything up. You thanked Gabrielle for her help and had every belief that the next time you put on the dress, it would be one of the best days of your life. When outside, the first thing on your mind was calling Cove to let him know you were done. You selected Cove's name in your favorites and tapped the call button. He answered right away. His voice was chirpy over the phone, eager to talk to you. Hey, Tara. Hi. How'd it go? It went great. Another thing to check off the list.
I'm so glad.
I'm glad it worked out. He sounded sweet, and a small part of you melted. Talking to him made you even happier that you'd been for successfully finding your outfit. How are things for you? I did it too. Me and Dad kind of struggled, but it worked out. I'm pretty sure it's all good. You should like it. I can't wait for us to see each other. It's going to be amazing. This is a surprise I can't wait for. Suddenly the days before the wedding seems even longer. Now you would be in suspense. Should I say sorry now if I cry when I see you? I know it's going to be perfect. I already knew he was going to cry. Like, if he didn't cry, I'd be surprised. But I should let you go. We can see each other in person once we get back.
I love you.
Goodbye for a little bit, Tara. I love you. Love you too. Bye, Cove. See, as a person... Pause. I would never just say love you too. If I'm talking to a partner and they say I love you, you say I love you back. The I before saying love you is very, very important. If I tell someone I love you and they say love you, run it back and start again. You're saying I love you, not love you. Sorry, that's just, I would never say that. That was mischaracterization. I would never say that. You ended the call gleefully and tucked the phone away. Then you pulled out your keys and hurried off to your fiancé. You also gave your appreciation to your moms for not interrupting your conversation with Cove. They had been able to sense you'd been missing him and needed that time. You parked in the familiar street to drop your moms off. With the car parked in front of your old house, you said your goodbyes. Thanks for letting us come along. Hopefully we didn't cramp your style too much. I'm sure we'll see you soon. You thanked them for joining you and waved until they disappeared in the house. In the car, with the scenery flying past you, you reflected on the day. You got back to what you had put together and you felt your heart flutter. The image was crystal clear. You could see much of yourself in it, and the view of your wedding day had become that much more defined in your mind. Right on time, you entered Baxter's office for your next meetup. He was waiting there for you. Were you both able to find the pieces you're happy with? I think so. It's going to be wonderful. Yeah, as it should be. What shall we be doing today? We're almost done. It shouldn't be put off any longer. Baxter rubbed his hands together and grinned at you.
Absolutely.
Alright, now we're getting serious. Cove gulped. His Adam's apple briefly retreating up into his chin as if afraid before he nodded his assent.
All right.
Tara's right. We should decide this. His eyes met yours as he bobbed his head again. Let's do it. You sat up straight, your back tearing away from the comfort of the sofa's cushioning, as you readied yourself for such a critical discussion in your wedding preparation. Here we go. Good. There are stunning buildings in the area which used to be private locations but have since opened up, specifically for wedding ceremonies for any couple who'd like to use of them. Naturally, there's also plenty of commercial locations that can easily host a full-size after-party for your reception. His mouth twitched into a sly smile. But if you prefer something outdoors, there's always the beach. The beach. It has to be at the beach. It has to be at the beach. You could go for a spot that you can host both parts of the wedding, so it's entirely in one location, but there's no harm in making a little trip from the ceremony to the reception afterwards either. It's entirely up to you. He held up a hand, stopping himself mid-flow, but continued to smile wryly. I don't wish to get carried away in a preamble. Where would you like us to start? He leaned in, not planning on missing one word, the hand which he'd held in the air now propping up his chin. Never been to a beach wedding? Me neither, but I feel like this is fitting for us in this moment. I feel like a beach wedding, like in typical things, like it would have to be like a really nice day. Like it couldn't be too hot, but it couldn't be too cold. And you'd have like the sand. You would have to make sure it wasn't a windy day, and like that's gonna be for, I don't know. And you would have to have the reception somewhere else because the food and everything, just no. Can we figure out where the ceremony will be held first? Yeah. He bit his lip before speaking again. His voice was soft and sweet, but a little sheepish. That's the one I'm most excited about too. Gladly. He relaxed back into his rolling chair, then took out a phone with one hand while extracting his pen with the other. I've got photos of places I mentioned to let you actually get a feel of the scene. Baxter tapped away at his screen, pulling up the previews of potential ceremony locations for your wedding. While he was partially preoccupied with that, he rattled off the specific kind of locations you could use. So there's a few spots I'd like to show you. There's a mansion that is formerly privately owned, as well as a church, mosque, or a synagogue in the same vein. There's the beach, as always, or perhaps different the beach. So we're allowed to mention our own ideas for places? Baxter nodded amiably.
Certainly.
What did you have in mind? Well, he looked down at his shoes as he spoke. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at you. I didn't even think about the poppy hill! I'm gonna cry. Yes, absolutely. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, that's such a good one. That's where, yeah, that's where they first met, and then that's where I proposed. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. That's sweet. He tilted his head away and closed his eyes. I remember seeing it when I was there. Cove's gaze was fixed on Baxter with rapt attention, awaiting his verdict. It's rather small and round. Cove deflated, his shoulders sagging. Baxter opened his eyes again and continued. If you don't mind your guests having to stand, there's just not room for chairs. We could still set up a simple ceremony there. Cove chuckled as he straightened up in his seat. It could be worse. The confidence had restored to him, having Baxter take his suggestion seriously and even offer ways to accommodate it. He had helped put Cove at ease. Then he shifted over to you. We don't have to do it there, though. If it's poppies you want, there is another option. I know a bigger, flatter field. Oh, yeah, we took Cove there. We took him there. It would be spacious enough for a full setup there. Oh, Cove eyes lit up in recognition. I know the one you mean. His expression turned dreamy and he lowered his voice to a whisper. It's a beautiful place. He was reminiscing about the day years ago when you'd taken him there as a surprise. You called it vividly, but from how hard he tried to surprise you to the way you turned the tables on Cove that morning and brought him to the white field of poppies. Thinking on it made your heart swell. The passion from that day stirred once more. Your younger self had longed to make Cove happy. You were glad that they succeeded. Looking at Cove, his expression tender, you could see the victory continued to this day. Very nice. Then Cove jolted in his seat, his head snapping up as another idea came to him. Are people allowed to have weddings or whatever in Redwood Forest? Oh my god, wait. There's so many good options now. I didn't even think of that. Even though it's kind of further away, that's an amazing place to be in. He drew his feet in close to the sofa as he looked down, growing shy. We made some special memories there. Baxter nodded surely. It is an option for certain spots, but we could get it set up if you want it. Coke grinned, delighted. Baxter spread his hands wide. He is a nature man in heart. He really is. I mean, look at him. Look at his arm. Like, look at his name. Baxter spread his hands wide, holding the pen and his phone with his fingers so that you could see the palms of each hand.
Wow.
Those are the ideas, it sounds like. Tell me, what's standing out most to you? Oh my god. I wonder if we can do the reception at the Poppy Field and do the wedding at the Poppy Hill. Which one to do? The Poppy Hill has so much to it, you know? I don't know. The Poppy Hill is where we first met. It's where I proposed. It's where we continue to go back to over and over and over again throughout the story. Kind of feels like we have to do the Poppy Hill. Like, I feel like that's the best option there. The Poppy Hill behind my house. I think we have to.
Oh.
He lifted his head up from the phone to face you instead, a note of amusement in his voice. I don't have a photo for that. I do. Wonderful. Baxter leaned back in his seat, crossing his legs as he left Cove to manage the presentation of this one. He saw the trembling in Cove's fingers as he tapped through his gallery, looking for the photo of the hill. In spite of Baxter's earlier show of support, he was still nervous about the idea. Even though you weren't looking at his screen, you knew the instant he'd found the photo he'd been searching for. Just seeing the picture on his phone made him draw a deep breath in through his nostrils. That's more than enough space. Your childhood self had been wrong. People could have hills, and that was yours, and it was his. I'm gonna cry. That fucking quote? Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. That's so, I'm gonna get emotional. Oh. Keep it together, Shrimpo. I can't. I've already cried like 3 times already. He started before drifting off. He tried again, pulling his thoughts and feelings into words as best as he could explain. It's our hill. It's not that impressive or even flat enough to put out chairs for guests, but we could get married there if you want to. Where we met, where we spent our life growing up together. Niavi, welcome back! Cove's voice was sweet as he spoke, but his eyes were earnest and open. You knew that what he was really asking was for your honest opinion, whether you wanted to get married there or not. Cove, I think this is the one. Do you? Cove's eyebrows rose in response to your statement. The Poppy Hill? His wavy brows relaxed, sloping gently as he smiled softly. I would love that. It'd be perfect for the two of us. Your body tried to gasp and laugh in excitement at the same time, resulting in a short, breathy snort followed by an exhilarated giggle. We're gonna have a Poppy Hill ceremony.
Exciting.
He smiled indulgently, like a teacher allowing the class a moment of levity before bringing them back to their studies. Before you fully get carried away, there's still the reception location to consider. Baxter glanced down at his phone, nodding almost imperceptibly as he clicked away to get the information he needed. There's a couple of big halls you could consider, one which is frequently used for dances, and one is more for formal events. This was a large room in a historic mansion that could host the reception, the same one that I mentioned before. Oh! The aquarium! We have to do the aquarium. Are you fucking kidding me? The aquarium. Absolutely the aquarium. A rather new option is actually the aquarium in the city over, which now has the bandwidth to host private events. The aquarium! Yes! He took us on a date there. Oh my god, and he absolutely...
Seriously?
Really? It'd be in the main display room with the floor-to-ceiling tanks. Yes! You couldn't think of anyone who'd been as excited by the option as Cove. I don't know, I'm pretty excited. As such, the news had temporarily stunned him. All at once, he blinked rapidly, closing his mouth in a hurry. Your attention returned to Baxter. The aquarium was certainly an option to keep in mind, but there were many other appealing choices to consider. There's always the beach, and even though you didn't want to use the redwood forest for your ceremony, it could work for the reception. No. What about the country club? Oh, yeah, we could do that. He snapped his fingers over and over, trying to dredge the name back up. The Cypress.
Right.
They had their anniversary dinner there. You know the one. He closed his eyes, brows furrowed deeply as he tried to recall it. You were torn on whether or not to bail him out. Before you could come to a decision, Baxter caught up on and filled in the blanks. Ah, yes, the Cypress, I believe. You nodded. Baxter returned the gesture as Cove opened his eyes again, looking both relieved and like victory had swiped from under him.
It's doable.
They would absolutely be able to host your reception, especially since your family are already members. Cove beamed. It's cool if we go with one of the other things. I just thought it was an idea. Oh, there's so many good options because the Cypress is also the first time we went on a date together. Oh, there's so many good options. It was a smart suggestion. I have no doubt that they'd do an excellent job if you chose them, but it really what feels comfortable for you. Master leaned in, perching his chin on his knuckles of his left hand. He was still holding his pen and his phone ready to leap into action. What's holding the most interest to you right now? We can talk it over. God, what am I gonna do? I kind of want to do the aquarium. I feel like I gotta do the aquarium. The aquarium! Baxter held up a finger to indicate that he would be a moment. That was very nearly all it took, as he was able to look at pictures of the aquarium's large display room with ease. Yes! He showed his screen to you and Cove. As he gazed at his beloved watery world, Cove bopped his shoulders from side to side. With his attention locked on the screen, you wondered if he was even aware he was doing it. It's like they made it available for weddings just for Cove. Finally, Cove pulled his gaze from the phone and glanced over his shoulder to you. You could tell that he was trying to figure out what you were thinking. I feel like that's going to work. What do you think, Cove? Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully. The aquarium for a reception? His voice lilted at the end as though he was speaking a question, but he didn't seem to expect an answer. Rather, it was the thought he was contemplating the feel of the words on his tongue, checking that they felt right as a final test. Cove broke into a grin. I think you're right. It would match us for sure. Oh, he's so cute. I love him so much. I just want to, like, squeeze him. 1 second. You had been holding your breath as Cove mulled over the venue one last time. You let out a sigh of relief. You'd already begun picturing the day with your reception here, and now that Cove confirmed he felt the same, the tension drained out of you as swiftly as it had come. Your energy was mounting. With the venues picked, your idle daydreams of the big day moved from hazy imaginings to sharp clarity. The excitement radiated off you and onto Cove. He pulled himself closer to you on the sofa, your legs brushing against each other. Sensing that his audience was becoming distracted, Baxter quickly spoke up again. A ceremony at the Poppy Hill and a reception at the aquarium after, You looked thoughtfully. Looking thoughtfully, Baxter tapped his pen against the side of his desk. Your eyes were drawn to the source of the noise. He tilted his hand as if to tap it once more, the pen idly rolling between his fingers and a thumb, and then he smiled. Sounds like a wedding. I'll make it happen. Cove spun to face you, his eyes alit with glee. You'd got your wedding locations! You felt every thump of your heart beating in your chest. It was a thought so simple and yet so monumental that you were struggling to accept it all at once. You knew where your wedding was going to be. You leaned over to kiss Cove's cheek. Your lips lingered on his skin only for a moment, yet Cove was still flushed when you pulled away. The sudden display of affection had caught him by surprise. We're getting married! With one of the most critical elements sorted, the big occasion was really coming together. Cove chuckled at your words. Gazing into his eyes, you knew that all that he could think about was that day that you'd just taken another step towards planning. Reviewing the venue options had taken up the bulk of your allotted time with Baxter. You would now need to reach out to the location managers and make arrangements, so you came to a mutual agreement that you'd end it here and let him take care of matters right away. Goodbyes followed, then you and Cove giddily left the office and spilled out onto the street together. It was a great way to end the day's work. You and Cove arrived at Baxter's office on the dot of the allotted time. Emotions were still high from the preparations the previous day. After having settled down as the process had gone on, Cove's nerves had shot back to their initial appointment levels. Greetings were exchanged, and Baxter didn't leave a space open for Cove to get lost in. Your planner was right to the point. What shall we be doing today? We only have 2 more things to do, and then we're gonna have a freaking wedding. How will we just pick a caterer? All right. Cove's brightening enthusiasm was no surprise to you. Food always excited him. Baxter placed his hands on the arms of his chairs and lightly tapped it with the tips of his fingers. That should be a nice time. I'll make sure you'll find the proper service to meet your needs, but don't worry, I won't get in the way of deciding any of the details for the menu. Thanks. I appreciate that. After that, the rest of the session circled around finding a specific catering company. Eventually, you all agreed on one in particular. They were able to make arrangements with you right away. One phone call, and you had scheduled a time to go over details in person. That included a meeting with the chef, too. And as an added bonus, this would all happen before your next appointment with Baxter. It's a relief knowing that the menu would be taken care of by the next time you saw him again. Until then, there wasn't much else to do. It was time to leave. Thanks again for your help. It's my pleasure, of course. I await your next visit. We'll be back soon. Bye. Baxter nodded with a genuine smile as he watched you head out the door. Once you were outside the offices, you noticed a little pep in Cove's step. You were both in good spirits. Chipping away at the wedding planning had a special way of doing that. On the scheduled appointment with the caterer, you and Cove eagerly arrived at the location specified over the phone. You were led inside the building, past the seating room, and directly into the commercial kitchen. It was sleek silver and so clean that it sparkled. The observation alleviated some worries right away. Next to you, Cove's eyes wandered the space with intrigue. Along the back wall, you spotted a woman at a sink large enough to be an arm's length deep. She looked over her shoulder and grinned broadly. Hold on, I'll be right there. She finished washing up and swiftly crossed the room, drying her hands on her apron. Then she reached you and Cove and gave a little bow. Hi, I'm the head chef and your caterer. I heard that you're getting married and are in need of sustenance for your friends and family. Yeah, we are. Well, I can assure you that you've come to the right place. We provide a full-course meal with a menu tailored to your tastes and requirements. We'll also include all plating, silverware, and glasses, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Why don't you introduce yourselves? A bit stunned by the speediness of the chef's candor, Cove took the opposite approach and slowly, awkwardly pointed to himself. I'm Cove, the groom, and my name's Terra. I'm the bride. I love it. You can call me Rhonda. Oh, okay. Hi, Rhonda. Hey, nice to meet you. Marvelous. Now I have a little pamphlet I'm gonna go grab. You can read it, leave it on the counter, use it as a coaster. It's okay, I'm gonna explain everything myself anyways. Think of it as an extra guide. Rhonda waved the idea of any formality with both hands as she also shrugged nonchalantly. Cove chuckled shyly, leaning towards you while she lightly jogged to the other side of the kitchen. She scooped up 2 information sheets and came right back. Rhonda confidently stretched her arms out all the way to offer you each a pamphlet. Both of you accepted one. Cove turned his around in his hands, inspecting it carefully. You studied the one in your hands, too. Wow. Well, now that I've remembered that, we can get into the nitty-gritty. Let's shop talk the menu. You can choose to have a single menu that's consistent across the board, easy peasy, or we can do up to 2 full separate menus on the types of menus based on the different dietary needs. Well, I know that our sister doesn't eat meat, so guests could choose between them, and we'll prepare as much of both as needed. And it practically goes without saying that we'll be able to accommodate individual plate changes if any comes up. For example, a situation where just 1 or 2 people need some specific elements left out, we can work with that without needing to make another full selection for it. So what kind of menu did you 2 have in mind? We'll just no specific. There wasn't anything in particular that you felt like you needed to restrict or make specific arrangements for. Your group of friends and family could work with whatever. And we'll like a second one that was vegetarian. Turning to Cove, you checked to see if he had opinions on the menu. How does that sound? I'm thinking that we have a good plan going. Great. That's the biggie already done then. Let's keep that ball rolling. Yes, please. At the minimum, there's going to be a main entree at your service, so that's 1 course automatically. And if you're having a cake or another dessert, that's technically be another course for your guests. Although that doesn't count as one of the portions that we offer here, I can go up to 6 courses, the dinner, and as many as 5 additional portions. So we're looking at salad, soup, a hot appetizer, a cold appetizer, and or palate cleanser. Do you know how big you want the service to be? Let's do 3 course. That sounds really good. Cove brightened, contemplating the possible combinations with 3 courses. He picked up the pamphlet again. I really did want at least one of those other options. 3 courses then, eh? Sounds like it. Do you know what you'd like for it? I want one of them to be a soup. Sure, I'm not gonna say no to soup. Okay, we have an entree and a soup agreed on. Yep. And the chef glanced up from her notebook. She twirled the pen with her fingertips in anticipation. It's coming along nicely so far. What else were you thinking? Hot appetizer. Perfection. This will be tasty. Oh, and how much heat are you expecting for the dishes? We can keep it all very mild, and we can easily push the spice levels up. Let's do mild as the base. That'll keep everyone happy. Maybe there could be sauces on the table for people to add their own. We can do that. Your lips pulled into a happy smile. Not that you were surprised, but still you were grateful to have Cove's full support here. And the chef backtracked through her notes for a second. She thought over everything that you all discussed until she could pin down exactly what was slipping her mind. What about the drinks? Are we a just water please party, a coffee and tea group, or hard drinkers? There's always at least going to be water, even if you have other options, so don't worry about that. Oh, I'd like there to be... We'll do wines, fruit juices, liquors, mixed cocktails, and sparkling water. And that's everything I'm thinking. I think we covered it. There's nothing else I'd want to add. We'll make it happen. So that's the menu type, meal scale, spice level, and beverage basics. Please, Rhonda rolled her sleeves up. Her gaze fell on you and Cove with a new determined gleam. Let's go deeper. Cove smiled nervously at the chef's intensity, but he didn't wilt completely. You had a sneaking suspicion his remaining strength came from the topic still being about food. The conversation continued from there. It dug into the specifics such as the main protein and side ingredients, the style of cuisine the foods would be based on, and so on and so on. It took a fair bit of time, but eventually a finalized selection was arranged. You couldn't get over how delicious everything sounded the longer the conversation went. By the end, Cove appeared just as relieved and excited as you were about the food, but most of all, you were just grateful to have a set menu plan for the wedding. Rhonda, however, hadn't slowed down at all. I see that you're both settling down for a rest, but just hang on and stay with me a little longer. We're not done yet. Oh, there's something else? Yes, and it's called presentation. We can do all levels of flair for your meal. Were you picturing a plain Jane approach or something more hoity-toity? The stuff just needs to be on the plate. I'd like if some care was put into the arrangement. Yeah, it'd be kind of nice if it felt special for the day of all times. That works for us. So as I started to talk about way back when, we'd provide the plates and utensils and such. Our plates are white, but they can be completely plain or have a little swirly details around the edges. So what do you think of that? Before you and Cove could even consider giving an answer, she held both her hands up to stop that and stole a glance over her shoulder. Wait, give me another second. I'll grab some stacks you should see before choosing anything. Again, without leaving a window to say anything in response, Rhonda darted off deeper into the kitchen. Cove stared at her as she went. His expression was deadpan. You can pick the plates. Alright, I'll handle it. An abrupt clattering came from the direction she disappeared down, and a moment later your caterer had reappeared. She kept her word and had a pile of plates balanced in each of her hands. She stepped up to a clear counter space. Rhonda spoke cheerily, almost musically, while laying out the first set of plates and some forks to go with them, perhaps so you knew for sure what they'd look like together. Here's the white. The two of you looked silently at the collection of completely plain white dinner plates. And there's the swirl. I like the swirl. Now, what are you thinking? I like the swirly one. Got it. Thanks for humoring me. And because you're getting the hot appetizer course, there's an extra piece to this puzzle. Now, what we could do is just bring it out ahead of the meal and place it on the front of each guest in their seat, but that's not our only option. We could have all the appetizers set out at a single table from the very start of the reception so guests can go over and eat as they please. Or we could even have servers walk around the room with platters of appetizers to offer guests throughout this party as they mingle. Ooh. I would enjoy having servers walking around the party. That sounds fancy. Wow, our wedding is gonna be elegant. Do I want servers? I feel like Cove, I'm trying to think. Cove doesn't like waiting, so I would say leave it in a single table, because I know that he's going to want to go and get food a bunch. And that way everyone can go at their own pace. It makes sense to me. Righto, then that's what we'll do. Thank you. And now you can breathe. We're done. Rhonda laughed happily as she closed her notebook and put it aside. Okay, cool. I'm glad we have that worked out. Thank you very much, Rhonda. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. We're looking forward to knocking your socks off. It'll be a 3-course double menu, mild meal that your guests will be talking about for years to come, I promise. Neat. One last quick question. Sure thing. How do we get out of here again? Rhonda clapped her hands and let out a deep laugh. Cove's face reddened with embarrassment. Go down the hall and take a left to another hall, then a right, and then you'll find the exit. It was so nice meeting you two. Thanks again. After that, you and Cove left the kitchen and made it out of the building in one piece, following Rhonda's instructions. You both returned to the car with a vigor in your strides. It was amazing to get such a nice meal arranged and exactly the way that you both wanted it to be. The food was definitely something you were going to be daydreaming about from now until the big day. Whew, we're getting so close. When you arrived at the office again, Baxter was already comfortably seated and scanning over his notebook. He glanced up from it at the sound of the door opening. Welcome back. What's on the menu? Baxter smirked, but Cove answered with complete earnestness. A lot of things. Delicious. What shall we be doing today? There's only one last thing to do. Dance sessions.
Exciting.
Oh, you want to get started on that? Exciting. Baxter gestured down to the other door in the space, rolling his wrist to point with his whole hand in an extravagant gesture. There's a room here in the building you can use for dance lessons. I'll need to schedule it, of course. We need to be certain there wouldn't be any conflicts. If you could wait a moment, please. He pulled out his phone and swiped his finger a few times, his brow furrowed as he checked some sort of calendar. He tapped something with flourish and looked up with a grin. Cove watched with open antsiness. What am I saying? Cove and I can do it in the afternoon. It's likely we'll get in as early as tomorrow for the first lesson. I can get everything arranged today if that works for you. Cove nodded seriously. There was no hesitation coming from his corner, despite his jitteriness. Let's do it. He shot Cove and Baxter a pleased thumbs up. Yeah, that's good. Baxter placed the phone down to clasp his hands together. His enthusiasm was hard to miss.
Excellent.
I'll make it happen. And he did. Baxter made the necessary arrangements right afterwards. He asked for your input occasionally and finalized the times. He planned each detail out exactly. Any specific ideas that Cove or you had was jotted down and added to the considerations. What kind of music are you thinking of? Would you rather go with something fast or something slow? It doesn't have to be ballroom staples. I'm more varied than that. A recent wedding I helped with went with classical music for the first half and then early 2010s dance music for the last half. There is no wrong answer to that. That is exactly what we're gonna do. I would love songs to dance to. Do that. You had already started thinking about what songs best fit Cove in your relationship. Baxter nodded approvingly. Cove was even more supportive of your recommendation. Yes, you can hear him. Can you hear him through my mic? He's picking up on my mic. The cat. Yeah, that's Ren. He's yelling because he wants more food, even though he already ate. Baxter nodded approvingly. Cove was even more supportive of your recommendation. Cool. I think I can guess some of the songs you're hoping for.
Absolutely.
Of course. And speaking of, let's check about particular tracks. Rennie. After continuing to discuss music selections for a while, your office time with Baxter finished and it was time to leave for the day. Guys were said, knowing that the separation wouldn't last long. Tomorrow wasn't far. Hold on one second. I got chicken nuggets, so I'm gonna be also eating chicken nuggets at the same time. Give me 1 second. Please give the void a hug and a kiss. Okay, I'll give him a hug and kiss right now. I'm surprised he's not yelling. There's my kitty. Mwah. I'll put a picture in the Discord later of him. Go. Don't freak out now. I got cat hair all over my lips now. Okay. The hours passed. It's stuck to my chapstick. The hours passed by quickly. It felt like a blink by the time the session rolled around. A bit after lunch, you drove Cove over to his first solo dance lesson with Baxter. He was definitely nervous on the drive there. Sorry if you hear me eating chicken nuggets. He's balding now. He's not balding. Despite his usual anxiousness, he insisted that he wanted to do the lesson on his own. He would show you his moves after he practiced. You wish Cove luck. He's going to be a Bingus cat? No, don't wish that upon him. You wish Cove luck and dropped him off, hoping he had a good time. You drove off as soon as he disappeared into the building. The plan was to run errands until it was time to pick him back up. You had heard about a new store that had opened recently. It was close enough that you decided to check it out and see if they had anything worth getting. Unfortunately, the store didn't have a good selection compared to other options, but you stalled in the snacks section. Debated buying something in order to not leave empty-handed. What does this matter? We'll get a chocolate bar for Cove. Do what you must. I gotta eat these chicken nuggets. You plucked a bar off the shelf and bought it. Another store that you knew would have what you needed was minutes away. A short drive later, and you were on your way to finishing your errands. It was nice to keep busy while waiting for Cove. When the time came, he drove the car up to the front of the building, stopping where Cove stood on the sidewalk. Cove greeted you with a smile and hopped into the car. He closed the door behind him and buckled his seatbelt with a click. How'd it go? Cove shifted in his seat while rubbing the back of his neck. It was awkward, as you probably guessed, but not that bad. He brightened as he thought back. You listened to the vivacity in his voice, even as you focused on driving through the parking lot. Baxter is kind of a good guy, not a bad teacher. You pulled out from in front of the building and started making your way through the first intersection. What did you talk about with all your time together? To yourself, you admitted you were really curious. From what you could remember of the summers ago, Cove and Baxter never spent time with just each other. Cove hummed in thought. We mostly just focused on the dance lesson. I think we also talked about some general wedding stuff. He asked me about the material of napkins I liked. Nothing personal. He didn't bring up anything from back before when he wasn't our wedding planner. He paused for a moment, then continued. It had to have been on purpose. I guess he didn't forget how I'd get uncomfortable when people acted too friendly too fast. He heard Cove tap the car door with his fingertips as he made a right turn. I wouldn't have minded talking a little more now, so we kind of made progress in more than just my coordination. A smile tugged at your lips. That was good to hear. Then you finally got on the highway out of the city. Next time you would come back for a usual office visit. He couldn't wait to continue ahead with even more wedding details. Nugget time. Hold on. When you arrived for your session that day, you noticed Baxter's foot was tapping against the floor in a steady rhythm. It seemed the lessons from the day before were still on his mind. Heya. Hi.
Good afternoon.
So nice to see you again. With all of the work, planning, and effort a thing of the past, you were having your final appointment with Baxter. The two of you situated yourself on the purple couch in your normal spots, though Cove was unable to treat the visit as anything near normal. His legs had stiffened from nervousness so badly, the bend of his knees was like a snap of two branches. He nearly fell onto the cushion. Baxter, on the complete opposite end of the comfort spectrum from Cove, smiled with a natural ease. Well, then this is the last time we'd likely see each other until the day of your wedding. Are you feeling prepared? Yes. Cove didn't react whatsoever, but not to Baxter or you. He was frozen solid. Baxter ran his hands along the edge of his jacket and placed his most encouraging smile on his face.
To be honest,
In all honesty, you've both done beautifully. Your wedding will be an event to be proud of, and I'll be there to make certain it flows smoothly. All you need to do now is enjoy yourselves. Each line Baxter spoke chipped away at the frosted shell of Cove, till it cracked. Your fiancé replied in a small voice. Thank you. Wow, thanks. Now, having broken the ice, Baxter easily shifted back into work mode, having touched the tips of his fingers to a pile of papers on the desk to his side. I got the details for the hotel for you here. I was able to book 2 standard single bed rooms for you and your parties to use to get ready in. The hotel is minutes from the ceremony venue, so you won't need to make a trip out there the morning of.
Bad.
Well, we could just do it at our parents' house because it's like right there. I don't know why we would need a hotel room. But okay. Whatever. Thanks, Baxter. You're good at this. Cove's Jimenez was almost embarrassed. He scratched at his cheek and shared a look with you. Remember how hard of a time the two of you had getting a room when you had come into Sunset Bird for your mom's anniversary? It was an ordeal. Cove chuckled, knowing you were reminiscing over the same experience. Baxter accepted the compliment earnestly without prying. He leaned an elbow against his chair's armrest and propped his head up against his hand.
Glad to hear it.
I do strive to be. He continued to relax, following up his prior motion with a cross of his legs. And I very much appreciate your great patience with the series of questions through this experience. I do still have yet one more topic I'd like to discuss. When you leave here, the wedding planning is over. Do either of you have an opinion on seeing your beloved before the ceremony? That was not something Cove had considered. He didn't have words to back up the hasty interruption. Baxter smoothed it over by elaborating. I know some couples follow a tradition of completely cutting contact in the lead up to the wedding, so it's a reuniting when you come together for the ceremony. Others stay apart physically, though communicate over the phone, and there are those who don't participate in that whatsoever, and stay with one another. This time, Cove gave himself space to consider it, letting the concept sink in.
I don't know.
I didn't have plans to be away from Terra. You know, I like being around her when that's an option. But I guess maybe we could do that? It is a special thing for weddings. He laughed breathily and sent Baxter a question of his own. Are you gonna make fun of me for being clingy now? Everyone else will. Oh, okay. Good. People shouldn't be making fun of him for that. In disbelief, Ko's eyes bounced back and forth between you and your planner. He was able to express his want to always be around you, and no one in the room gave him a hard time for it. Ooh, that was crunchy. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That was really crunchy. Cove absolutely beamed at this revelation. It was a pre-wedding miracle. You were charmed by both his overt affection for you and by how cute you genuinely was. But you made an effort to not be entirely distracted, and you gave an answer to the question at hand. Would you mind staying in a separate hotel room? We can talk over the phone. Yeah, definitely. Call me. I'm glad you asked, because, yeah, I'm a little clingy. He admits it. Cove shuffled the balls of his feet against the carpet, all while glancing over at you bashfully. You held on to his sweet gaze as long as you could. You were going to have to go without it for a while soon. Off to the side, Baxter watched the two of you from his spot on the office chair. The fondness in his expression for you and Cove had tipped past his usual professional distance. Not wanting to ruin the moment, he spoke in a soft voice.
Perfect.
Very good. Everything is settled then. From there, the rest of the meeting was spent going over final details and the whole plan step by step. Baxter wanted to be sure you were on the same page and prepared for the events ahead. He shared amusing anecdotes of past weddings he'd planned. Some highlighted actual potential pitfalls he could intentionally avoid, and others were one in a million debacles. The most unbelievable was the story of a particularly orchard ceremony from the year before. The stage was set with flowers, a walkway, seating, and a wooden arch at the end. He was looking on in a final survey, primed for the students to arrive, when an out-of-control truck with a back end full of apples drove straight through. The driver was unharmed when he got the truck to stop, and a couple were still married, albeit in a much simpler arrangement. But Baxter distinctly remembers the almost comedic surrealness of it. That's horrific. I'd be distraught. Seeing a completed wedding and then having it flattened back to the ground in a blink of an eye was something he'd never expected or hoped to experience. While the planner chuckled in recollection, Cove leaned over to ask if you thought there'd be any reason for a fruit truck might have to be at your venue. You were pretty sure there wasn't. That'd be hilarious if it happened again. The stories and laughter continued until the end of the appointment. It reminded you of the final day of class before summer vacation. Technically, you were still in school, but everyone was eager for the fun to begin. Then goodbyes were exchanged as usual, with promises to see each other soon, like there had been every time you visited. However, when you left the office, you had to wonder if you would ever go back there again. When you saw Baxter next, it would be at the wedding location. I would need a week-long break after that, honestly. And boom, apple truck. Could you imagine? Maybe you would return someday if you and Cove decided to renew your vows and needed a planner again. Or maybe you could just visit as friends and not as customers. Under a wide, starry sky, you and Cove hopped into his car to head back. Despite having done it many times before, it felt completely different this time. After the click of seatbelts being snapped into place, there was a silence in the cab. None of the boisterousness from minutes ago had come along with you. Cove's expression was pensive as he rounded the curb and got the car out to the street. A gentle rumbling resonated over you from wheels rolling across tarmac. That was the only word he managed to articulate before his mouth clamped up tight again. He had an internal struggle made visible, and ultimately he made enough peace with it to finally smile. Right now, I have a lot going in my head. You probably guessed that. There's so much I want to say to you about us and what's happened, all of this. But it would probably make more sense if I said it during the wedding, right? His voice dropped to a complete whisper, but his grip on the steering wheel intensified. It's so close now. Cove took a deep breath through his nose, allowing his fingers to loosen again. That was followed by him answering his own question.
Don't worry about it.
Pretend this didn't happen. Oh, I can wait for you. This seems like such a simple answer, but throughout the entire thing, we've been like, I can wait for you. Thanks, you're always nice to me. That warmed you inside. Nothing felt better than knowing he could rely on you. But there's a lot of other things I'm talking about too. Like the fact that these are the last moments of our lives together not being married. After this, I'll be your husband and you'll be my wife. Unbelievable. I love you, Cove. I love you too. Twisting in your seat, you let the side of your face rest against the back of the chair. You rested there at the end of such a long project, watching your almost husband as he continued to drive ahead. We got a cry counter. I should have put a cry counter on at the beginning of this stream. I think we're at like 5 times, honestly. The two of you were moving forward, full of hope and anticipation for the very near future. After days, weeks, years of waiting to commit yourself to the love of your life, the morning... It's time! The morning of your wedding arrived. It was a realization that hit you as you laid in a dark hotel room. You were fully awake and full of excitement. You weren't able to tell exactly how long you'd been up at that point. You rolled over to check the time. Sat on the side table next to the bed was the stock standard digital clock, flashing the current hour and minute in bright red lines. It was time to get up. At least it was if you didn't want to be late or show up to your wedding in pajamas. And thinking of that, it struck you that Cove had to have gotten up as well, if he hadn't woken up even earlier. Reaching over to the table, you got a hold of your phone. Clicking it in showed a string of new messages. It wasn't hard to guess why people might have things they wanted to say to you that particular day, but one name on the list caught your attention over all others. Cove. He'd messaged you. You opened your chat with him instantly and read each individual text. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I have a feeling. Please don't make me cry. Please don't make me cry. I'm awake. I want to call you, but I don't want to wake you up if you're asleep. It's important to have a good night's sleep, especially now. And all the time. You can call me when you want to. I love you. Oh. You started grinning before you even finished the set, and by the end, your heart was had started pounding painfully. Cove brought you joy so effortlessly. He tapped at the screen to switch from messages to his contact page, clicking to call. There was already an answer the moment you lifted the phone to your ear. Hello, Terra? Yes, hi. Oh, cool. His tone grew softer and you pressed the phone closer to hear. Congratulations on your wedding. Congratulations on your wedding. He chimes back happily. Thank you. It was a lovely moment to share, both mundane and incredibly special in its own way. But then Cove gave a deep sigh, the gentle voice turning to a distant whisper. It's almost time. He brought some levity back to his tone with a joking question. Would it be wrong to say I'd rather go see you instead of getting ready? Not to say, but you shouldn't actually do it. That got a laugh from Cove. I'll stay. People are coming here soon for the wedding party. After making a declaration to be responsible, he stalled there. All right. Yeah. Cove's yeah wasn't directed at anything in particular. He was grasping to fill space, to buy time while he started his thoughts. We're getting married. I'm going to marry you. The gravity of the occasion fell on Cove heavier and heavier as he vocalized it. I'm gonna cry, I already know. My stomach hurts. Cove, you weren't able to say another word before he sucked in an audible breath. I have to go, right now. I'm getting nervous. It's gonna get worse. But I want to do this, more than anything else. Your heart went out to the man you loved. You knew how these events were a struggle for him. There was a gasp as he finally let out the air he had been holding in. Bye. I love you. I love you too. Without letting his determination lapse, Cove entered the call. As short as an exchange it was, hearing his voice had been such a nice way to start the day. You knew you'd made the right choice to not fully separate. You sprung off the mattress, onto your feet, and got into action. You had places to be and people to see. Your clothes were hanging up against the door of the small hotel closet, and you went right over to admire the outfit. It was fantastic. The day was fantastic. Everything was fantastic. You could barely contain yourself. From there, you went into the bathroom to brush your teeth and shower before anything else. I'm surprised there aren't people here already. Usually, like, they're there right away. Once clean and dry and half dressed, you went back out into the main space of the hotel room. Your phone lit up with a new message and you glanced at it. The wedding party had arrived. They were in the lobby. You put your own phone down to pick up the hotel's landline. When the desk manager answered, you explained the situation and they promised to lead the group to your room. The call ended simply. A short time later, a knock vibrated through the heavy front door, and you answered it right away. Liz was there with a smile to greet you. The rest of the party filled in after congrats and hellos were exchanged as they passed. Hi, this is great. I'm gonna have Liz do my hair. And Lee would put on makeup. Liz knew the arrangement and would make sure it stayed on track. You and your party got right to work, changing, primping, and polishing for the occasion. You got yourself tucked, zipped, and buttoned up into your fanciful dress when a series of rapid but not especially loud knocks struck the door. Only a few people could come to the room without approval, and the sound was not Cove. There wasn't any of his usual notable pauses between knocks. That left one other main option. You thought it as your maid of honor went over to answer the door. Oh, it's Baxter. There on the other side was your partner in this wedding journey, Baxter. His outfit looked as though he reverted back to his teenage self. It was all about black. But you were aware that staff would be dressed top to bottom in dark shades to be recognizable to guests as employees and not as possible long-lost cousins twice removed. He offered his polite greetings of his own to you and your party. Hello and good morning to you. I gotta eat a chicken nugget, y'all. Hold on. Hi, good morning. You look incredible already, but don't fret. I won't interrupt the process for long.
How are you?
I'm here to check in. Is there anything you need? Do you have any way to speed up time? The curve of his smile pulls ever so slightly higher. Unfortunately not. Though let me add, I also came in order to keep you informed on the wedding status. Oh? A hopeful bent came through in your tone.
Yeah.
The says is, it's ready when you are. It should go off without a hitch. That was music to your ears. You were so grateful Baxter had gone to as much effort as he had for this. With absolute earnestness, Baxter wished you well.
Take care.
I'll let you return to your preparation now. Bye, thanks for coming. The frenzied mood of wedding work swept back in no further distractions. Let's have Miranda do my nails. There's gotta be 6 figures. Dude. Minimum. This is gonna be expensive as hell. Like, crazy. We gotta count, like, outfits. Everything is so, oh my god. Nails were long. For the paint, you went with, French tips. White. I love French tips. Your party was there to get you. We might looking at the art pricing. Your party was there to get you through the whole morning of preparation. There were laughs and a few tears, all happy. There was a time investment, however. The look did eventually come together. The clothes, your hair, and makeup, oh my god, was all set to what had been planned for the day. You glanced down at yourself, fully dressed to get married. You released a steadying breath. You stood at the center of the room, and after a moment to yourself, the rest of the group surrounded you. Aww, she looks so pretty. You never looked better. That's saying something, just saying. Oh, wait, they look so good. You're dressed to a T. Miranda looked on completely starry-eyed and amazed. And then the moment had arrived. Your body felt hot under your expertly tailored clothes. You didn't have to wait any longer. Your wedding was about to begin, and Cove would be there when you arrived. Here we go. You took a deep sitting breath and stepped out into the hallway. Rapidly, you made your way to the elevator and took it down to the lobby floor. It didn't take you very long to weave across the hotel lobby and exit through the front doors. They killing the casual wedding look? I agree. Outside, you immediately spotted the rental car that was sent to bring you to the Poppy Hill. You slipped into the car and your maid of honor tucked in with you. You fidgeted restlessly in your seat and settled on stretching your legs out, the corner of your mouth tugged into a smile with a light chuckle. There was at least plenty of leg room. Glancing out the window, your eyebrows raised in surprise because you recognized just how far you were from the Poppy Hill. It would only be a few more minutes until everything you'd been working towards had finally come to fruition. I'm like so excited. You were somehow even more thrilled now that it was truly happening. This was the realest the wedding had felt so far, and your heart was ecstatically pounded in your chest. You absentmindedly tapped your index finger to the tune of the wedding march. When you realized what you were doing, a happy laugh rocked you. Lost in thought, Liz smoothed out a few wrinkles in her outfit before glancing around the back seat. She then turned her attention to you and cracked a small, satisfied smile. Everything's already going excellently. Liz lightly bumped her shoulder into you. You teasingly rolled your eyes in response. Great work, little sis. You teared up. Be sure to save save some of that for your husband. I'm trying. Chuckling, you gingerly rubbed at your eyes. Liz shook her head amusedly with you and then went digging for tissues in her purse. She handed you the pack with a teasing smirk. You didn't argue with her on that and decided to just take the tissues instead. Baxter wasn't kidding earlier when he said that the hotel was near the ceremony. The trip was already over and there wasn't another second to spare. It's happening. Not able to remain contained for a second longer, you exited the car, went forward, and then finally took the first sight of your ceremony. Oh, here it is. Oh my god. This is beautiful. Wait, this is really pretty. Poppy Hill, the quite literal backdrop of your childhood, forever nestled behind the home you grew up in, and the place where you found a sad little wavy-eyebrowed boy years ago. The distant scent of the sea carried up the wind, mixed with the gentle floral fragrance from the poppies. It was comfort you couldn't get anywhere else. The ceremony's decorations consisted only of a white arch on the crest of the hill. But it didn't need anything more than that. Your hill was perfect just the way it was. Look at this! Look at this! Look! Terra. Your planner had immediately been informed of your arrival and came to greet you right on schedule.
Good afternoon.
How good to see you again, and so soon after the last time. He tilted his head in your direction casually while chuckling. You stood tall, smiling wholeheartedly, which was all you'd been able to do the entire morning. He could imagine how tired your face would be once it was over, but that was a problem for future you. Then all presence of casualness for the day left Baxter's poise. A bright fire lit up in his dark eyes.
Now,
It's showtime. Let's get into our proper positions. The wedding parties are being led up to the front where they'll stand by, while guests are getting directed to open spaces to stand in the audience area. Terra, please go back further with me so you can be ready for the aisle walk. You also might see Cove too early if you stay here, so we can't dally. Sucking in a full breath, you let yourself be led away by Baxter. You only had to hold on a little longer, then you get to see him. I'm so nervous. Why am I nervous? Like, why does this feel like I'm actually getting married? Okay. I'm taking this way too seriously. But I'm gonna get emotional. We've been playing this game for we got to see us grow up. You and the planner went down the bend, and there was an eager hastiness to your paces. A corner was turned, separating you off from the main scene.
does that sound alright?
Wait here for the music cue, then you can walk, okay? Yeah, I'm ready for it. Good luck, Terra. I'll congratulate you when it's over. He grinned coyly before leaving you there. He had to handle more of the arrangements behind the scenes so that you and Cove could have your spotlight. An assistant joined you briefly to hand you the delicately crafted white poppy bouquet you had designed with Cove. You gratefully accepted it, taking hold of the base with both hands gripping tight. They made their exit while you tried to relax by breathing in the gentle perfume of the bouquet. It was sweet and beautiful, reminding you of Cove. While standing alone, footsteps, the distant chatter of a crowd, and your own heartbeat pattered in your ears. Your eyes closed as you strained to hear the cue above the rest of the noise. But there was no need. You knew the moment had arrived when everything in the distance went silent. It even felt as though your heart froze in place, not wanting to be the one thing to interrupt. The first note was struck, and that was all you needed to move forward. You began to walk to where you knew you would be. You came back around the way to place yourself in the spot you had first been in upon arrival, the very start of the aisle. A tiny but monumentous journey was in front of you. He looks so handsome. His entire face is red, though. He looks so handsome. Oh. You lifted your gaze to the end of it all, past the flowers, the guests, and everything else that was between you and your destination. At long last, what you'd been anticipating came to be. You saw him again, waiting for you, ready to marry you. Cove Holden. The last name rung especially strongly in your mind, because soon it would be yours too. He was breathtaking. He was right there, with shaking legs and crystal clear blue eyes dripping with heavy tears. He's already crying. He's already crying. You smiled softly with tears gathering in the corners of your eyes. You watched as his mouth opened then closed as if he was speaking directly to you, though he was much too far away for you to know what the words were. The crowd was full of joyous smiles and loving glances, but no one made a move to distract you or Cove away from each other. You wouldn't have noticed it if they had tried. All you were aware of in the entire world was the fact that every step brought you nearer to him. Step by wobbling step, you carried yourself along, not letting even your own overwhelming fever prevent you from finishing your crossing. With each uneven footfall, Cove shook anew, and his arms raised a little higher. He wanted to be there for you, but remained where he was supposed to. You didn't keep him waiting. When you arrived at the end of the aisle, you immediately came to stand face to face in front of Cove. Softly, Cove's lips parted again, and finally, that time you knew it was your name, Terra. He lifted one hand to wipe tears from the crinkle of your eye. He brought his hand lower to be closer to yours, still caressing your face even after those tears were gone. Brand new tears of joy fell and you pressed your forehead against his. It couldn't be helped. The delicate way he held you only made your emotions swell more. But you embraced it, nuzzling against the one person who impacted you in such a way. A hush came over the crowd as the Justice of Peace began to speak. It was time. This is beautiful. The ceremony speech flowed over you. You listened to every word, but sentences faded out of focus the second they had passed. It was like having a dream. Thoughts and feelings in your own mind held far more weight than anything outside of it. What did break through to you were Ko's bashful gestures, shuffling feet, quivering eyes, a palatable and nervous energy that was barely swallowed down. Not one single movement went by unnoticed. Before you could completely lose yourself in Ko's gaze, your attention crystallized in an instant. The Justice of Peace had said vows. It struck Cove as well because his knees visibly locked from underneath him. In slow motion, he began to tick backwards. You instinctively grabbed onto his wrist, pulling on his sleeves in an attempt to keep your beloved from leaning further. Numerous set of arms rose all around as both your wedding parties poised themselves to catch Cove if he fell their way. Of course. Cove regained control of his legs and caught himself by anchoring back on the ball of his right foot. He kept that firmly planted. He was still so absorbed in the moment that the notion to be embarrassed by his near faint didn't take up any space in his mind. It was as if it hadn't happened, at least for Cove. He almost fainted. The Justice of Peace, however, lifted a brow, assessing if your groom was physically capable of completing the ceremony. For all his trembling, Cove stood stiffly, a pillar that could not be moved. It was enough to appease your Justice of Peace into continuing. The couple has chosen to prepare their own vows, and they will show them now. Cove Holden, please begin. He took in a long breath through his nose. After so much build-up to the wedding, and all the effort that it took to create it, this was the final hurdle for him, articulating his deepest feelings about you aloud. Cove looked into your brown eyes, searching for the words he needed. He waited, and pressing as much encouragement as he could into your gaze. Finally, Cove began his vows. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Don't cry. Terra, we met when we were 8 years old. And well, I wanted to run away to Nevada. Somehow that first summer, I moved into the neighborhood. Truthfully, I planned to do it before my dad and I had even made it to Sunset Bird. It didn't matter what it was gonna be like. How could it ever be okay? But I saw you the first day I was there, and nothing went the way I thought. You changed everything in my life. He sunk lower into himself sheepishly and offered a goofy grin.
Well...
I did still make an attempt in my child mind genius, but it was just gonna be for a visit. And you came to find me. You tracked me down all the way to the end of the town. You were the person I needed when I was so little and so lonely, and you still are the one I need right now. You and me are a couple of rotten eggs forever. Every far-off image played out in his mind brought you further joy to Cove's features. He laughed nostalgically. You'd pick my side over your own sister and put up with me even when I'd be pretty selfish. You were there for me when I was actually upset.
Thank you.
I got to have a childhood thanks to you. You didn't let me lose it all because I was sad. I had someone I could make those memories I cherish with. Making sandcastles, watching the clouds, catching fireflies, and everything else. But a really big deal to me then was my dad's deal. How he offered you $20 to be friends with me, and you told me the truth about it. Cove's voice broke completely. He swallowed heavily before trying to get the words out. I felt really bad about that. I didn't even know why for sure. Maybe I felt like nobody could ever really want to stay with someone like me. All I did was cause trouble, and my dad was proving me right. If he thought he had to pay someone to be with me, it must have been true. You didn't leave, even though I tried to push you away then, and you never left. I was wrong. I wasn't just a problem, and I could believe it because of you.
I'm so glad.
I'm still amazed how we kind of got together when we were just 13. He tugged at his collar while bouncing on his feet, the exact picture of a giddy schoolboy. He told me you liked me and it was wonderful. But even still, when puberty happened, so many things seemed harder than before. I'm definitely glad you were around to help me survive it all. Especially my, in hindsight, painfully obvious crush on you. That felt unbearable to me, and I bet it was probably frustrating to everyone who was watching too. I could barely manage sitting next to you on a bed and sharing a smoothie with you. He did throw away the smoothie. Thank God the hormonal nightmare didn't screw things up for me. A genuine relief came from Cove and a sigh. But I don't know how I was supposed to act normal when you'd look at me so nicely with such beautiful eyes. He bent to get taken into them as he spoke it, his own eyes growing hazy and his smile wobbling. Cove shook his head to force himself out of the self-inflicted trance. Just in time for the wedding? Yeah, Kai, you came just in time. That was the time I started sneaking out to visit you through the window. I wanted to be with you when I was happy, or when something was wrong. I couldn't stay away. Lucky for me, you didn't mind spending your days or nights in my company. We're doing the wedding on my stream on Friday. Oh, yay, so exciting. With a light touch of wistfulness, Cove recalled experience after experience from those years. Going on trips together, big ones and small ones, just hanging around our houses in the neighborhood, talking about who we were as people, playing cards. And the time there was a sun shower. We'd stick together during parties, and you could even make it fun for someone as socially awkward as I am. Of course, the way you yelled at Jeremy will always be incredible. Actually, you've always been there for me when I had to deal with other kids at parks. As he continued to reminisce, he chuckled adorably.
Well,
And I started getting closer with your family too. Well, at least your mom's. Elizabeth wasn't exactly interested in being good friends when we were teens. I appreciate that you always put up with my parents and their wild plans, by the way.
I remember.
I can still remember how badly I wanted to be grown up as an awkward tween when then suddenly we graduated high school and it really was time to be an adult. Getting my first job, taking my first long drive without parents, accepting how small our town was in the grand scheme of things. Just trying to figure out what I was even going to do with my life. I was lost, and all I wanted was to make sure I didn't lose what mattered when things had to change. Most of all, you. You were my special someone. That's when I had fallen in love with you. You're the first person I was able to open up to about my sexuality when I finally knew for sure what that was. And you're the one who would tell me when I was wrong. His speech of all that he treasured about you went on in an uninterrupted stream. He couldn't stop himself. I could talk to you about anything, like the accident when I got my scar. I knew you would understand. And as mundane and drudging adult stuff could be, I had a source of relief from it because you had been around. You let me have tastes of your food, and you always gave the best gifts. You love me even though I'm not a cool merman who could take you on a magical adventure.
Thanks for waiting for
And
me.
you lived with how long it took me to be able to do anything romantic. I was feeling a lot and didn't do great at managing it. And I was so clingy too. I never wanted to be apart then. I think I'm a little more of a big boy about it now, maybe.
Huh.
He at long last stopped to breathe before his emotion-driven attempt to convey himself continued in full force. You make me happy in ways no one else ever could. It was the happiest moment of my life when you proposed to me. Until now, anyways. I couldn't believe you wanted to be with me as much as I wanted to be with you. And well, a lot has happened, huh? We're definitely adults. We're at our own wedding.
It's okay.
We made it through it all the months and months growing up, and through making this day happen. Though, with how nervous I was thinking it might have worried the planner that I would convince you to elope just to get away from it all. But you breezed past with the pressure like it was nothing. I love your sense of humor. You're such a charming human being. I don't want to try to imagine how many tears you've wiped away from me in all these years. You've helped me have the confidence to grow into a man, and you can still make me laugh like a kid again. With you, nothing ever really ends. It just begins in a new way. And basically what I'm trying to say is, no matter how hard I try, I can never thank you enough for being mine and letting me be yours. I'm gonna cry. Cove wept heavily, no longer able to stay above the wave of emotions that opened himself up so fully had wrought.
I love you.
I love you so much, Terra, and he furtively wiped his sleeve against his eyes. Every tear of the fabric caught was immediately replaced. Those are my vows. I don't even know how you're supposed to end them. I hope you'll marry me. You giggled at the way he closed it out. It was just like him. And you were crying too. Thank you, Cove. Terra, you may say yours now. Oh my god. Just as a piece had all but disappeared from your mind, all that you had been aware of was Cove, but that request couldn't be ignored. Now you would have to take on the endeavor of explaining everything Cove was to you, and everything he had been to you throughout knowing him almost your entire life. You chose to say, I promise. Oh. To let you have joint ownership of my shell collection. To always leave a window open for you. To wipe your tears when they fall. To go along with your spontaneous dawn adventures. To still love you even as we both continue to grow and change. And to wait as long as you need for everything. I adore how clingy you are. The awkward way you try flirting. How you rub your arm when you're nervous. Your laugh and your smile. Your wavy eyebrows. How excited you get about food. The way that you're so open with your emotions. The way you're somehow always a bit of a mess. And you simply in general. I want to thank you for being brave for me when I was scared. You're my hero. For being there for me when I found out about my biological parents. That was important. I'll never forget your support then. For all the times you insisted I get the bed. You're a very stubborn gentleman. For giving me so many piggyback rides. The Cove Express is the best form of transportation. For helping me feel comfortable in my body. You've always been able to reassure me about that. For teaching me how to surf. For remembering things about me, even stuff that wouldn't matter to anyone else. And besides that, Cove's blush had crept all the way to his neck after you let yourself get carried away listing every little detail about him that charmed you. Oh, I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna cry. You're my Cove. I'm crying. I'm crying. I didn't think I was gonna cry. Why am I actually crying? And you're the one I'll love for the rest of my life. He said his line. He said his famous line. Oh my god. Cove covered his face with trembling hands. He was laughing, crying, and all around about to pass out again. Her just as a piece nodded contently, accepting those vows as your sworn oath to your very nearly husband. Cove Holden, do you take Terra Shrimpo to be your lawfully wedded wife? He let his hands fall, ready to face you directly. Cove's shaking, dripping wet eyes stay locked on yours. Hi, Jay. You come in at a time where I'm, like, crying. And with the confidence of a man who had been waiting for this moment for years, he answered with complete certainty. I do. It was absolutely heart-stopping, but your turn to respond had come. And do you, Terra Shrimpo, take Cove Holden to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do. You're crying from what? My wedding. We're at my wedding. Cove's smile was radiant, and his tears were constant. You'd sincerely made him happier than anything ever had. Your maid of honor and Cove's best man stepped forward. They each held out a small box that contained a wedding band. Cove's hand shook as he reached for the tiny treasure chest. It's a long story. Basically, this is our childhood next door neighbor that we've grown to love, and now we're at our wedding. With a focus furrow of his brow, he accepted the silver ring. You gladly offered your hand to Cove. He cradled it gently in one of his own. For a few seconds, all he could do was stare at your skin. Cove was so still for a moment, but then he used his free hand to bring the band towards your fingertip. It's like, even if you read fast, 40 to 50 hours. Yeah, I think we're reaching like 30 hours right now. Oh my goodness. He carefully slid the ring to its proper place on your finger. Your gaze locked onto it, utterly amazed. You swallowing thickly, Cove raised his hand out for you. You held it in return and brushed your thumb across his palm. It was your turn. With that, you retrieved the matching ring from its box. It slid onto Cove's finger beautifully. He gasped under his breath, fixated on the ring. You tenderly squeezed his hand. I don't want it to end. I'm also emotional because I'm like, I want him forever. Cove finally met your eyes again. Like, I want more movie. He held your gaze with an electrifying stare. You were in awe of the whole moment. Then, by the power vested in me by the state of California, I pronounce you husband and wife. You can now kiss. Cove's knees may have started knocking together once more, but his gaze was nothing but eager. You threw yourself in Cove's arms to kiss passionately. Oh, you still have the wedding reception and the very not safe for Twitch Patreon bonus. Yeah, but how much is the Patreon bonus? Kai, you gotta let me know how much the Patreon bonus is. Waiting even a second longer was impossible. You sprang forward like a shot and tangled yourself around him. Your husband stumbled, but was able to keep proper hold of you as you knew he would. Your lips connected with Cove's in an urgent expression of your love for him. He returned the kiss just as needily. You used a thumb to carefully push away the tears still clinging to his eyelashes. The beautiful flowers of your bouquet tickled against your skin as Cove's body pressed it up against you. After, your faces shifted away just a hair's breadth so you could see one another fully. His expression was wholly adoring, and you could still feel his warmth lingering. You can get both of them for $10, or if you want to spend only $5, it's one this month, and then you'll get the next one next month. I'm not impatient. I'm not waiting for that. I'll spend the $10. I can't wait. I'm sorry. I'm impatient. My ass cannot wait for that, so... And finally, it's time for this couple to jump the broom. Yay! Time to jump the broom. The member of the wedding party went and grabbed the decorative broom. They brought it over and excitedly laid it down in front of you and Cove. You jumped over it together. Cove held a hand out to you, his mouth pulled into a bent smile the second you interlaced your fingers with him. Together? Always. Oh. And you both leapt forward over the broom. You both landed to a happy cheers erupting from the crowd. The owner is at the end of step 3. Okay. They both burst into deep laughter. That was it. You were married to the love of your life. Kai, will you put it in the Discord? I saw that you joined. If you wouldn't mind putting a link in the Discord for me, I would really, really appreciate that. If you could. The crowd erupted with cheers and applause around you. Giddy, you ducked your head towards Cove's shoulder and laughed. Peeking over at Cove, you realized that he was barely paying any attention to the jubilance around you both. Instead, his gaze was solely fixated on you. He scooped you into his arms. The corner of his mouth pulled into a bent smile, and then Cove swept you off your feet. You giggled when he secured his hold on you. Beaming, you loosely wrapped your arms around his dick. His skin reddened, and you took the opportunity to rest a hand on his cheek and plant a kiss on the other one. You went down the aisle gleefully. As you passed by your friends and family, you caught several thumbs up, proud nods, and cheery waves. Some were even still clapping. Sniffling, your vision threatened to fill with tears after witnessing more than a handful of people dabbing their eyes with tissues. When you briefly came close enough to Mr. Holden, he patted Cove on the shoulder. Despite his weepy expression, you could tell that he had the greatest pride for his son. You kissed Cove on the cheek. Driven by the absolute joy of the day, your hand slid up to cup his jaw, and Cove understood what you had in mind. He pressed a big kiss to his cheek and then shared a quiet, close moment, staring up at him through your eyelashes. After leaving the ceremony in late afternoon, it was time for wedding photos. You and Cove met up with the wedding party and the photographer while the other guests headed over to the reception spot. The excursion was filled with fun and laughter while the photographer set out to get the ideal shots. Cove lovingly held your face, not afraid to show his affection in front of the camera for a change. His thumb brushed lightly across your cheek, and he pressed his forehead to yours. His breath was warm on your skin, and you closed your eyes shut to relish in his love. When he pulled away, you were speechless. You had also had a feeling that was going to be one of the best shots of the lot. When the sun began to set about an hour later, you knew it was time to rejoin with everyone else, and so you eagerly got back into the car again to finally see the second location. Yay! You and Cove entered through the main doors and into the reception space. There, your friends and family were patiently waiting for this moment. The room filled with familiar cheers, whistles, and applause at your arrival. As the noise lessened, you began to hear various calls of congrats and welcome backs. The love emanating, oh my god, from your friends and family was palpable. Baxter made his way to the center of the room and began to gesture people back. The rest of the staff followed his lead and made space in the crowd. When the path ahead cleared out, you took a deep breath. It was time. The beginning note of your first song dance played. You heard a few of the guests speak in hushed tones, anticipation rising as the melody kicked in. It was slow-paced. Cove met your eyes, as steady as he could be, and you took his hands. You heard the high-pitched whine of a microphone and saw Baxter smiling. And now the couple will have their first dance. With your legs, while your legs were shaking from all the cute emotions still lingering from the ceremony, your joy from getting to dance with your husband gave you the strength to make your way to the dance floor. Cove did his best to remember the motions that were meant to go with the rhythm of the track. His long, deliberate steps were very careful not to not land anywhere near your toes. Your moves were amazing. I sent them and tagged you in the general channel. Thank you. Step, step, turn, step. You're one with the music, and your routine was on fire. You felt absolutely alive. Your dancing was so good that you were able to cover for Cove's struggles. He laughed as you swept up and down the floor, both of you keeping up with the tempo. The two of you gallivanted across the floor, hearts pounding and expressions bright. Eventually, Cove was able to get in the flow. His body relaxed, and you could see the confidence slowly ease into him. As to be downloaded into separate folders. I'm assuming there's instructions for it, yeah? Softly, he took a moment to speak to you. This is the first moment to ourselves since even before the wedding. Cove clearly was grateful for a chance to finally talk to you. You're beautiful. No one is more lovely than you. He truly looked divine in his suit. Cove flushed a light rosy pink and beamed at you. This makes me think of that night at the summer soiree. Cove let out a stuttering laugh. His face went through the roller coaster of emotions before settling on amused. I hope that I'm at least a better dancer now than I was then, but
Me too.
honestly, I was thinking about that too. I remember exactly how it felt dancing with you years ago. I had a lot of hopes then. I wanted it to last forever, but I also desperately wanted to skip ahead so that I'd know what things would be like for us in the future. And now actually we're here. We made it. Cove sighed dreamily as he looked into your eyes. Thank God the ceremony is over and we can just be married now. Not that the wedding is bad. He winced as soon as he realized how his words sounded. He shook his head. I just kept thinking that I ruined something or something terrible would happen. At this point, a truck full of apples could come through and destroy dinner and I wouldn't care. You're so adorable. You were glad that this man was yours to keep. He was the cutest. Then the music reached a bridge of the song with complex choreography. Both of you had to focus more on the dance. That stopped your conversation in its track. The two of you became absorbed into dancing once more as the song's end grew closer and closer. The final note was struck and the dance ended with Cove dipping you. Cove's dip was slightly awkward due to the height difference between you two. He had to arch his back to get you down lower than you already were compared to him. He made it work, though. Cove's lip brushed over your ear. You're a really good partner. Your face felt hot, and it wasn't only from the dancing. You heard a clap that steadily transformed into wild applause. Turning to face the crowd, you looked over your friends and family cheering. You curtsied. Your graceful curtsied to your audience, keeping your back straight and knees low. The clapping got louder. Tilting your head back to your husband, you caught his proud smile. Cove continued to watch you rather than switching his attention to the guest. He twisted his wedding band bashfully around his finger. With the first dance done, you both left the open floor to join the others and properly greet your seated guests. Cove offered you his arm to take once more. You took hold of his arm. Your arm wrapped around his, fitting as snugly together as matching pieces of a puzzle. It was a hold that could not easily be broken. Physically and legally linked to the other. Oh, it's so sweet. You and Cove went forward as one. Sorry, y'all. I still have to eat. I paused because I got so invested. After only a few strides, you arrived at the nearest table in the arrangement. It had close family all the way around, including your mom and ma. The two of you had scooted their chairs closer and were eagerly whispering to one another, trading words of excitement back and forth. Feeling awkward about having to interrupt, though realizing there's no reason to feel that way, Cove cleared his throat to announce your and his presence.
Hey.
Hi. They look cute. Though she's not really fitting in with the blue. Snapping out of their private fever, your parents turned the enthusiasm straight towards the two of you. Sorry, y'all. Hello.
Hello.
Kiddos, it's great to finally get to talk to you today. Ma folded her hands together on the table to daintily and followed Mom with her own greeting. Congratulations to you both. It's so good to see you today. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
The ceremony was a memorable one. Those vows, huh? You also named the theming with that venue. It's truly unforgettable. All the effort paid off then. Hearing people actually discuss the wedding as a real event, Cove became tongue-tied. Your mom watched over the both of you with a gaze as doting as it was knowing.
Have fun.
Have fun greeting everyone. We'll be here if you need us. Yeah, we've still got to try the food while you're busy with your big day. I appreciate everything. You're welcome, and we're happy to. Thanks again, Moms. He said it! Ma's fingers squeezed together even more tightly, a visual representation of the restraint she was exerting not to cheer inappropriately loudly. While Ma attempted to not spook Cove after his tepid attempt to use the new title, Mom had no qualm saying something embarrassing. Woohoo, we got upgraded. It's about time. Pam. Cove's gaze immediately dropped to his feet and his near constant flush from the day reappeared. You gave your husband a reassuring pat on the arm, proud and pleased at his braveness. Okay, bye. Cove scuttled off, needing an escape, and you gave your parents a wave as you stuck by him. Goodbye. Good luck out there. Your mom and Cove's mom took their glasses of wine in hand and clinked them together celebratorily. To Terra and Cove. To Terra and Cove. As matching images of each other, they slipped the drink in good cheer. Located at the same table were Cove's parents. They were taking it easy until Cliff noticed you and Cove had eyes on him. Oh, look, he looks spiffing. His grin ramps up to 1,000 watts.
Hey.
It's our local celebrities of the day. Cliff folded his arms, self-satisfied. The wedding's all been going to plan, I'm pretty sure. But I'll keep watch still, and if there's anything else I can do, just give me a shout. Cove brightened in a similar way. His tone was full of affection for his father. Hi, Dad, and thanks. Aww. Give him a hug. It was tricky to weave through the space, but you were able to get in arm's reach of Cliff. He opened up his arms wide for you and then squeezed you back. Soon you had to get out from behind chairs and other guests, so you let Cliff go and nudged your way over to Cove again. Cliff began to chuckle amusedly as his eyebrows lifted higher on his head. What? Oh yeah, you know Terra. I was there in the hotel early with Cove today. It was an event. You should have seen how excited my boy was when you rang. Aww. Trying to make up for not being there in person, he put on a full imitation of the scene. Cliff tugged at his cheeks and raised the pitch of his voice. Oh my god, Terra's calling. The real deal was proven to be far superior when Cove followed right being with a genuine exclamation of shock. Dad! Cliff let his arms return to the relaxed cross positioning after that performance, shaking his head out fondly. The two of you met when you were 8, and Cove still gets like that from a phone call. It's nice. Your heart fluttered at the thought of it. It made you happy to know he missed you, and that the flame he held for you burned as bright as ever. That's so freaking cute. He's so freaking cute. Oh, I'm glad you missed me. Cove had a meager attempt to give his father a cross look, but it was soon overrun by a blush. Your positive reaction was far bigger deal to him than the teasing. Cliff slyly winks, waving you and Cove off.
Right.
I don't have to hug you. Everybody wants to see you. Okay, see you later. Bye, Dad. A loud gasp escaped Cliff. You glanced over at Cove for his reaction. He grinned sweetly with misted eyes, agreeing wholeheartedly with your statement. Now all that was needed was to see if you'd get Cliff's own acceptance. You didn't have to wait for it long. Overwhelmed with emotion, his voice squeaked at first, but he barely noticed. He was beaming with joy. Of course. I don't know how I ended up with 2 kids as good as you. Cliff surveyed his 2 children proudly with his chest puffed out. I have to say, well, actually, I'll say it a little later. You'll have to wait for my big speech. Here it comes. Get ready, Terra. Come on, sport. It's gonna be great. Now go on. Thank you for being here all these years. I wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere else. Then finally you rounded the table's edge and reached the side where Kyra sat. She was patiently sipping at a chilled cup of water, placing it down when she noted it was time for the meet and greet with the 2 of you. Hey, Mom. Oh, she looks gorgeous. She looks so gorgeous. That dress is so cute. Wait. That dress is so cute. I want that dress in real life. Hello, babies. He leaned over to give her a hug. It took some stretching, but you were able to gain enough access to Kyra's space in order to give her a solid hug. She put her arms around your shoulders gladly. You shared that affectionate touch for a moment, then shifted yourself back up. Thanks for coming. It's really nice to see you. It's fantastic to be here. This has been wonderful. Also, that was a marvelous dance. Such an incredible way to make an entrance. And I'm impressed you found this place. Talk about the perfect locale. What am I saying, bro? Come on now. For my little ocean man, I like the fish. He likes it too. Cove kicked the tip of his shiny shoes at nothing in particular, and his shoulders shifted from side to side shyly. Cove was forever incapable of seeming like a fully grown man in front of his mom. Kyra's brows bent as she looked on at him adoringly. Then she shut her eyes and brought out more energy.
See you soon.
I'll see the 2 of you again soon. You should go explore the rest of your exquisite reception. Oh, alright. We, probably should do that. Bye. Bye, Mom. She froze for a split second. Her hand flew to her mouth as her gaze landed back on you. Slowly, she lowered it, revealing the widest smile you'd ever seen on her face. In her gentlest tone, Kyra cooed, "Goodbye, baby." Aww. Cove was positively melting from happiness seeing you and your shared mom speak to one another that way. I really appreciate that you've always supported us. It was no trouble. You're good for him. Stop. This is so sweet. Then you had to continue on to the next table in the seating arrangement. There were still guests waiting to see the both of you. You had a pleasant conversation with your aunt and uncle on mom's side. That they couldn't have been more pleased that you had found someone who made you as happy as Cove did. Right by was their daughter, your cousin, as well as your older sister. They were throwing looks, not so subtly, waiting to speak their piece, but didn't interrupt your chat with other family. When it was officially their turn, the ladies placed down glasses of juice and put on matching curved smiles. Cove shifted on his feet embarrassedly. Then they didn't even need to say anything. You shook your head and smirked affectionately. The two of them were always ready for trouble. We did good work, didn't we? It's nice to be able to relax after all the preparations. Everything went incredibly. You're both beautiful, and it was just touching and amazing and perfect. Cove laughed airily. Lee's energy levels were as high as ever. Hello to you too. Lee chimed up once more, placing a hand on to her forehead and leaning against Liz for support. It's so romantic how you got married on the hill where you met. Oh, I didn't even know you knew that. Only our parents were there. It's pretty common Shrimpo family lore. I also know that's where you met, and so did half the rest of the crowd. Cove tilted his head bashfully, realizing it was probably a little dumb to not realize other people had found out about that. Well, that makes sense. You must be relieved there were no accidental drownings with those waterworks going off during the ceremony. Well, Lee couldn't suppress a snicker. Cove, on the other hand, pouted indignantly. To be serious for a moment, you sensitive souls did very well with those vows. Thanks for all that and everything. It was nice to see you. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
And thanks again for coming to see us on your wedding tour. Bye. It means a lot to me to have you in my life. The feeling's mutual. With everyone at that spot properly greeted, you and your husband began to stroll along to the next one. But Cove then stopped in place, parrying with that with a half turn of his body. You could have recognized the laser-focused stare on his face. He had noticed something appetizing. It was simple to pinpoint what. On one of the nearby tables were your carefully chosen appetizers for the reception. Without needing to be prompted, you went along with Cove to peruse the spread. Cove plucked one of the hot morsels and stuffed it whole in his mouth, and he made sure to grab a second to take with as well. You tried one too. The two of you munched on the little delights, enjoying the much-needed pit stop. The food was delicious. Cove swallowed the full-size bite and took a breath from filling up his cheeks to smirk instead. Our appetizers are way better than the ones at the Cypress fancy parties. You're so right. Cove snickered but left the topic there. The last appetizer Cove picked out disappeared behind his lips, and then he instinctively shifted his fingers to his pant leg before stopping himself. Being on his best behavior, Cove instead borrowed a napkin from off a table to clean his hands. You polished your snack shortly after, and for once followed Cove's example for tidying yourself. Your arms were linked as they had been before. Then you ended that interlude to get right back to the thick of the party. One of the more boisterous tables had Derek, Terry, and Miranda huddled together. They were celebrating wholeheartedly. Hi, everybody. That pleasant greeting was paired with a little wave. Your friends turned in unison after realizing you were there. Then the trio of buddies lifted cups full of juice and cheers to you and Cove.
What's up?
Oh, wow. They all look so good. Sup and congratulations. Hi, thank you for letting us come. Hey, congrats, you two. You grinned at the group. Smells all around greeted you back. Cove shyly basked in affection of his closest friend, sucking it up like a delicate sapling in the sunshine. Thanks, and thanks for coming.
Come on.
Come on, dude, I wouldn't have missed it. Dude, I don't know how Derek's voice got so fucking deep. Like, what happened to him? I mean, puberty, but Jesus. We had to be. Cove and Terra are having their wedding. It's monumentous. We're really enjoying the reception. Don't worry about us if you have to go do important bride and groom stuff. I appreciate that. It's weird to say, but we do have important bride and groom stuff to do today. We're greeting all the guests right now. We'll see you later, though.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Congratulations again. I hope we'll always be friends.
See you later.
Safe travels. Enjoy yourselves. I got really lucky getting to know both of you. It was a sweet, earnest declaration that was immediately followed up by a rushed addition. But this isn't a goodbye. I'm not going anywhere. I've gotten that time management thing under control. You better invite me and Cove to your wedding if you have any. Miranda and Derek awed as Terry wiped a dramatic imaginary tear from his eye. Thanks, Tara. Cove skipped ahead, buoyed by the brief but fun interaction, and you went right along with him. Table to table, you continue to greet each attendee of your wedding. From family who flew in from Hawaii to be there, to those who lived right by your place, you appreciated everyone who took their time to come celebrate this day. There was so much love to go around. Every conversation was just enjoyable as the last. The one person you hadn't seen during your rounds made himself known when Baxter's voice echoed through the space, amplified by a microphone. Good evening. Thank you all for attending the wedding of Tara and Cove Holden.
Exciting.
We will now begin the bouquet toss. A smattering of applause and light murmurs followed the announcement. Baxter let that settle before continuing. Cove, Tara, please come to the open area in the center. Anyone who wants to play can. You and your husband eagerly obliged to start the tradition, going over to stand alone on the cleared floor, but it wasn't for long. Leah hopped out of her seat right away, taking Liz by arm to bring her along for the ride. Your sister wasn't as impossibly excited as your cousin, but she was intrigued. Miranda rose to her feet as well, her boyfriend pumping her up to win the whole walk over. She giggled bashfully and waved at Terry while waiting in the forming crowd. Derek decided to get in on things as well, grinning amusedly among the rest of the players. Kara looked on at the group, taking a second to consider it, but ultimately she became a member of the game. She strolled over to the collection of younger folks and called up for Cliff to join with her. Come on, don't be such a snore. He shook his hand, sinking lower in the chair. Lee, Miranda, Kyra, and Liz all began to wave and jump, encouraging Cliff. Terry spoke up from the next table over. You can do it, man.
Right.
He used the edge of the table to push out his chair and stood up. The ladies cheered as Cliff strode towards the crowd. Your moms giggled, leaned closer together, and whispered amongst one another. They were eager to be an audience member to the spectacle. And no one else motioned to join, so Baxter kept things moving. Thank you for grouping up in such a timely manner. We've got a wonderful crowd for this. Now keep your eyes on Tara. She'll be tossing the bouquet in only a moment. Tara, all you need to do is look the other way and throw the bouquet into the waiting audience. Cove can stand by. As instructed, you turned your back to the crowd. Cove took his place in front of you. His shoulders were drawn in out of a sympathetic tenseness for your task. They're definitely ready for you, Tara. Thanks. The room became silent as you wound up for the toss. You paused and then... you gave it a solid, steady throw. A flurry of heel clattering, jewelry clinking, and light-hearted yells burst into the space. The bouquet would land in seconds, and the crowd was vying for that prize. The clamor rapidly reached its peak volume when nearly everyone in the crowd, either gasping or cheering, the game had ended. Don't spoil the crowd, because I'm gonna come back for that kind of stuff. I'm gonna come back to this. You took a glance over your shoulder to see what the results were, and... Oh, Kyra. Kyra stood stunned in the middle of the crowd. She had a bouquet in her hands. A tinge flushed over her cheeks as it fully sunk in. I didn't think I'd win. Why not? You're always good at things. Oh. Your planner took the mic again to make the results official.
Bravo.
Stop! Get out of my ears, Baxter. Get out of my fucking ears, I swear. Stunning work by our winner, Kyra. Congratulations on your future wedding. There was a laughter all around. Your guests were good sports. As ever, Baxter was able to manage the flow of the day on your behalf. He took the mic and addressed the assembled crowd, his clear voice resonating through every speaker. Please could everyone return to the seating area for our next event. The couple has arranged a special dance between themselves and the parents of the bride and groom. Your eyes met Cove's aquamarine ones as you instinctively glanced towards each other. Your expressions brightened before you stepped apart, ready for the event. Your moms radiated joy as they approached. They each took one of your arms and entwined it with their own. The three of you made your way over to an open spot in the dance space at the front of the reception area. Close up like this, you could see not only the pride evident in their faces, but the telltale shine of teary eyes. I'm gonna cry. As the music began, Mom broke away to allow you and Ma to dance together first. While you flowed and swayed in time with the tune, Ma took the opportunity to speak to you. Her voice was soft and low, preventing her words from carrying outside your little bubble. It means so much to me to see you like this. All we've ever wanted for you and your sister is for you to have a good life. I hope you'll always be as happy as you've been today. Touched, you felt a pricking of emotion in your own eyes. Ma spun you around and handed you over to Mom. She picked up with the rhythm instantly and got into the swing of things just as you had with Ma.
You're fantastic.
You're doing great, Terra. She squeezed your shoulders where she was holding you as you bopped to the music. She had always been very physical in her affection, though not always conveniently so. You were somewhat relieved that she had not chosen to pinch your nose in front of people on your wedding day. She gripped your shoulders again. You really are. You smiled back at her, lost for words. You truly loved both your moms so fiercely. You were overwhelmingly grateful that they could be here with you for this day. During a turn in your dance, you caught sight of Cove happily twirling around with his own parents, hand in hand on the other side of the floor. Evan glimpsed from a distance. You could make out the huge smiles on Cliff and Kyra's faces, and you giggle as you drew back towards your moms. Mom tried to break away and let Ma have a turn dancing with you, but Ma snatched her hand and yours and drew you into a dance together as a group. Laughing even stronger, you danced with both of them until Ma released Mom's hand. You let Mom go with a wave and danced with Ma one-on-one. Before long, you swapped back to dancing with Mom. You took turns dancing with them both individually as well as dancing as a group, changing it up often so that no one was left out in the cold for too long. But eventually the song came to an end, bringing your dance to a close. Your moms enveloped you in a hug, sandwiching you from the front and back.
Wonderful.
That was such a lovely time. You really know how to put on a party. You held them back just as tightly, glancing from one to the other. Thanks. I learned it from watching you too. Cove and his parents rejoined you. This is really making me emotional. Their spirits as high as your little groups.
You're good.
That was wonderful. Bravo. Baxter's voice rang out through the speakers once more. We are now opening up the dance floor. You are warmly invited to come up and join the family for dancing. With that announcement, the love songs got turned up, enticing people to come forward and enjoy them themselves. The dance floor bustled with more and more attendees, and over in the seating area, family and friends were catching up over animated conversations. Satisfied that people were having a good time, you decided to dance more with just Cove. The moment you'd been waiting for had arrived at last. Finally, you could dance with Cove without feeling the weight of countless eyes on you. There were people who cared about you all around, but you didn't feel any guilt over your choice to focus on your special someone. After all, if there was any day where your friends and family would understand you prioritizing time with him over them, it would be your wedding. You seized his hand and pulled him to the dance floor. Cove was just as excited as you and matched your pace easily. The merrymaking continued right up until it was time for dinner to be served. All the action must have helped them to work up an appetite as the guests complied readily. They quickly filed back to their seats, ready for a delicious meal as soon as it was announced. You settled right into your seat at the head table. Cove sat up in his own chair excitedly, reaching over to the napkin-wrapped silverware in preparation. He was ready for dinner. A waitress clad in black from top to bottom came to stand across from you. She had a frosty pitcher of water in her hands. While setting that down at a spot on the tabletop, both you and Cove, she spoke out in a friendly tone. Can I get you anything else to drink? Can I have some orange juice, please? I'd be happy to. It'd be nice to have one of our mixed cocktail options. I got it. I'll get that right to you. You both thanked her as she spun on her heels and made a beeline to the drink counter. At that same time, more servers began pouring into the space coming from the opposite direction. They were spreading out between the tables, collecting orders from the rest of the guests. One of the darkly dressed figures stood out for the rest to you. With perfect poise and not a hair out of place, Baxter stood on the sidelines to supervise the process. He was well into his work. Servers ebbed and flowed between the tables as drinks were provided to each individual who requested one. That wasn't where it stopped. Bowls of soup were then carted out before the main course. Cove took in a satisfied inhalation of the steam coming off the soup. You could catch a whiff of the scent yourself. It was savory and rich. He scooped a spoonful out and dug right in. The rest of the guests followed, taking first tastes of what you had to offer them. Spirited discussions were had between bites. There were plenty of compliments. Your mom, Miranda, and Liz sounded especially pleased with how it came out. They were chatting to the others at the table about the subtle flavors, and many of your attendees made use of the extra spice that had been made available. Cliff, Kyra, Ma, Terry, Derek, and your own lovely husband each added their own levels of added heat. For your meal, you added a moderate amount of spice. It was delicious and exactly what you wanted it to be. Mom's jovial tone carried itself above the rest of the voices. So, how much are we getting here? There were those appetizers from before. Now there's more. The meal hasn't even showed up, and I've lost count keeping track already. Oh, I asked. It's a 3-course meal, not counting dessert. Nice. When the bowls were polished clean, the servers began to reappear, clearing the dishes away to make room for more. The main course was ready, and the guests were ready for it. You and Cove had the dish placed in front of you first. Cove shifted back and forth, even letting out an excited squeak. When the rest of the plates were brought out, you could pick out oohs and ahs from how amazing it looked and the generous portion size. You even heard mentioning of the swirls on the dishes by some discerning guests. Very few words were spoken as the dinner truly began. Everyone became fully immersed in their food. It was quite the hit. Guests were given time to enjoy their meals while they were fresh before the reception events continued as you had planned. Baxter strolled up to the side counter set on the opposite end of the head table. You had a perfect view of it. Casually, he took up the microphone that he'd used throughout the rest of the event to make another announcement. Good evening. From the staff and I'd like to thank you all for being such lovely guests to serve. We hope you've enjoyed your dinner. Now, Tara and Cove Holden have arranged for a few speakers to come up and give their congratulations in order to mark this very special occasion. Please pause your conversations and give them your full attention at this time. He didn't hog the mic any longer than necessary, placing it back down on the center of the stand as soon as his brief message had been made clear. Baxter directed a soft smile down to you at Cove as he left the space open for others to speak. A nervous rhythm began to play out next to you as Cove's fingers were drummed against the edge of the table. You watched a furrow grow deeper in his brows. He was prepping himself for whatever was about to be said. There would likely be some friendly teasing, and almost certainly he was going to get emotional again. Once the mic was available, the first person to stand was your mom. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I just know it. She hopped right up and made her claim to the front table. I know I'm gonna cry. I know I'm gonna cry. I just know it. Softly, she spoke across the space directly to you and Cove, her words being carried through the air to where you sat. Congratulations once more, my wonderful children. This wedding feels like a dream, as much as my own did when I was around your age. Her head tilted to the side towards the other guests and began a formal speech.
Well,
Our Tara has been a joy to our family's lives and everyone else's who's met her since the day we were brought together. But watching how she's grown with Cove has been special. The way Tara treasured that little stuffed Dalton keychain Cove had brought for her, even using it as her cell phone charm as soon as she got one. Seeing how sweetly they shared their treats together when they could, even if the desserts were the exact same. Cove's nervousness was over attending a formal party, but doing it anyways because it was with Tara. There was the one long weekend where Cove came day after day to take Tara on charming trips for no special reason at all. And then in return, Tara came to me and Pam, needing our help to cook a proper treat for him. Her eyelids rested closed as she let out a sentimental sigh. When Tara walked through the door at only 18 to announce that she had proposed to her beloved Cove on the Poppy Hill, I thought Pam would faint, and maybe Liz too. But she knew what she was doing, and I believed her then. And I could keep going. There's so many memories. Tara can clear the tears from his eyes better than anyone else when she wasn't the one causing them. Happy tears, of course. It was beautiful, and it still is. Her tender gaze shifted to the two of you once more, signaling the end of her talk had arrived. I can only hope that you'll be able to continue growing together for many more years to come. I love you both very much. Your husband's eyes already began misting. After knowing her for all this time, Cove developed a deep affection for Ma. Hearing that she cherished those important memories the same way you and he did had an impact. She slipped the microphone in its proper place, brushed her at her bangs, and walked to her seat again on light steps. Your mom brushed down her dress as she stood on her feet and began to walk. This was her chance to take the stage, and she was going for it. When she put one hand on the mic, the tip of her finger tapped the top of it, doing a sound test. The puff of sound echoed, and your mom was satisfied with that. She lifted her head high, facing the crowd and smiling merrily. Thanks everyone for coming today, and for all the gifts you brought. I don't know how we're going to pack all of that up to get to their place, but we'll make it work. Where there's a will, there's a way. She had to lower the mic a bit, already snickering under her breath. Well, Tara, Cove, Our families went through a ride with you two being brought together. Talk about a force of nature. You were attached to the hip as soon as you met and have been ever since. You even ran away together that very first summer you met. You were only 8. And Cliff almost had a heart attack when we all took the RV out and Cove had disappeared from his sleeping bag in the morning, and it turned out he snuck into the loft with Terra. Grinning ear to ear, lost in old memory, she shook her head. But at the end of it all, I think you were both good influences on each other. At least you've made one another very happy. That's good enough in my mind. You really took the promise when you were 13 to treat Terra well to heart, huh, Cove? Thanks. Cove smacked a hand to his cheek automatically. It didn't do anything to hide the color burning into his face. And you know, we really did need a son in there to round things out. Oh. Mom started in laughter at her own line. She waved that away with a free hand, wanting to be more serious. When she commenced with the even tone she had been aiming for, your mom finished her speech. I love you, kiddos. And it's true that you're hardworking adults now, but don't ever forget that your mom and I are here if you need something. Your family will always be there. She had been able to coax out some chuckles from Cove throughout. Was mostly amused over her penchant for jokes than actual jokes themselves, but the laughter had been shaky with emotion. He really had to come to love your mom. With a quite pleased grin, Mom left the mic behind to return to her spot right by her wife. Smooth as silk, Liz rose from her seat and gilded across the floor to the speaker stand. But Liz took her time before saying anything, even out her bangs and clearing her throat, fiddling with the angle of the mic that she did to take hold of it. She didn't have a care in the world. That couldn't be said for everyone. Cove tensed in apprehension of whatever she was going to say. He had to know what she was planning. Lucky for him, she did eventually bring it in her speech and end his suspense. As I'm sure many of you know, I'm Terra's older sister, so one of the very few people who have been around for longer than her husband. She was smirking already, 2 sentences in. We're pretty close, is the thing. She flicked the hand without the mic into a non-committal half-shrug. But honestly, Terra, if I realized you'd be marrying that new kid back when I was 10, I might have had to disown you. A scrawny, grumpy boy who didn't even know how to play pretend right? Certainly not, even if I did joke about it happening. Hey, Cove gasped indignantly that she would say such things, but things being said continued on regardless of his objection. And yet here we are at your wedding to that very crybaby. Unbelievable. Exasperated at Liz's angle for her congratulations speech, Cove slunk lower in his seat, took his drink in both hands and sipped at the juice like a furious elementary school kid. Her head slowly shook, the ends of her eyebrows bent, and a less crooked smile came to her face. The tone wasn't silly anymore. I'm gonna cry. But with all that out of the way, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna cry. What I actually want to say now is, you made the right choice. He's the one for you. Day after day, week after week, year after year, Cove was there. Even more than I was a lot of the time. Don't get your hopes about this meeting. I'm done teasing you about it. But for today, I want to thank you, Cove. Those big watery eyes of yours have never lost sight of Terra ever since she caught them.
Thank you.
It brings peace to my heart to know that there's another person out there who cares for her as deeply as she deserves to be. Oh, he didn't have another comment then. Liz grinned wide as if she knew exactly the reaction she'd been getting. Congratulations to my good old baby sister and her special boy. Love you. I'm gonna cry. With that, she tilted the mic towards the two of you as though she was toasting a glass. At the last moment, Liz had made Cove smile and his eyes were as damp as she had described. Liz daintily left the microphone where it belonged and returned to her chair fully satisfied. There was a clattering of silverware and dishes as Lee sprung out from her table. She skipped away, not paying any mind to that. She was too impatient for the chance to talk. Somehow it reminded you of all those times you chatted over the phone. It was fun and excitement of sharing what was going, even when you weren't right next to each other. She took the mic right into her hand, projecting plenty of stage presence standing in front of an audience. My cousin Terra and I are the same age and got to grow up together. Because of that, I've gotten the joy of watching the story of her and her next-door neighbor, Cove. They were totally just friends, first of all, and then when romance finally happened, I was invested in the twists and turns of the tale. So let's just say I wasn't caught off guard when I heard Tara propose to him. She giggled with as much joy when she first found out the big news. This couldn't have ended better. I'm your biggest fan. But as happy as I really am about your adventures in love and marriage, the best part for me has been my own relationship with the two of you. Leandra took a moment to slow down and express her thoughts with complete honesty. Oh my god, they called her full name. Tara, you're among my closest family and very best friends. And Clove, you're not just my cousin's husband, you're my friend too, and my family just the same. Congrats on your stunning future together. I love both of you. Oh. Cove had to bite his lip to keep it from wobbling. The earnestness truly touched him. Her high-energy attitude quickly returned, though. Lee dropped the mic down and blew a couple of kisses your way before she switched back to her suite. Terry jumped onto his feet with a grin, strolling right over to the counter. He scooped up the mic in one hand and gestured ahead of him with the other. I met Cove and Tara in high school. I didn't know them the longest out of everyone, but I could tell they were some cool people right away. Them and Randy were my best group of buddies back then, and we kept that friendship train going despite all the stuff that's happened. He tapped a finger against the tabletop in time with every specific he mentioned. Graduating school, moving to different places, me and Miranda dating, the two of them getting married, and things about us not being what other people thought they were. Also, we lived through that one summer where it wasn't just the four of us. Sometimes it was the five of us. Right, my pal Baxter? He brought the mic even closer to him, his grinning mouth for emphasis, and dramatically pointed off to the side. Now we're all here again. You probably hadn't planned for that. And he was right. Having been quietly discussing next steps with the server, Baxter's mouth hung open mid-word. Suddenly being brought into the focus outside of his expertly laid schedule knocked him completely off rhythm. Cove barked a gratified laugh, equally as shocked but far more amused. Baxter's head turned in the direction of the sound. His mouth finally closed into a wry smile. It seemed Terry had brought the gift of teasing someone other than you or Cove, and it was more than welcome offer as Cove was concerned, especially since it was taken in good spirits. There was something remarkable about being able to include Baxter in your group's merrymaking, the same way as anyone else. Terry nodded knowingly and then casually transitioned into his main point. And I guarantee our friendship is going to stay on track. No matter what, there's no one who could take your places. From me to you and from the two to each other. Good work tying the knot. Your catches. Terry left his speech in the mic there. He paused to applaud your union graciously before flipping his hand out to a wave as he walked off. Cove gave a big friendly wave in return. His eyes were glossy. As soon as Terry hit his chair, Miranda took his arm and happily began whispering about his speech. Oh no. I'm gonna cry. Kyra pushed herself up from her seat and went right to the front without hesitation. Eagerly, she lifted the mic to her lips and said, I can't believe my babies are having a wedding right now. An unexpected declaration sent chuckles rumbling through the crowd.
Howdy, Hoosies.
Kyra continued with a wink and a smile. It was a treat getting to meet Tara in person for the first time. Though I already felt like I knew her, thanks to all the stories Cove loved to recount about her. In a pouting whisper, Cove spoke out with about that description of events. Mom, whenever I got to visit Sunset Bird, or you visited me, I came to see firsthand more and more what marvelous individuals you were growing into. You bloomed right before my eyes, like perfect white poppies on the hill where you were married. Every moment I've been able to spend with each of you has been a gift. We had some pretty wild times over the years. I count my lucky stars when I got to be the mom to such an amazing boy. And Tara, the buoyant tone of Kyra's words faded into something softer, sweeter. I'd like to thank you personally for helping my baby make himself a home again. I'm truly grateful for that. There was sniffing at your side after that. Cove tugged on the tablecloth in front of him unconsciously, needing to do something. Mom, congratulations, both of you. I love you. I love you too. It didn't matter that she couldn't hear, she knew. Kyra used the bottom of her palm to wipe her eyes, placing the mic on its stand with one hand. She took an additional moment to look at you and Cove gently, and then Kyra strode back to her table. Oh, I can't. Cliff, please. Please have mercy on me. Don't make me cry. Please. The most contentious figure in your husband's early life, who grew to become his best man. Cliff took large strides to reach the speaker's stand. but his fingers froze in place before they could grasp the mic. He stared down at it, collecting his thoughts, or his emotions, or both. When he was ready, his hand locked around the base of it, and as he lifted the mic up higher, a grin pulled across his face. There was a crinkle around the corner of his eyes. Hey, Sport. Hi, Terra. Hi, Dad. Cove's reply was barely audible. He might not have realized he'd done it. Cove's irises were shaking as he looked ahead intently. Well, Cliff's expression turned distant. He was facing the crowd, but his gaze drifted even further away to something in the past that was long gone. I remember the first day Cove and I moved to Sunbird, when I met Terra. I didn't know where my boy was then, or what I was doing, or anything at all, really, as you'll soon be able to tell. He chuckled weakly over the self-derisive comment. It didn't do much to lighten anyone's mood, including his own. He remained wistful. I was sitting around on a curb when Terra strolled up the road, heading home. I knew her, or I knew of her. I met Pamela and Noani already. Talking to them is how Cove got away from me. Cliff shook his head, trying not to get too lost in his complicated mess of thoughts on those times. But that's not the point. What matters is that I'd heard Terra was their 8-year-old, the same age as my Cove, and that Terra was the only one that age in the neighborhood. In my infinite wisdom, I picked out a place that wasn't exactly a family-friendly community. It was mostly a bunch of retired vacationers. He gritted his teeth and placed a hand to his forehead, feeling the sting of the day as it was fresh. And speaking of, did I mention it was the starting of summer break when we moved? What was my little boy going to do now that I dragged him out here? I wanted him to have someone to play with, someone he could talk to. I wanted him to be happy. There was a heart-wrenching crack in Cliff's voice as he spoke about what his feelings had truly been. At that moment, everything was going wrong. It felt like a dead end, no matter which way I went. And I was so sure that there wouldn't be anyone for Cove if it wasn't Terra. In one more valiant effort to try not to make the mood of your wedding too heavy, Cave gave a goofy shrug. So I offered Terra $20 to be his friend. It's just funny to me. The straight line of his shoulders lowered on each side like a roof sagging after years of having to stay solid. Maybe that's not the word. What I'm saying is that all my worries and regrets were at their peak. I was acting crazy. I know it now. But somehow, it still turned out that there really wasn't anyone else for him. Or not anyone better for him anyways. Nobody else in this world who can be there for Cove the way she can. The sentence remained unfinished. As much as he tried, Cliff couldn't put the words together to express what it meant to him. Cliff placed a hand against his chest as his gaze lowered to the ground. His delicate words continued to be shared with a full gathering of people, thanks to the mic, but it was as if Cliff was speaking only to his son. That day, such a long time ago at this point, when you found out why me and Kyra divorced, she was there. Terra was there when the plan was just to go jet skiing. Then when the emotional bomb happened, she was still there. And when you felt ready to head back out, to keep going forward, you just had to turn your head to see someone was ready to go with you.
I'm so glad.
You had someone who supported you in ways I never could. It was just what I hoped for. I was so relieved. He glanced forward once more, offering a smile directly to you. You're an amazing person, Terra. Inhaling deeply through his nose, Cliff's stance pulled together, tall and solid. His dark blue eyes shone with a depth to them as they met with the far brighter blue of his child's. Son, being your dad will always be the best thing I've ever done in my life. And getting that condo on the street was the luckiest card I ever drew. I bet you two would have found each other with or without that eventually, but because of it, my kids got to grow up right next to the person who could make him the happiest. I couldn't ask for more than that. And Terra, you didn't need a dad with what great moms you've got, but I'm so thankful I still get to be yours. I love you both, and I'll keep loving you for the rest of the time I've got. Tears streaked down Cove's face fiercely. He didn't fight their falling. I love you too. Watching you and your husband from where he stood, Cliff got misty-eyed himself. He reached to wipe his cheeks, completely forgetting there was a microphone in his hand. Cliff set it down, shyly waved over to the two of you and stepped away. And then he was able to rub at the ever-growing tears. No one spoke or even moved as Cliff returned to his spot. When he was seated, Kyra reached over to give his back a pat. He had done good. Cove's breath was shaky, taking in everything. A weepy smile reappeared on his face, the more it sunk in just how much he was cared for. He leaned against your side, pulling at the tablecloth and burying his face into your shoulder. Your eyes were glossy, and you tucked your face into Cove's hair. The two of you curled up together in a lopsided oval. It might have been a little silly to try hiding when everything in the event was pointing right to you, but you did it anyways. When a voice was amplified across the whole space, once more, it was unexpected. It was expectedly your planner, giving his appreciation for the cooperation again, announcing the closing of the speeches. But rather than leaving the microphone on the counter, he strolled up to your table with the device in hand. Before we shut this off for the night, would either of you like to give your own message to your loved ones? Oh. Cove lifted his teary face up to acknowledge Baxter, pausing to sniffle. I'll do it. I'd like to say something too.
Of course.
Here you are. Cove used one hand to scrub his eyes and the other to accept the mic, drawing it close. Too close, his murmur crackled uncomfortably loud, and Cove's arm sprung out straight instinctively to get the noisemaker away from him. He winced before more cautiously lifting the mic towards his face. He curled it in both hands, his gaze dropping to the ground. Thanks, everybody. Really, seriously, His eyes closed completely as he paused to bite his lips. So glad to be here. And all those things you said were... There was cracking strain to Cove's voice that wasn't caused by technical error. He was choking up. Each word had to be pushed out with dedicated effort. Really nice. I love you. As rapidly stuttered as it was, what he meant to express came through to you and the rest of the people there to hear it. Cove's earnest affection. In a fumbling motion that screeched out even more unintentional feedback, Cove passed the mic to you, his now free hand moving to cover his mouth. Oh, he's such a sweetie pie. As you rose from your chair, your eyes casting out over each individual in the crowd, you had to accept the bittersweet notion that this truly was a special occasion. You had no idea when everyone you cared for would be gathered together in the same place again, or when you'd even see some of them next. He wondered if Cove had been cognizant of the same thing while he was speaking, that this message had a weight to it, that it was your last big chance to share your thoughts with them. All you could think to say was, I'll always be grateful to get to have each of you in my life. And that brought the speeches at their last sentimental note. Your eyes remained focused ahead as you extended your hand out for Baxter to take the microphone and lowered back down to your seat. Applause erupted from table to table, and Baxter grinned approvingly.
Perfect.
He took the microphone back with him as he rejoined with the other staff members in order to give you and Cove some space to yourselves. When the cackling subsided, emotions remained high. Further conversations were tentative and hushed for a time. But eventually the happy chatter that frequented your reception filled the air again. It was an evening of good food and good company. The evening continued to slip by in a dreamy haze. Before you knew it, all the attendees had finished their main courses and the dishes had been swiftly cleared from the tables. In spite of this, everyone remained rooted in their seats. It was no secret that there was more to come. People were waiting eagerly for dessert, though none of them could match the vibrating anticipation of your husband. It was time for the cake. But before the big event, you had something else up your sleeve. The servers brought to bestow the extra treats to your guests. A truly delightful trays of fancily plated pretzels were delivered to the tables and distributed to the guests. The dishes were carefully selected to match your blue color scheme. There were some befuddled expressions as guests saw that it was being served, but they were outshone by Cliff's enthusiasm. He was immediately taken with the idea before he had even taken a bite. The servers vanished from the floor with impressive efficiency, allowing the wedding cake to take center stage. Set on the center table was your fully realized creation, a three-tiered beachy-style white masterpiece. You were pleased to see that your guests were as smitten with it as you and Cove were. It's so charming, Terry gasped. Are you really going to cut it? The case must have taken an eternity to put together. Aww. Kyra's voice ran out as sweetly as she gazed at the cake.
Fantastic.
That's perfect. The white color scheme is such a classic. Baxter beckoned for you and Cove to come forward. You rose from your seats as one and crossed the floor to the display table, where a waiting server offered the cutting knife to you both. The two of you took hold of the handle, hand over hand, so that you could take the incision as a team. Together, you hovered the knife over the lowest layer of cake. You glanced at Cove, who smiled wryly at you. It really was almost too beautiful to cut. But just almost, and your guests were waiting for their portion of the delicious cake. Carefully, so as to preserve the structure as much as possible for as long as you could, you pushed down with the knife. It slid through the cake easily, leaving a smooth cut all the way through. You and Cove drew the knife out, then made another cut in order to create a neat triangle of cake. The server produced a plate ready for the first slice. With a bit of shakiness in the motions between the two of you, you slipped the knife under the piece and transferred it to the waiting plate. The first slice was done. You gazed at the neatly cut cake with pride as you set down the knife. Cove beamed. It was a lovely moment. Now you couldn't wait to share the wonderful cake with your guests. Cove let out a thrilled squeak as he picked up the provided fork. Every aspect of it was painstakingly planned to suit the occasion as well as your taste. Now, at last, it was finally there for the eating. You were just as eager to eat it. You weren't going to hold back. And in short order, servings of cake were set down at each table, a neat triangular slice in front of each guest. As the crowd dug in, along came the discussion of the dessert. Ooh, tasty. I love the filling. Your cousin wasn't the only one in the family who was captivated by your cake. Ma uttered a dreamy sigh after each bite.
Wonderful.
Delicious. Cove stopped shoveling fondant into his mouth long enough to give his own praises. I'm really glad we went with something that had fruit. There's no way it could have been anything but great with that kind of flavor, but it's better than that. It's actually amazing. You were hooked within one bite. It was just as wonderful as you hoped, and more. The bakery had outdone themselves. You and Cove wolfed down the delicious cake with gusto, polishing off your slices easily. You couldn't believe how quickly it was gone. Your plate scraped clean, but it had been much too good to resist. Luckily, there was no shortage of cake. Both you and Cove flagged down a waiter for more. By the time the meal was officially over, Cove had not only devoured 3 full slices of cake, but he double-checked with Baxter about what would happen to any leftovers. Baxter had needed to reassure him that any remaining sections of the cake would be wrapped up to go home with the two of you. It was pleasant to sit back and relax for a while, giving your feet time to recuperate after a long day. But the lull did not last long. Newly fueled by cake, the party was beginning to start again. The celebration was able to join in earnest. Derek, Lee, Terry, and Miranda got the dance floor going. They took turns pulling silly moves and cheering each other on. Liz sung along to the songs she knew whenever an old favorite from your life growing up together came on. Your 4 parents made their table base camp and cycled between catching up with other family in town and rejoining with one another. They spent much of the time trading sentimental stories about their babies, about when their babies were just babies. Cove's one uncle showed off his classic magic tricks. Oh my god, I forgot about that! To celebrate the day, your husband was far more enthusiastic about the stunt as a 23-year-old adult than he was as an 18-year-old child. As an 8-year-old child. During the entire time, more casual photos were snapped of the best, funniest moments. One was when Miranda got Terry to hold up her dress so she could do a handstand. You couldn't wait to see them fully developed. And many guests had been generous enough to bring presents that you and Cove might need. You'd finish opening each one and offering things. Seafoam green towels, dishes, a water purifier, a framed picture of the sea with the words, "Life's a beach," were just some of your takeaways from the day. The most common gift, however, was the safe bet of simply giving cash. You'd never seen so many $20 bills in one place. Your families had a sense of humor. Of course, the relationship that began with someone offering money would reach its head with that repeating. Your husband caught a glimpse of the silent amusement in your face. His mouth curved into a smirk as he watched you. You'd bet money that he knew exactly what was on your mind. Good evening. This distinct voice of your planner caught your attention. He approached with a polite wave. The people you know are as welcome as you are. They've treated the staff, including myself, well throughout the reception. Cove puffed right up in hearing Baxter compliment the people he's close to. He could easily have been mistaken for a proud parent. As pleasant as he kept the pleasantries, Baxter was certain to get to the point of the conversation quickly. Well, I'm here to say that you've got the space for a few more hours, but there are no more planned events or responsibilities on your shoulders. The day went off exactly as intended. He pressed his hands against the bottom of his spine and leaned his sword back against them to stretch. For a single side word, Baxter let himself clock out of the work mindset. Hallelujah. But the metaphorical bell rang, and he returned promptly to providing his service, standing up perfectly straight and pointing his toes forward. You're free to simply enjoy yourselves however you want with the time that's left. Of course, I'll personally put out any fires if they do appear. You two don't need to worry about anything. Cool. Thank you for all this. You really were the perfect guy to do it. Baxter's brows curved, his eyes softened, and even pausing to steady, I can arrange a template for that real quick. Yeah. Send it over to me, Kai, once you're got it figured out. His eyes softened, and even pausing to steady himself, didn't hide the emotion rich in his voice. That means a lot to me. It was wonderful putting this together with you. The smile already prominent on his face warmed further. Baxter ran his hand down his shirt, smoothing it out in a casual, fluid motion.
You're welcome.
You're very welcome. It's been a joy working with you two, truly. The mood was light all around until the feeling really hit Cove. He shifted in place uncomfortably, not knowing how to proceed from the point that was reached. So, does this mean we're friends? The moment's one is already set up, but I want to make sure the picture's one doesn't have anything you didn't lock as to prevent spoilers. Okay. Oh. He blinked rapidly as his mouth closed into a tight line before saying a full thought. Baxter always needed a second to recover on the rare occasion that something knocked him off his game. In a flash of memories, you were transported to your childhood bedroom, 8 years old, your first sleepover with your now husband. In the tiny, dainty voice he used to have, Cove had asked nearly the same question to you then, if you were friends. Sweet and unsure, he'd always been the man you'd loved and always would be.
Yes.
Well, that's your call, I'd say. Despite the prompting to talk, Cove couldn't put together an answer. You gave Cove a confirming nod. Two pairs of eyes from two different men set on you, though eventually moving to look at one another. Smiles returned to both their features, as Baxter would say it was settled. To solidify the friendship, Baxter offered you his hand to shake once more. You gladly reciprocated. Your hands gripped together affectionately, lifting up and down once. Next, his hand went to Cove. He held it out evenly with confidence, not from a want to be self-assured, but he was actually certain that they had a closer relationship now. Cove looked down at it, considering, but he ultimately raised his arms and shoulders in a motion that was both an awkward shrug and an invitation for a hug instead. A lopsided grin he gave was contagious, and Baxter took hold of Cove while positively beaming. Baxter was only tall enough to bring his chin to Cove's shoulder, but he rested it there comfortably. Cove chuckled in bemusement. It took a long time, but he had been won over to Baxter's side. He gave his new friend a pat on the back before they ended the embrace amicably. I hope you enjoy your post-wedding bliss as long as you can, but when life settles back down to normal, we should have dinner. I know some good places. That'd be nice. I guess we'll call you? Definitely. We'd love to get together again.
Perfect.
And congratulations on your lovely day. He then quite literally bowed out, tipping one foot back and inkling forward. He kept his head lifted up with that curled grin you'd become so used to featured prominently on his face. Baxter left the two of you there, disappearing into the crowd of figures all in black, to help keep the event running as smoothly as possible. He thought back to the very start of that special day, when Baxter had promised he'd congratulate you when it was over. That gave his parting words an extra sense of finality. But it wouldn't be a real goodbye. This time Baxter would be a part of your life for as long as he was welcome in it. You believed him in that. With the staff busy and the guests mingling with each other, you and Cove had a moment completely to yourself since the wedding first began this morning. You knew for certain that you could relax when you caught Cove pulling into a big stretch. His torso twisted to one side as his hand rose up as high as he could get them. He had to fight a bit against the crisp-fitted shirt he was buttoned into, but Cove was persistent. His eyes had been closed when he worked out the last of the jitters he carried throughout the day, but his gaze landed on you as soon as he finished. There was a radiant warmth in his expression as he spoke to you with an eased heart. If you don't mind, I want to dance with you again before it's over. This reminds me of when we went to the soiree. That's literally exactly what he said. Of course, Cove. He smiled openly and welcomely. It was more inviting than his direct words had been. As he had in his past, and as you were certain he'd do in the future, Cove lifted his hand for you to take. You accepted then, as you always would. You and your husband slipped away from the main seating area out to the center of the space. By that late hour, the dance floor had mostly empty. This is like so reminiscent. Your fingers remained linked as you both took hold of the other with your second hands, taking form for a dance. Cove brought his chest near enough to brush against yours and rested his cheek on the edge of your forehead. He was careful not to mess up your hair. Slow, calming music drifted through the air and enveloped you and kept the buzz of distant conversation and kept out the buzz of distant conversation still happening. You began to say it to the sound, cozy and content. It felt as though you and he were in your own world. Well, Mrs. Holden, congratulations on your successful wedding. Congratulations to you too, Mr. Holden. Thanks. And if you're wondering, my plan is to be the last person who gets to congratulate you tonight. He waked his wiggly eyebrows, being intentionally silly. I'm rooting for you. Wow, it's so nice to have a supportive partner. He sighed softly and his shoulders lowered comfortably. But Cove suddenly perked back to attention when something struck him. Though I could just say it again when we get to the hotel room. I'd definitely be the last person to do it then. That's one of the perks of being married. I pretty much always get to be the first and the final with you. You for me too. I'm good with that. There's no one else I'd want to be my first and last for everything. Thank you. In his glistening eyes, you could see how treasured you really were. Cole whispered heartfelt words.
See you tomorrow.
Oh. I also get to say this for sure. See you tomorrow, Terra. Oh, that's making me emotional. I'll see you tomorrow, too. Cole pressed himself into you even more snugly and let out a tiny thrilled squeak. So did you notice I'm wearing an anklet? I have to ask. He let out a genuine gasp. No.
Seriously?
Are you serious? I had no idea you were wearing one. When the initial shock wore off, Cove shamelessly craned his neck to try and get a peek at it. He could only laugh at the reaction. Honestly, I thought you'd have checked for that.
Well...
Cove dropped his face completely, sniffing bashful. Okay, I need to see. Is there anything you're hoping for in our lives after this? Oh, nerves crept back over Cove's features, but he took in a breath and answered you honestly. Well, did you still want kids? You felt a pounding in your ears and your breathing became more rapid. You and Cove had been on the same page about that, but the idea that he was ready to put it into motion had an impact. That would make me so happy. I want to give birth. For a second, he completely stalled. You winced as him potentially fainting became a real possibility once more. Instead of falling, he spoke. Okay. The word was so quiet, and you needed to hear him. So much, you instinctively pulled closer. You regretted that choice immediately after because he reaffirmed himself in a shout.
Right?
We can have a baby, not right now, I mean, unless you want to do it right now. Cole was panicking, bouncing up and down on his feet enough to shake both of your bodies. He knew his heart was in the right place, though. It filled you with joy. Don't worry, we'll take our time. Do you want to have babies right now? Jeez, Cove, calm down. Right now? We could do it right now. Oh, that's hilarious. He panted out an even breath, but calmed enough to still himself.
Yeah.
Good idea. Thanks, Tara. Thank you, too. He seemed like he had something on his mind. You gave him an encouraging smile. He chewed on the inside of his cheek as the silence grew longer. You remained patient, communicating your willingness to listen through your eager eyes. Tara, there is something I want to say. The sentence faded out as his lips clammed up into a trembling line. He had to force it back open. I wanted to say it without crying, but your vows were so nice to hear, and I loved them, and thank you for doing that. Simply remembering the scene had gotten the tears flowing again. He couldn't help it. Thank you for yours, too. He sniffled once, then twice, then grinned back at you. Now that we have a minute, I want to mention how you looked. His stance tense, blushing in his finery. The spotlight had turned back on, and Cove was getting stage fright. Do you like it? I love it. He'd be drop dead gorgeous in every photo that had been taken.
I'm so glad.
That's great. I'm really glad you think so. You could tell from his blush that he had ultimately enjoyed your attention. His posture relaxed, and he seemed more confident in the clothes again. I like yours too. It's stunning. Thank you. So did you notice that I'm wearing an anklet? He let out a genuine gasp. No.
Seriously?
I had no idea you were wearing one. With the initial shock wearing off, Cove shamelessly craned his neck to try and getting a peek at it. He could only laugh at the reaction. Honestly, I thought you would have checked for that.
Well...
Cove dropped his face completely, suddenly feeling bashful. You do look really great in that outfit, but mostly I just wanted to see your face. I haven't been able to focus on much else, sorry. That's so sweet. You were swooning. Cove still had a knack for the unexpected compliment. You let yourself quietly enjoy his company. You kissed his lips. His eyelashes fluttered when your lips touched. No matter how much time passed, it still amazed him that you would kiss him. Cove kissed you back lovingly, and it was so warm. But then you heard your husband sigh wistfully. It all went by so fast. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't only mean the wedding. It's everything. Where did the years go? When did you and me become grown up? I have no idea. Yeah. Though, his spirits carefully rose again as he spoke more lightly. I feel pretty good about being older, not being a kid anymore, because I'm doing it with you. Before we could only pretend to play adult, and I was bad at it. Liz was right on that one, unfortunately. And now we're at our wedding. I know what it's like to be an adult, kind of. You just do it and keep going. I guess it's as simple as that. I wish I could have figured that out from the beginning. No, actually, I'm glad everything went the way it did. I am too. The song that blanketed your discussion was at its final chorus as guests were saying their goodbyes to one another. It was almost time to go. Too soon you would know what the ending note of your wedding was. The final glance, the last word. Those thoughts swirled in your mind until Cove brought you back into to existing in the present where you belong.
It's nice.
I think our life is really nice. Not letting either of you get lost in contemplation again, Cove suddenly clapped both of his hands against your shoulders with the utmost seriousness. You know, if you ever want to have another party like this, I'll do it. It can be every year, multiple times a year, whenever you feel like it. We'll keep Baxter in business forever. I love you so much. I love you, Cove, so much. Tiny, delicate water drops pooled in the corner of his eyes. Cove let his hands travel from your shoulders up to touch your face. He cradled you tenderly, never wanting to let go. What did I do to get to be with someone who's there for me, someone who honestly cares about me? Well, I don't need an answer, really. I'm just grateful.
I love you.
Terra, always. No. No. Is that it?